We will now call this meeting to order at 10:03 a.m. We will now call with a roll call for the record. I am Chair Carmen Sultan, and I'm present when I call your name. Please indicate if you are present. Vice Chair Utz?
Present.
Board Member Anderson?
Present.
Board Member Herndon? Not present. Board Member Irier?
Present.
Thank you. The first item on the agenda is executive session. Do I have a motion to move into executive session for the purpose of discussing land, personnel, and legal matters?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to move into executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Good.
and Board Member Area.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries. We will now move into executive session. A motion to move to exit executive session for the purpose of discussing land, personnel, and legal where no votes were taken.
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to exit executive session. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now start the call. Will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Absent.
Board Member Irier,
Also absent.
and the tally stands 3 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. The ayes have it and the motion is carried. We will now start this pre-work session and call to order at 12:40 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows for board members to prepare for upcoming regular meetings through pre-work sessions. These sessions are typically more casual and are primarily for information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarians to this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as noted. Before we begin, Mr. James Brown, Director of Safety and Security, to chair the safety briefing.
Good afternoon. Before we begin, I will conduct a brief safety orientation. Safety is our top priority. GSD follows standard response protocol. If a response protocol is announced by staff or over the PA, please respond as follows. If we must hold, we will remain in the room and continue business, but the doors will be closed to keep the hallways clear for staff and emergency. If we must secure due to a possible threat outside the building, we will continue our meeting, but no one is permitted to enter or leave the building. If we must lock down due to a threat inside the building, we will move away from doors and windows, turn off the lights, and remain silent, and follow additional directions from security staff. If we must evacuate, leave your things behind and proceed out the exit behind me to Electric Avenue. That exit is not available, and emergency exit is through the door to my right. If we must shelter in place due to severe weather, follow staff direction to a safe zone downstairs. Please keep the aisles and doorways clear. If you see something that can concern you, say something to security or another district staff member. Thank you for helping us maintain safe environment.
Thank you, board. Thank you. Our first item is board norms. Board, there are four norms to be discussed today. I will read each area we will discuss and we'll move on to the next. So please provide your comments. The first one is equal access to legal for all board members. Thoughts, comments?
I have noted concerns that board members should have equal access to information and legal advice necessary to perform our roles. I'm concerned with some information asymmetry generally. For example, today was the first time I saw the board meeting script, including the chair's comments. There have been other instances where one other issue I've noted is that full narrative legal invoices are available to administration and the superintendent while the board receives redacted versions. And so I'm kind of confused how, as a fiduciary responsible for the spending, we're not provided that full information.
If I could ask just very quickly, when information is redacted, personnel nature and things that aren't necessarily within our purview to review at that point in time?
Correct. The invoices would be redacted for student information or personnel matters, both of which are confidential by statute. What is not redacted is the remaining narrative for purposes of the board, and also the number of hours worked, as well as the hourly rate and total fees billed for the month are all available to the board.
And so as a part of our norms going forward, do we want to just have it documented that we will get, what sure the timing of it is, but like on a monthly basis, we get this, do we want to have that documented?
I don't know for me whether it's monthly or quarterly. I think I'd like to suggest that we use something similar to the way that we have information from the superintendent. And so, my understanding is that legal is never consulting with any individual board member about any individual board member issue, right? The only reason a board member would be consulting with legal is in the capacity as a board member, which then means that's relevant to the board. And so I think what would be helpful is if the board knows ahead of time that a board member wants to consult legal about something, kind of like we share the question, and then afterwards, the board is informed of whatever the finding or information was. Because then in this way also, I'm trying to save the school district money. I see no reason why three of us would talk to legal independent of each other if it's about the same matter.
I would just also note, I am a licensed and barred attorney, and we've requested those legal invoices as a board. And again, the fact that the superintendent gets the full invoice, and we are briefed in executive session about a lot of these personnel matters, keep those things confidential, and I who don't do this to have the same practice seems very odd to me. I also want to say, as Board Member Anderson noted, in looking through these invoices the first time I've seen them at length, I do have concerns when individual board members or are consulting or being advised on leadership or governance, recusal, ethics, recall, social media, or other board member conduct, and the full board is not being informed.
I think none of that is true. I think you're looking at an invoice and it's just a snapshot in time, and you ask that in an email, and I invite you to go back and look at my response. It's just, and I think Bob replied as well, it's a snapshot in time. Some of those things are emails where the board has been copied in totality.
When I see, I guess, don't want to violate attorney-client privilege, hours of discussion about searching, governance, recusal, conflict of ethics issues and things like that, and knowing that I'm not getting the same full briefing in certain subset of the school board that does give me pause that it's not equal access to information, and I'm not able to do my full fiduciary duty. I'm not fully informed.
I think it's reasonable for us to set a norm that says anytime any of us as in our capacity, well, one, I think it is reasonable to set a norm that says we are not in our individual capacity to consult with legal or the school system. I mean, we don't, but I think just making that extremely explicit is reasonable. Two, I think it is reasonable to request, very similarly as when we are requesting of the superintendent, if we are making a request of the legal team, that we alert the entirety of the board as to the subject of that request, and that the information that comes out of that request is then shared with the entirety of the board. I think that's reasonable.
I would also add.
Actually, just
Okay.
the last thing, I do want to say, I do think it is inappropriate if we are shared information that has specific student information or specific personnel information that isn't in front of us in some form of adjudication, which is when we would be informed. But if it is not, if we are not acting in our adjudicational role, then I think it's appropriate that continues to be redacted from the document.
It seemed like there were some over-redactions, so I'm just noting that for future reference. But I agree with you when certain members or any of us are consulting about especially material governance information that could impact all of us. I would, I think that information should be shared equally. This is the first time I've been able to see the legal invoices for 2 months, and to get those with numerous emails back and forth, that it was a records request, no, this is a board request. Those were obstacles that were a bit frustrating.
Board member Area,
I just want to say.
Well, that's not true. You asked for the legal invoices. They went to me, and then I requested them of the legal team on your behalf. There was 1 month where I think they went through Melinda, and then there was a little bit of a miscommunication, but it was not a situation where we did not want to provide them. So I just want to, the context is important. I don't want the community, or I don't want the listeners to think that people did not want to provide them, because you sent them, and I want people to realize a lot of times when requests go out to the staff, they go through me. We figure out exactly what we want to ask, and then I ask it, and we did ask it.
It took several months to get them, even after I asked.
Right, but.
And there was some confusion, which I'll acknowledge, of
right,
whether or not.
But that's important. I think in the speech that you're giving, it could give the impression that they did not want to provide it, or the staff did not want to provide it, or they were withholding something, and that's important to clarify.
I just said there were obstacles that were frustrating. That's all.
Yeah. Okay.
So bottom line, I'm glad to hear we're trying to come up with some more future-looking that ensure when, legal advice is given to a specific or a subset of board members, that advice is shared equally with all board members. I can understand maybe there are certain situations that might relate to individuals, and their consultation, and I want to detail that, but I am glad to hear that we're trying to move forward to ensure equal access.
I'm sorry, Board Member Anderson, but just to be clear, when you mentioned that there might be situations where individuals, presumably individual board members, seek counsel, I can't see a scenario wherein be seeking counsel from our legal staff or our legal providers in a way that shouldn't be available to all board members. Like that, to me, that makes me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I am not at all saying that is what is happening. I am suggesting that we ensure that the norm, which is very clear, that any counsel that we seek from our legal team is by definition available to the entirety of the board.
And when the answer comes back, it comes back in a memo as opposed to.
One issue I guess I think about, and I don't want to mention specifics, but of course, if there's a recusal or a conflict of interest issue, that could potentially impact all of us in a governance way and matter. That's really important. And there's maybe a lot of work there. And again, Carrie, help me, I don't want to say anything I'm not supposed to, but I think that kind of information is really important for all of us to understand when we, could potentially impact our voting.
So I want to make sure I'm clear on something, so I understand what it is you all are seeking.
Yep.
So if, typically, just so everyone is aware, who we hear from is either the superintendent, the chair, or in the chair's absence, vice chair. Chair and the vice chair are the liaisons between legal and the board. So what you all are asking me to do is if I have a conversation with the chair about a legal matter or an inquiry, you want me then to document it in an email and send it out to the entire board.
Well, so this is what I was going to kind of piggyback on, because, and if it's okay, because we are talking about board norms in general, right now we're talking about legal access, but to your point, you're having a, conversation with the board chair. I think we need to revisit and ensure we understand the process for all types of requests. So I think to your point, board chair, you get it, but what I am seeing is it's not working as effectively as it could. And this is not specific to legal, because I'm going to come back to yours. I do not expect that you are sending us emails daily. I find that entirely difficult to manage. On the other hand, I assume at times you are finding it difficult to manage these emails. And so I do want to confirm that we actually have a process we all understand and that we all agree to and that we're all using in a way that is achieving its purpose. Right now, when I'm making certain requests or asking questions, it's not clear to me, are you sending it on to the superintendent or am I supposed to? And then to your point, Carrie, it's the same thing here. I, as an individual board member, don't want that daily email unless there's like a time, urgency. But I could see a weekly one or some kind of cadence, like within the course of 2 weeks, assuming, again, there's nothing compelling that the board needs to act on or be thinking about.
I would love to clarify that because many days I'm in email jail. I get emails from constantly. I am happy to communicate directly to the legal team, requests from the board. That means that the board agrees on a topic or a question, and I ask it on your behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the board does not agree on the question it wants to ask, or one person has a question and nobody else wants to ask it, at which point, in my mind, the question dies. So I can't chase you down. I can't.
I'd like to comment on that, though.
If I may finish.
Yes, sir.
I think legal feels like if you have a small question, then they're always happy to talk to you, which is kind of the equal access for all board members. They're always happy to answer your questions. But if the board has a question, a large question that may take time, then we need to ask as a general body. The same thing goes for the staff. But that's where sometimes I also get confused. There's multiple exchanges back and forth, and then a question gets thrown. If it's something that all of you are in consensus, that we all want to pursue it, at which point I'll shine the question up and I'll get it to the right person. Or if you're throwing it out there just as food for thought, a lot of times the communication is unclear.
So there are a few things I'm hearing here. One is just that fact. I'm not comfortable with the idea that you have to infer or I have to infer. And so we need to, as a body, come to some agreement about the email because the current method isn't working. And I'm not comfortable with the idea that because someone didn't chime in, they didn't agree. That's the first thing. The second thing is specific to requests. I think it is more helpful if I am sending a question, no disrespect, I don't need a board member to answer it, right? If it's a question that administration can answer, that's why I'm sending it. If it's a question that legal can answer, that's why I'm sending it. One of the recommendations I think I had specific to agenda was like, we already know what the BMOP is, right? You send us the highlights of the BMOP and we chime in, but no, I think what happens at times is that we're all trying to explain things, and all I want to do is make sure we have an efficient way to communicate and get the correct information.
But I think this has come up, I think this came up a couple of board norm sessions ago, is that some people have an abundance of questions, some people have a paucity, and then if we are constantly asking staff members questions, they can't get their day-to-day jobs done, which is why we came up with the system that we would ask questions of the legal team, the staff, et cetera, as a governing body. So that's where I beg of some clarification. If that's what we're going to do, then we have to agree on the questions we want to ask. Now, if it's just a simple question, like, hey, one simple one-off question, I have a question for Francis, then I'm sure Francis is happy to answer your question. But if it's multiple subtext, which sometimes happens, then I too get confused. Sometimes I don't get a response. Sometimes one person wants to hear and one person doesn't. Sometimes it is lengthy, or maybe Carrie has to go back and do some research, and then she does need to follow up in a memo, but I too get very confused. The email chains can go on, I think our record is maybe 100 or so, and it's confusing.
And sometimes it's not clear when you want legal advice or not. So if you can be very clear, legal team, and we know to respond and try to answer the question.
Okay, so at the very least, it sounds like if someone from the board has a legal question, we'll vet it through you? Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm happy to do whatever it is that you want me to do. I think that this has to be the understanding, is that if I'm going to ask a question on behalf of the board,
Yeah.
like not on behalf of Hans, because I'm not Hans' secretary, like if I'm going to ask on behalf of the board, then the board has to agree. I think you guys have to understand that. It can't be that I'm asking on behalf of one person. It has to be on behalf of the board. So if one person asks and everybody's like, I don't really want to ask it, well then, it's maybe not what the will of the board is, but if it's a small question, a small little thing, then ask away. But I think that that's where we have to come to realize that, sometimes that's vague, but you guys have to give me a little bit of guidance.
Yeah, I hear that, but again, I'm stuck with the fact that there seem to be 3 to 4 different purposes for email. We've established one is simple, plain and simple, it's a legal question, or we're trying to determine if it is. But the issue still stands. The current method we're using doesn't allow me to understand whether other board members agreed or not, because it's silent.
Mm-hmm.
So if one board member is chiming in to say, yes, I would also like to know, now we have 2, and so we need to confirm that process, because then we continue to exist in you don't know. And then I'm still asking what's happening.
What if we do this? I'm curious y'all's reaction to this, but what if we build into the norms the presumption of silence means consent? If you do not weigh back in, if you do not have a reason to weigh in and say no, then you are agreeing to the question being asked.
Assuming there's a time.
The problem with that is, how long do you wait? How long is silence? At what point does silence?
But these are things we can figure out, right? Like we can talk about it and figure that out. But I'm just starting with recognizing that there's some things to kind of figure out. The presumption is silence is consent. That way, we're not in a situation where a person asks the question, the board chair is confused about whether or not she's supposed to be engaged on it or not. Like the question can be asked as a body. Here's the question that I have for legal. What are your thoughts? We'll come up with a time period. At the end of that time period, if there's 4 people that are silent on it, that means that we all agree and the board chair sends it through.
So any legal question will go that way?
Well, yeah.
Any question in general, I think.
Okay, I think that's fair, because I was just surprised to see topics discussed in legal invoices that I had no idea.
We say?
We are, that's legal. I think Carrie still wanted to know the expectation in terms of the reportability to the board.
Right, because are these emails where you all are going to be silent on going to be directed to the chair, who then comes to legal? Because I'm going to be honest, you cannot depend upon me to sit here and count up your emails to decide whether I have a majority or somebody is.
No, that will be, that will manage that. I promise. Yeah,
I think my suggestion would be, I do think, sometimes the conversations get,
muddy.
yeah, and then I have to put a stop to them. So I'll have to
It
just,
may
I have a-
include, I'm just, you know, you can summarize, okay, this is what's going forward to legal, I understand. And then we get it all, and we all can see it.
but I don't think that that's unique to legal. I think
Mhm.
there's a lot
No,
of,
it's an information kind of request
yes,
process. I think it kind of fits under that.
Yeah.
She's special because she does legal.
So, my question around the silent consent framework, will it include any type of response, like a read, receipt, like how do you, to flesh out the silent consent framework?
That's
When
okay.
when our consent framework in the past, it was accompanied with, there is an acknowledgement that there was an electronic read receipt, because you don't know whether or not the person
saw it.
Yes,
I don't
so
know.
that,
Am I missing something here, though?
I just
It's
wanna
not
capture it.
actionable items, so.
It's just a
I'm not-
question.
Yeah,
It's just a question.
I'm not worried
Yeah.
in that regard. I may learn later that there's something I didn't think about, but because it's not actionable stuff, we're getting information, I just don't think it has the same weight.
Yeah, if we're not deciding to take an action,
Right.
I think non-response can be consent. If we're trying to decide to take action, then I think there.
Then
needs to be-
I know how to
Yeah,
handle that
yeah,
differently.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would also be interested, I don't want to hyper litigate this, right? Because we're sort of inventing this on the fly. I would actually be interested what some other boards kind of do around it. Which certainly we can't be the only board that's ever experienced this. So what are some typical norms that boards may have in place to help manage this? Because there may be things that they have thought about or solutions that they've come to the table with that work better than what we're inventing right
I can
here.
ask
So
Brian.
it'd be great to know that.
Okay. All right, let's keep moving. Conflicts of interest.
So this maybe ties in with the access to legal information. I think if a council identifies a potential conflict of interest, I think all 5 members need to be briefed on that, whatever that may be, if it's an individual board member or, you know, conflict related to legal. I just want full disclosure and access to that. I just think potential conflicts affecting board business should be disclosed and explained consistently to the entire board. And that, you know, going along with that, recusal records need to be accurate and transparent. You know, we've had a situation in the recent past where it was unclear, if a board member recused themselves and then the subsequent record indicated something different. I just think regardless of the underlying circumstances, that's a governance problem. I don't want to have that happen again. Just moving forward to do better, to make sure that we are properly documenting when recusals are necessary, and we all know, okay, this person needs to recuse, so we ensure that it happens and correct the record when there's a discrepancy.
Is there ever a case where recusal, it is acceptable for the recusal to not be explained? Like, I mean, I'm hypothetical, but like if I had to recuse myself for something, but I didn't want to publicly acknowledge that, is that permissible? It is permissible. Clearly there should be some boundaries around that, right? Like it is permissible only in these subsets of circumstances, but not in these others. Like what I don't want to do is create a blanket recusal with no explanation. I mean, in general, we should explain, unless there are certain.
Yeah, there could be circumstances where it can't be explained because there are confidentiality concerns surrounding it. It's a best practice to explain it if it can be explained. It is not, but there could be situations where there are confidentiality concerns.
Mm-hmm. Can we request maybe that we get kind of a list of the reasons why it may not need to be explained, and then our norm will be in all other cases we would be public about the explanation?
Yeah, would that recusal, those hypothetical recusals where certain things are confidential, would at least the board be able to understand the basis of the refusal, understand maybe public facing that may not as much be able to be shared, but just making sure we all know that this person has to be recused for this vote, and that means we do not talk, we do not participate, and it's very transparent.
And we can provide a memo to the board and explain kind of scenarios where it might be required or would be your preference, and you all can consider
Take it
that.
from there. Okay.
That
And-
sounds fair.
I'm sorry, this may be the world's dumbest question, but a recusal and an abstention are two different things, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So people can abstain whenever they
Whatever.
want to,
Yes,
and they don't have to provide a reason why.
no. Refusal is because there's some sort of or
Thank you.
reason that would prevent you from
That's a good
effectively participating.
All right, anything else? Okay. Scheduling and access for community meetings. For this one, we have, on the calendar scheduled as a complete board community meetings. They're public to the district. Recently, we, have had board members that have decided to have their own private community meetings, which, I think it's great to get out into the community and interact with constituents. We should meet them, hear their concerns, et cetera. That those community meetings are scheduled openly and transparently with all other board members such that they have the opportunity to go. It shouldn't be that they are scheduled ahead of time and then FYI to other board members on the back end.
And how, in that particular scenario, well, I agree that the board should be informed about it.
That's it.
But if I go to if two board members have a meeting and then I show up at that meeting, doesn't that then become a public meeting that needed to be like, how do we create?
That is not what happened last week.
No, I know, but this scenario could be.
This is all
Well, Can I get the rest of my question answered? I just want to have an understanding of if we do have a norm where, because I think it's valuable for us to be able to have meetings and have meetings together with the public. But if we hit a situation where 3 board members show up for a meeting and it hasn't been announced, that puts us in conflict of public open record, well, I forget what it's.
Open meeting.
Open meeting.
That kind of.
So if we do this norm, then we're gonna have to also make sure that we don't violate that meeting act, right?
Well, you can say that clearly, that
Okay, I want to correct a couple things.
may I address this? I think, to his point, yes, you can say explicitly that you shouldn't have a quorum. That's easy peasy to say. I think if the basis of this, or to make it very easy, is that if board members want to have advertised, published community meetings in addition to the scheduled board community meetings that include all board members, then the board should know ahead of time and be given the opportunity to participate somehow.
Potentially making it in a public meeting. is what you're
Right.
saying, I think.
Mhm.
Okay. I want to just go back, because I know this is coming from a coffee with constituents event that I had this past weekend, just at a coffee shop, because I encountered a lot of constituents who had questions, and I wanted to give them more time and offer. This was not a community meeting. I don't want to conflate that with that term, because that community meeting, as you've noted, is a board meeting with a quorum, at least. A quorum is, more than 3 members, and then it becomes an official meeting. As an elected board member, I have the right to meet with constituents. I know and have heard from other constituents that, a couple board members have met with them for coffee. This was just my way of trying to really be efficient with my time, honestly, and I, did notify you all. So, again, as a board, we are one, we make decisions, we have our vote, but at the same time, participating in our individual capacities is not on behalf of the board. We specifically had 2 members, so that's not a quorum. I notified, this is just on my social media and by word, because people were asking me that the event was, not an official board event, it was just an informal meeting. So, I've offered accommodations timing didn't work, I'm happy to have
I think,
another copy.
I think a couple of things,
all us.
Lorraine, the way that you advertised it to the rest of the board was that it was a community listening session. You also told board members after it was scheduled and after you had advertised it to the rest of the community.
No, I initially
And then I said,
it would have been
hey,
a couple weeks.
I said no, because it was a couple days before. And I said, I think this is a great idea. It was something that I had brought up before. GSBA had some mixed feelings about it, but I was like, maybe there's some ways to work around it. My big concern was that, and I'll be very public about this, I do not want the community to think that there is division or divisiveness amongst this board. We don't have to agree. We often publicly disagree. But the goal can't be that we put out there that there are two schisms here. And so I said, I'm saying it now. I don't want that to be the perception. So I said, why don't we try to make an effort to mix things up? I would be happy to participate.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, if this weekend doesn't work, why don't we try another weekend or another time? I can work with you. What I was told was that I had till 6 o'clock to respond if I could make it at this particular time. And I said, I wonder if we could work together creatively. And I got the impression or the feeling that this was already scheduled and the train was already out of the station. But if I may, at the end of the day, I hope that the goal of these things is to create more camaraderie as opposed to more division. And my goal here in putting this here is that if we want a process like this to continue, we should have as many listening sessions or interactions with constituents as is possible. But if we want to schedule them outside of the ones that we already have published with all 5 of us, then we should give our fellow board members the opportunity to know ahead of time, and if they want to participate, we come together and creatively figure out a way to work together. I do think,
a limitation of how and when I can speak to my students.
I said everybody.
I think I put this email out 2 weeks prior, and yes, as time, went forward and I bumped into people in our community and they're asking me about it because I've been thinking about wanting to create this time, and I knew that the time I have on Sunday. So, yes. By that
You
time,
told me
the
a couple
bar
of days
was-
before.
I believe when
It was 1
mentioned-
week before.
Yeah, a week before.
Not a couple of
But this is-
weeks, but 1 week
And they offered
before.
to have it with you if that's what you like, but it's hard for me to distinguish when I know that, 2 of board members have met with constituents, maybe not publishing it on their social media or whatever, that, hey, we'll come and meet me at the coffee shop if you have questions.
This is
That's
very-
okay,
well,
but
this
then
is very
I have to
different.
notify, I don't see how it's very much different.
Well, meeting with one constituent, if I meet with Megan at a coffee shop, is very different than the advertised community listening session with 2 board members. So I just want to have it be where it's an exclusionary process. If we want to,
Offered, I'm happy to have it.
I'd like to actually say something, if that's okay, as the second member that was there, and as someone who has advocated strongly since I've gotten on the board, to figure out every possible way to engage with our stakeholders. That I appreciate that Lorraine did this, and I appreciate that Lorraine acted as quickly as she did, having a time with the school year. Department. I also appreciate that all board members should be doing this. I think we need to be responsible about what we call a community meeting, because we already struggle at times with clear communication. So to have this on the norm as a community meeting is particularly concerning to me, because now we may have the public wondering, wait, are you talking about the 4 that y'all already voted on? Additionally, I want to make sure this part is clear, because I think it is in the best interest of our students and our community that we are all working together, which is why in this particular instance, I was like, hey, I'll come 1 hour or go 1 hour. But I also want to point out something else. I'll do anything here. I explained when we were looking at the ECLC that I walked around with a business card that I have as a board member. I stop and I talk to anyone. In May, during our retreat, we were talking about community engagement. And I think it's as important that we talk about this norm as we actually decide on some actions that will help all of us work together while engaging with our various stakeholders. So I appreciate that it's brought up, and I appreciate figuring out any way that we can all work together to do the best work for our school district and our students.
Whether or not it was a good or a bad idea was not the issue on the table. What I did say was, if we wish to continue this practice, it should be brought to all board members to give them equal opportunity. It shouldn't be scheduled ahead of time, and then board members are given a 5 p.m. deadline to show up or not show up. That doesn't seem fair, equitable at all.
I'm happy to have a coffee with any of y'all, as I said, as the at-large member.
It is not, it's not whether or not, it's not whether or not I go with you, it should be that everybody gets the opportunity.
As devices, listening to our community members and including people who may have concerns or perspectives that are different from yours is part of our role as elected officials. So this very much feels like a restriction. We should be encouraging more opportunities to board members. Like I said, I see Tracy because she lives in my neighborhood. We live in Oakhurst. It just came up and we happened to do it. I'm happy to do it with anyone.
Whether or not it's a good, I think this is the fourth time I've said it, whether or not it's a good or bad idea is not the issue on the table. If you want to do it again, every board member should be given the same opportunity. I think if I had done this, you would have put this on the agenda and told me that I should have told you. I think it's the shoe when we're on the other foot. So whether or not it's a good or bad idea, or whether or not I'm willing to do it with you, or do it with Hans, or do it with James, is not really the issue. If we want to keep doing it, board members should know ahead of time, before it's scheduled, and they should be given equal opportunity. That's the norm issue, not whether or not it's a good or a bad idea.
I mean, okay, I think disagree that we shouldn't have other board members know about it?
I put it out there a week before. You're saying
But
that's
in the
why
silence, I think there was silent consent. I believe Carmen would be the person responding.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. My
I thought it
silence
was very
was consent, so
casual.
I don't have any issue with you
Yeah.
guys doing this, but I think it's also reasonable to say, we will, as a norm, provide, heads up notice. I do think, I realize this is semantics, and so I don't really want to get lost in the weeds of that. I do think community listening session and community meeting are, maybe there's a way to frame it so that it's not confusing, that it's something
That's why I
official
call
by the
it
board.
coffee.
But I think having some norms around it so that it encourages us to do it in a way that we all do it on our own is a good idea.
All right, moving on. CSD versus personal emails for confidential matters. The norm for this should be that people should be only using, their CSD emails for confidential matters. So just like we talked about a couple of minutes ago, if I questions to the legal team, if they respond back with an email or with a memo, we should be using our CSD emails. We have some board members that are copying personal emails or Gmail that includes blind copying yourself, et cetera. So the norm is that you're only using your CSD email.
I'd like to bring up something that I believe I asked after I've been elected, but I haven't yet been serving, to avoid this in all aspects, possibly CSD issued devices, and then there would be no possibility of a mistake because you'd only be using it for CSD work. I know that's what I asked.
Yeah, and I share your concern of email jail, because we have a lot of emails flying back and forth, and I do try to be very responsive to them. All parents here and have other full-time jobs, and so, when I have made a mistake, I've acknowledged it, inadvertently or not, and I agree with Tracy that maybe having a separate device would be helpful so that we don't mix things up. I also just find it strange because I know, this kind of goes to what confidential matters are and being careful with emails. What it actually is confidential. Because I know the emails have been used to schedule events that have been later changed. Or, things where other people's non-CSE emails are used. So this just feels a bit targeted.
Well, we could take the word confidential out.
I am a very responsive board member to emails, and I try to keep up.
I think the question I have, so my students and I were talking about email communication, right, as a form of writing and communication that maybe students aren't explicitly taught. And I think one of the my principal is like, no, it's my school email, only for school work. And so what I'm kind of confused by is why confidential is even an issue. We all understand when we have been told something is confidential, whether you agree, whether it should be confidential, we can talk about that separately. But either it's CSD work or it's not, and that should apply to all of it, not just email.
That's what I said, maybe just take the word confidential out and just say, all
It's not even
CSD
email,
work.
and it's calendars and everything else.
I do
So
wanna-
we have to
I do-
be clear in what we think we are trying to achieve by discussing these norms and making sure that we've understood all factors.
We should also, let's not disseminate. There's no way a personal email gets blind carbon copied by accident, right? That's an intentional act. So at a minimum, the norm should be, don't try to hide the fact that you're forwarding something to your personal email. We shouldn't do that. I think it's a reasonable conversation. I mean, does the council need to say something? Okay. I do think it's reasonable. I mean, I'll be very clear. It is my email address that receives calendar invites. And the reason for that is because we were unable to fix whatever the issue was within Google that prevents CSD emails from showing up on my calendar. So that was the workaround. I'm very, very happy to do something other. I would, in fact, prefer not to have to forward everything to my personal email. But what was happening was that somewhere in Google, half the invites were being erased or dropped. And so consequently, I was missing important meetings. So so long as we can address whatever that core technical issue is, by all means, we should not be using any email other than CSD.
My recommendation for the norm would be to never use personal email address any CSD matter. And I realize there's an operational issue with figuring out the calendar site, but it is too easy. First of all, individual board members should not be deciding whether something is an attorney-client.
Yes,
That is the board's privilege. Second of all, individual board members should not be deciding whether, oh, this is FERPA-protected information or this is a confidential personnel matter. And if you leave that up to the individual to determine what's confidential or not, it's messy. Also, if you have just a black line rule, no personal email addresses, there is no danger of sending it, CCing your personal email and then respond with confidential information, even if there wasn't confidential information in your initial email. So it really should be a black line rule, so there is no debate, no deliberation, no stress.
No, it's much clearer that way, and I agree. I mean, it's hard when we have 20 emails, so I know it's my mistake, inadvertent. At the same time, it gets a little crazy because, as we know, we all have been the subject of open records requests. We also sometimes have text messages, which, oh my gosh, now I'm being super careful with, that are on our personal phones. So again, I'm just going to put out there idea or concept like crazy ways of having separate devices for this stuff.
Automatic forwarding CSD emails to your personal organization.
Thank you.
Well, so I mean, just let's close it out. Is this we consider amending the budget to buy ourselves devices? I mean, I'm totally open to that. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? I don't know that it requires an entire budget amendment. This is a conversation for.
Can we think about it?
Yeah.
We can then come back.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I mean.
We can maybe have, staff get us, a
I'll just keep it on that.
mock-up? Or, I'm sorry.
There is a device in front of you, and I can work with staff to determine if that device, just like it's been commissioned.
That doesn't really do text, that doesn't really do you know what I mean? There's a,
Text.
that,
Okay.
yeah, that's a,
Okay.
Maybe some options.
yeah.
Okay. All right. I will recap what has been captured, and staff will bring back a draft. The next item on the agenda is legal services. Recap now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to make sure I have it.
Okay, equal access to legal for all board members. We are not, as individuals, to speak with legal. Legal advice is given to one board member. It will be shared with all board members. We will not be provided personnel and student information. When a question is posed by one board member to the legal team, a silent consent framework will apply. So if you don't reply, I assume that you want me to ask a question. For conflicts of interest, if one board member is in knowledge of a conflict of interest, full disclosure to all board members is required. Properly document recusals. Scheduling and access for community, I'll say community listening sessions, so it's not confusing. We will provide a heads up to fellow board members. Use of CSD versus personal emails for confidential matters. All board communication should flow through CSD emails. Do not forward or blind copy to personal emails. Staff will bring back a draft of these additions. The next.
I've got to chime in, because I'm equally concerned about using listening sessions, because I believe this is a superintendent, so I'm not trying to be difficult, trying to be clear, but don't want people confused about that. I believe also maybe we need to kind of tighten this up a bit, because it sounds like we're addressing specifically an initiative or an action by a board member to engage with stakeholders outside of the things that might happen when you happen to be walking down the street, going to a game at a restaurant. And so is there a way that we need to phrase this? Because it sounds like it has more to do with it. It's two board members.
Right.
And so that is therefore to avoid violating the Open Meeting Act, as well as ensuring that everyone understands how we're doing, you know.
It's not an open meeting unless there's three.
Right, but I mean, I think that's one of the reasons to inform, because you don't
Yeah.
want two people in the coffee house and then a third person
We
shows up.
want to do two things, right? We want to ensure that we don't end up violating the Open Meetings Act, and we also want to make sure that however we communicate it, we're not inadvertently confusing people
Right.
that we're doing something different than what we are. So, yeah, this may be take a couple of minutes to figure, like maybe we draft it in an email and we back and forth a couple of times. I just think, like, I don't know that we're positioned necessarily to wordsmith it right now, but if you
Yeah.
could draft something and put it into an
Yeah.
email for us, and we'll
Yeah,
we'll
but
bat it
also
around.
some of the goal is to make sure that if we want to have community meetings, listening sessions, whatever you want to call them, coffee with constituents, et cetera, outside of the 5 that are already on the calendar. The goal is to bring the board together as a whole and engage the community, not to create more divisiveness. So it should
So
be
are
that
we writing that in? Because I didn't think that was ever a goal. I just want to be clear, because it's brought up a few times, so it is implying something.
So
and
that's
I want to
where-
make sure we're not doing that.
that's where I've said now for 4 times, maybe 5, that's where I'm not here to target whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, just that everybody gets to know. And if they want to participate, then maybe we work together creatively to make it happen.
Yeah, I think so, but characterizing it as divisive,
That's the way
when,
Well, that's going to be the way that it comes
Yeah.
across.
oh,
Well, let's draft what we think the norm is, and we will do a couple rounds of wordsmithing and get somewhere where we have consensus, and then release that publicly. I think that's a reasonable
Okay.
approach.
and I'm happy to have coffees with any of y'all.
The next item on the agenda is legal services RFP. Staff is seeking our feedback on the board services to be included in the RFP. Once again, I will read each item. You will provide feedback, and then we will move to the next item. If you have any additional services, please wait until the end so we can give feedback on those already proposed. All right, first one is advise the Board of Education on governance, parliamentary procedures, ethics, and compliance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. No other thoughts? Okay. Yes. Provide legal expertise and guidance related to policy creation and/or revisions.
Yes.
Okay. Attend board meetings, retreats, and executive sessions.
Yes.
Attend Board of Education agenda prep sessions.
Yes.
Okay. Act as parliamentarian during board meetings.
Hold on, I'm sitting here
Okay.
saying yes, but the rest of the board isn't weighing in, so I just want to make sure that we are actually
I'm taking
yeses
it
on
in.
these. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, I
We can
can't
always,
speak for
we
the
can
entirety of
always,
the
we can
board.
always go back.
Okay.
Act as parliamentarian during board meetings. And then we have room to add.
I'm wondering, I don't know if we discussed this before, we did discuss, I know, having inside versus outside counsel, but, I'm thinking about whether or not having our own separate board attorney versus, you know, I know WMD handles a lot of the internal, they come up day to day, and that's, I don't know, maybe that's the bulk of their work. But, and the board, legal is separate, you know, a separate issue. I'm wondering if maybe considering an RFP that might have two different, because, you know, especially in the recent past, there have been where our interests may diverge.
The RFP will be written so that if any person wants to respond to what would be the board services and/or
What are
administrative services.
Mhm.
So that's how it's written,
Okay.
so it can be a
One,
either or.
Can
okay, I'm glad to
we,
hear that.
can we also just benchmark what some of the districts around
That
us
was my
do? And so,
question.
yeah, like, what I don't want to do is create a situation that we inadvertently get ourselves into difficult or hot water. What I'd like to understand is what is kind of considered best practice. I would also, while I'm agreeing in general with everything that's written here as a part of the scope, I don't know what isn't there that maybe should be, and so it would be good to see what maybe some other RFPs for other districts have looked like as well, just to make sure we're comprehensive.
We asked that question before, how many other districts have
In-house
legal
versus
count?
outside.
No,
Yeah.
that was my question.
Separate.
How many, the board has their own separate counsel versus counsel for the district. That, I think you had that down, I just don't remember
I
what it
did.
was.
The only district that does that is the CAC.
That has their in-house versus
No,
No.
Separate.
separate board versus administrative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
and, these were created from what the environmental scan was. So these are the board items from the environmental scan.
And so there's nothing, you're saying it's everything that we saw in every one?
Yes, it's some sort of session, so not everyone has retreats. They
Yeah.
have study sessions. You know, it's the language that is different, but basically those are the services that are provided to the board.
Thoughts on parliamentarians?
Yeah,
I
I
think
didn't
we
give
need-
it in that.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was waiting to give a response.
Yes, I think having council serve as parliamentarian is a good idea.
Or anything else you want to add?
I think just related to the board work, we are stating that the council represents the Board of Education as the governing body as a whole, clarifying council's relationship with the superintendent administration as separate. So that's why I think having, you know, I like having the split or the option for us to think about that more and how that interplay happens.
Is that the service you would like added?
Well, maybe
Yeah.
there is probably some worth in having the respondents provide a perspective on how to navigate that. And I'm not sure exactly how to word it, but to ask the respondents to opine or to provide a perspective on how
How they handle that.
How do, like,
How
you
they
are the
manage
representative of the board, but when there is a situation where there may be a conflict between the board and the administration, how do you manage that? Like, what's
Right,
the,
So
so
that-
to bid out both administration and board work.
answer how you handle
Yeah,
that?
like being very clear on the roles, because I'm
Yeah.
concerned that sometimes it gets muddy. And then also giving the option, I like that, people can bid maybe for one piece and not the other, or both. We'll see what happens.
So, in what, it may not be captured in the services provided, but in the rating, that we will make sure that they are including that information. But it's not necessarily
Service,
The
but it's a part of
service.
the, it's
part of
a,
the evaluation.
it's an ask of the respondent, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So I have
Avoid
a
that conflict potential.
question, and I was in the restroom, so I'm sorry if this is because I think I walked in with, I understand there's administration and then there's the board, but it, so the first bullet says that the legal, provider would advise the Board of Education on governance, parliamentary, yada, yada, compliance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act. And we have policies, meetings, is it just assumed law? Like, all matters of law and employment law, like, does that fit in there, or is
Actually,
that?
it's a pretty good question. Yeah, we probably
Because I
need
don't
to
see
be,
that anywhere.
there does need to be, like, there's obviously more law that we have to comply with than just the Open Meetings Act or the, so, like, yeah, something about broad legal counsel against any, like, I mean, yeah.
There is, so in the RFP, there is specific that is general in the fact that they are the attorneys, they're providing that. This is specific to the board, but if you're the attorney, yes, that's kind of like in the big paragraph, if you will. This is just one subsection. But I can make it,
But I think now, I'm sorry, public, if you're learning something I should have known, but, I understand, Dr. Whitaker, you're managing the school district, but is the board advised on all things employment law, or is that just live in the House of Administration?
Until it's something that
We
needs to come to
adjudicate.
us, adjudicate, yeah, make a decision on legal payout or settlement that we vote on when we have to.
All right. Let me recap the discussion, and staff will move forward with the agreed parameters. First one is advise the Board of Education on governance, parliamentary procedures, ethics, compliance with the Georgia Open Meetings Act and Open Records Act, legal expertise and guidance related to policy creation or revisions, attend Board of Education meetings, retreats, and executive sessions, attend Board of Education agenda prep sessions, act as parliamentarian during board meetings, and we will ask each council to respond how they handle conflicts as well as how they manage differences in the needs between Board of Education and district legal needs.
And included in that is that they maybe be able to bid for one piece or not the other. Okay.
All right, thank you, board members, for your participation. There being no further business, this pre-work session is adjourned at 1:42 p.m. We will begin our work session. I will call this work session to order at 1:42 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming discussions. Many items presented in a work session inform future board meeting agenda items, including the consent agenda. Board members, we have 3 presentations and 2 policies to discuss. Please hold your questions until the presenter concludes their portion of the presentation. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedures needed. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation. Where did everybody go? So, everybody, you need to call. Well, now we have to call for recess, everybody will. Call for recess at 1:43. What again?
that's the rest of it. This is all I see, but I know you didn't have a quorum.
Now we're back. Okay. All right. Now we'll call to order at 1:43.
Yes.
Now can you call the first presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Salton. I would like to call on Mrs. Karen Newton Scott, Deputy Superintendent, to provide the annual opening of school update.
Good evening, Chair Sultan, Vice Chair Up, Dr. Whitaker, members of the board, and our student representative, Zoe Smith. As the school year wrapped up, I had the opportunity to spend time with our school leaders as they closed out the year and prepared for the year ahead. In those moments, we spoke about many things: schedules, staffing, first day logistics, and then a much bigger question arose. What do our students and staff need from us as leaders this upcoming school year? That question became an important thread throughout our preparation for the 26-27 school year. I am pleased to share that all of that preparation resulted in a very positive and successful opening of the school year. A successful first day may look effortless to our students, but we know it represents months of planning, coordination, problem solving, and a tremendous amount of work by people across City Schools of Decatur. I will be sharing a brief glimpse into intentional preparation of our school staff, district departments, families, and community partners who worked hard to make it all happen. And of course, preparation for the opening of school touches every area of our strategic plan. There's organizational effectiveness and excellence. We're cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals, building and sustaining and engaging an inclusive culture, and monitoring student success in all areas. First, our leaders spent intentional time strengthening their leadership practices, reflecting on what they learned from the previous year, examining their school data, and refining the priorities that will guide their work this year. They were challenged not simply to prepare for the opening of school, but to consider how their leadership creates the conditions for strong teaching, student success, and continuous improvement throughout the year. We began our preparation by investing in our school and district leaders because we know that a strong start and ultimately a strong school year begins with strong leadership. Our learning focused on 3 key areas. First, leaders participated in change leadership development through our partnership with Georgia State University's Principal Center. Change is a constant in our world, so education is no different, and our leaders need the skills to not only manage change, but to help people understand it, navigate it, and move the work forward together. Second, we continued our learning around artificial intelligence. Leaders revisited our AI guiding principles and explored how we maintain a healthy balance between technology and high-quality instruction. AI is evolving quickly, and we want to make sure we are taking advantage of the opportunities it provides without what matters most, this relationship. Finally, leaders received updates on new legislation impacting schools and districts. New laws often translate into changes in our everyday practices, so it was important that our leaders start the year with a clear understanding of what has changed, what it means for our schools, and how we will approach implementation consistently across the district. Each of these areas are different, but the purpose behind them is the same, making prepared to lead their schools, not just on the first day, but throughout the year. The same investment in learning extended to our teachers. Teachers participated in professional learning designed to ensure that they were ready not just to welcome students back, but to begin strong instruction. Their learning included updates in educational technology, as well as curriculum resources and assessments, so teachers have the tools and information they need to plan effectively and to respond to student learning. We also continued introducing our new staff to no-nonsense nurturer strategies because we know that strong instruction depends on a strong classroom culture. Students learn best when classrooms are structured, supportive, and built on clear expectations and positive relationships. Our goal is to ensure that as new hires join our school community, they have learning around how we best create inclusive and engaging learning environments that expect the most of our students. We also continued our work with the Future Readiness curriculum. We began this work first at the middle and high school levels, helping students build the skills they need to think about their interests, future pathways, and life beyond graduation. This year, we are expanding that work into our K-5 schools. We know future readiness doesn't begin in middle or high, but it starts much earlier by helping students discover their strengths and interests, build confidence, solve problems, and begin to make connections between what they are learning today and the possibilities for their future. And finally, teachers reviewed the Georgia Code of Ethics for educators. It is an important reminder that the trust our families and community place in us comes with a responsibility to maintain the highest professional and ethical standards. Together, these learning experiences help ensure that when students walk through our doors, our teachers were ready with the tools, strategies, and support they need to provide engaging, supportive environments. We then moved from learning into action. Each school dedicated time to develop its school improvement plan using the University of Virginia Partners for Leaders in Education framework. School teams identified a problem practice, examined root causes, established desired results, and developed action steps for their first 90 days. The 90-day focus is intentional. One of the lessons from our UVA work is that meaningful improvement happens through shorter cycles of action. Rather than developing a year-long plan that gathers dust and wait until the end of the year to determine if it works, leaders identify a small number of high-impact actions, monitor their progress, learn from what is happening, and the voice is an important part of that process because teachers bring the classroom perspective that helps schools understand the problems, determine what actions are most likely to make a difference, and assess whether those actions are actually working for students. This is where our leadership learning comes into action, bringing people around a shared challenge, acting with urgency, and continuously learning and adjusting as we move forward. Another important part of preparing for the new school year was our annual back-to-school bash. The bash is certainly a celebration, but its purpose goes much deeper. It is one of the ways to remove barriers before the first day of school, bringing students, families, staff, and community partners together while connecting families with resources they may need to start the year strong. This year, thanks to the generosity of our families and community partners, we raised more than $10,000 to support free student services and event expenses, and we served nearly 600 students. More than 40 vendors and community partners joined us. The Decatur Education Foundation worked alongside community volunteers and generous donors, including RFB Communications and Communities in Schools, pack and distribute hundreds of free backpacks filled with school supplies. The Decatur Housing Authority brought games, school supplies, and activities that made the day fun for staff, students, and families, while DeKalb Public Health provided free immunizations, helping families address an important back-to-school need. And once again, our local barbers from Barbers at Heart generously donated their time and talents to provide free haircuts, helping students walk into school looking and feeling ready for that first day. We want students arriving on the first day prepared and excited, and families knowing that they are connected to a school system and a community that's ready to support them. These are just a few examples of more than 40 partners who showed up for our students and families. Their support helps make the bash more than a celebration. It makes it a community event, bringing all CSC together for a strong start. And then there was opening day. We officially welcomed all employees back during our district opening day celebration. The day began with CSC traditions around our annual spirit competition. As staff arrived, they were greeted by Decatur High School cheerleaders, Beacon Hill Middle School cheerleaders, the CHS band, and the Calypso ensemble from Beacon Hill. It created an exciting and festive start to the day. Each school designed its own spirit wear and created a unique cheer showcasing the creativity, teamwork, and pride that makes every school community special. The energy in the room was contagious and it set a positive tone for the year ahead. We took time to celebrate the incredible people who make City Schools of Decatur such a special place. We recognized recipients of our Extra Mile Award, honored employees celebrating years of service milestones, and presented several Decatur Education Foundation special awards. Our staff enjoyed lunch together, generously sponsored once again by DEF, and we are grateful for that continued partnership and support of our educators. And we concluded the thing that everybody came for, which was the awarding of the coveted Spirit Stick. And for the second consecutive year, Claremont Elementary earned top honors with item up. You see in the middle. Opening day was a wonderful reminder that while each school has its own unique spirit, we are united by one purpose, and that's being all in Decatur. And then, of course, came the day all of that preparation was for, the first day of school. After weeks of planning and prepping, working through schedules, supporting families, and attending to countless details, we finally had the opportunity to do what all that work was designed to do, that is welcome our students back. Across the district, our teams were ready. As you can see in these pictures, staff were greeting students, families were reconnecting with their schools, and students were finding their classrooms, connecting with friends and teachers, and settling back into the routines of school. And there's always something special about that first day. You can feel the excitement in our buildings, the new backpacks, the first day pictures, the hugs and the high fives, and even a few nervous faces. But no worries about the nervousness. Students were walking into schools that were ready for them in all the ways. No first day happens without a few things to work through, but our teams were prepared, responsive, and focused on making sure students had a positive start. Turning now to enrollment. As of August 10th, our district enrollment is 5,428 students. By grade band, we currently have 181 students, ages 0 to 3, and that does include Fraser Center, 148 pre-K students, 892 K2, 1,031 in grades 3 through 5, 1,283 in 6 through 8, and 1,893 students in grades 9 through 12. It is important to note that enrollment numbers are changing daily in the opening of school and typically begin to stabilize within the first 10 days. We will continue to monitor enrollment closely as students enter and withdraw from the district. We'll provide updated numbers as enrollment stabilizes. Within those enrollment numbers, we also continue to serve students through our non-resident and courtesy tuition programs. So I want to provide just a little additional information about that. Currently, we have 62 active non-resident tuition students in grades K through 2 and 11 in grades 3 through 5. In addition, we have 174 students in grades pre-K through 12 that are enrolled through our courtesy tuition program. These students are also included in our overall enrollment we saw on the previous slide, but we also track this separately because tuition enrollment is another factor we consider when monitoring enrollment, class size, staffing, and availability capacity across our schools. This allows us to ensure that enrollment decisions remain aligned with available capacity and that we continue to prioritize strong learning environments for all the students we serve. A separate document was loaded to Assembly today that will give you an outline of enrollment by grade, by school, again as of August 10th. We anticipate that these numbers, again, will change as we progress forward. At this moment, I'd like to share just a quick look at our first day of school before I close out.
Before the first bell rings, before students walk through the doors, the new school year is already in motion. Across city schools of Decatur, our bus drivers are preparing for the road ahead, viewing routes, and getting ready to welcome students aboard. The buses roll into our neighborhoods. The entire Decatur community comes to life. Crossing guards return. Teachers arrive early, ready to inspire. Families make their way up the steps, some excited, some a little nervous, and many stopping to capture that first day photo. At the doors, principals, teachers, and staff are ready with smiles, hugs, and a simple message. Welcome back. We're glad. And that same spirit continues across our schools. At the high school, our teams are helping students get settled, stay safe, take care of business, and reconnect with friends. In the cafeteria and across campus, conversations pick up where they left off, and a new year begins to take shape. Because in Decatur, education is more than what happens in a classroom. It takes drivers, teachers, staff, families, students, and an entire community working together, ready to learn, teach, lead. Welcome back to another promising school year. City Schools of Decatur, all in, all together, all for our students.
In closing, I'm proud of the strong start we've had for the 26-27 school year. As you've heard this afternoon, a successful opening begins long before the first day. It reflects intentional leadership development, meaningful professional learning for all, strong teacher preparation, focused school improvement planning, strong community partnerships, and the work of employees across every part of our district. Most importantly, we work to turn our learning and planning into action so that when students walk through our doors, our schools are ready for them. Now our focus shifts from starting strong to sustaining that strong start, continuing to learn, adjust, and keep student success at the center of our work. Thank you to our school board, our staff, our families, and our community partners for helping us make this opening a success. We are excited about the year ahead. This concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
First, I just say, I went to the CSU. So fun, so amazing, and I'm so impressed with all the performances from the kids and the teachers. If you have a question about slide 9, we could go back. Let me see. No, I think it's slide 10. Sorry. So, yeah, and I understand the courtesy tuition, those are like teachers or staff students, but getting to our non-resident tuition-paying students, I'm just curious, how many more tuition-paying students did we get this year versus last year? And I know that the ones that were there may roll over. A lot of them do, I'm guessing. If we could have that breakdown, or if you
I don't have it with me at this moment, but we can definitely
have that, that's not. I hope we were filling in.
I'm going from memory,
Yeah.
I feel like last year it was like 50-something, and now we're at 73, which is, my follow-up is, didn't hit that, I think we were anticipating, 100 and change, okay? So that's one, like, do we know why, or factors? But two, a stakeholder asked me a question, I want to make sure I can answer it, not necessarily for the stakeholder, but just in general. Are we actually building this in a way that would limit the number of possible tuition-paying students because we are stopping with teacher hiring, okay? So if we are building the number of available tuition spots, let's just say, and maybe I shouldn't have this, right, but let's just say that every kindergarten class is, the SAG is 23, right? Or 20, just for even. And so we multiply 20 by, 5 kindergarten classes at this school, 5 times 20 is 100. We currently have 80 registered students. So even if we had 40 kindergartners who wanted to pay tuition, we're going to stop at the 20 available based on our staffing methodology and not accommodate the additional tuition students, assuming there was a room, right? Because there's a difference between classroom space and personnel. So are we operating, or have we designed our tuition paying option to be limited to the number of teachers we've identified for funding?
I think part of the strategy is to not increase our staffing allocation for the purpose of tuition, but to maximize the staffing and the available teachers with our current staffing. I don't know if there's a conversation I haven't been a part of increasing the staffing to accommodate tuition.
So along this, oh, sorry.
I wanted to just let you know that last year we ended at about 29 once all of the payments, because people will sign in and sign up and not necessarily matriculate through. And so now we are definitely significantly higher than that. And yes, I was just going to say yes, that we do not staff on a model of a private school, but we staff on the model of a public school system, i.e., we don't staff the teachers based upon the interest of non-resident tuition, but we actually staff based upon the number of enrolled students we have. We account for who would roll up, and then if you know you'll have a couple chairs there that would be empty, then we don't.
But by doing that, we are possibly, is an unintended consequence then that we are conceivably limiting the number of students, and then, when we're looking at K-2 and while we might be waiting for other babies to come along, and so there's that lagging indicator as well. So I guess the question is, why have we not considered that other option? I understand we're not a private school.
Let me maybe ask it this way, right? Because adding a teacher means that you're presuming a certain amount of tuition demands to meet that, what I think you said 23.
I'm sorry, yeah, I'm going.
But whatever that means.
I'm not accurate.
And so what you're really dealing with is it's an optimization curve. Like if you add teachers, you have to add a number of students in tuition. So the first question that I want to ask is, for the slots that we have without adding teachers, did we fill them all with tuition students, or are there still gaps? So in other words, even without adding teachers, did we fill every single tuition-based slot? In other words, is there an indicator that there is more demand for tuition than we're able to provide?
We have not maxed out all of our classes.
Okay. So the first question would be then why, right? And let's figure out why, right? Because it might be that there's just not as much demand. It might be that we didn't communicate it in a way that everybody that was interested found it. We might be priced wrong. There might be any number of reasons why. But let's do a quick, not now, obviously, but it would be nice to know why. Why did we not? What is the reason that prevented us from filling it? Because to get to Board Member Anderson's second question, if we ever do want to look at expanding the program beyond where we are, we're going to need to really have a sophisticated understanding of demand so that we don't oversize it or undersize it. And I'd like to understand that.
And maybe also, if we really wanted to know that, where the holes are, if you had, if really the number to fill was like 10, but, if they're kind of scattered about, then I would probably all that relatively full, you know what I mean? Like, if you really,
Of course.
you know, but if you had one grade band that really didn't fill, then that might be something worth analyzing.
Yeah.
So maybe you have to kind of look at where the holes are.
To that end, I also wonder, we have PK or pre-K, I guess, through 12 courtesy tuition. Do we have those numbers to track? Because what if it turns out that the majority, and I have no idea, maybe I should know this, of the 174, what if 104 of them are in middle and high school? And that's also going, is this going to be data we need looking ahead? I have another question, nothing to do with tuition. I'm just curious because the one slide about leaders had leadership development, and there was, I think, a principal center at Georgia State. Is that in addition to UVA?
Yes, it's a local partnership. We partner with the Principal Center for lots of different reasons. One leader, we, HR does a lot of things, so it's, a follow-up, if you will, a local follow-up.
And then last question, the 90-day plan of school improvement, is that posted to the website? Is that something SLT is also in, or is that solely in-house over here?
So right now, they're not posted to the website. They are posted for SLT. The principals should be using SLT's input for the school improvement plan. They should be aware of it. Maybe that's something that we can consider posting to the website as well.
I'd like it, but I don't.
Yeah.
That's my request to have.
Yeah, but yes, access it. But there are other ways that we might.
Well, really more of a comment about AI and screens, right? We've gotten some comments from the public around trying to get screens out of the classroom. And just to be clear, from my perspective, if I could take a hammer to every screen out there, I would. But that's actually not possible, right? Like, there are Georgia standards that require some amount of screening. So we're going to have to meet those standards. I understand that. I would like us to be very kind of clear, both with the board and the community at large, where those requirements are, so folks understand, hey, this is upon us. And then anywhere where we are using screens beyond what the state standards are, we should have very, very clear justifications for why and what purpose we're trying to achieve, and then continually reevaluate that. And just so that we're doing as much as we can to ensure that we're following best practice on this, right? I think that our experience, not ours in general, I think American education writ large post-pandemic has kind of come to the conclusion that too much screens are as bad as none at all. And so I'd like us to be able to be pretty focused.
Yes, and actually, we will talk about that a little later today.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Thank you so much. The school district is not the same without the students, so it's great to have them back, to see all of their smiling faces from birth to grade 12. It's always a joy to see that first week of school.
Thank you, Mrs. Newton-Scott. I'm glad that we are off to a smooth start. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fulton. I would like to call on Mrs. Adina Walker. She is the Chief Human Resources Officer to provide the State of Human Resources presentation.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Fulton, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. I am pleased to present the annual State of the Human Resources Department with a focus on our strategic accelerator, cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals. This presentation highlights the current demographics of CSD staff, our FY 27 new hires, and the work accomplished by the Human Resources Department over the past year, while identifying key areas for future focus that will during the FY 26 year, the Human Resources Department continued to advance strategic priorities beyond successfully staffing our schools. We also placed the largest number of student teachers and interns across the district. We expanded employee wellness through our HR Recharge initiative, which earned the district a $2,000 wellness grant. And through your support, we invested in our new educators by launching the initial certification tuition assistance initiative for our classified classroom participants. We further strengthened our classified workforce pipeline by launching our first MOU with Georgia Piedmont Technical College. At our new hire orientation, we successfully welcomed 90 new certified and classified employees. Here we see the demographics disaggregated by certified versus classified, gender, race, and certificate level, compared to 52 in FY26. While this represents an increase from last year, it aligns with our historical hiring cycle and reflects the national teacher turnover rate, which is at an all-time high since the 1990s, according to Learning Policy Institute. Like other school districts across the nation and the metro, we experience normal workforce transitions, including retirement, relocations, career advancement, and professionals leaving education for industries offering higher compensation and greater workplace flexibility. Even through all of those barriers, we are glad to say that City Schools of Decatur entered the school year fully staffed with highly qualified classified classroom teachers and staff in place to serve students on day one. Currently, City Schools of Decatur employs 875 staff members. Across all job categories, our employees are approximately 47% white, 47% Black, and Hispanic, Asian, and employees identifying as other are making up the remaining percentages. The majority of our certified staff holds a master's degree. When we narrow the list to our current 438 classroom teachers, which includes grade level and content area teachers, as well as special, speech, ESOL, EIP, and RAP teachers, the demographics are reflected on the right side of the screen, giving us a closer look at the educators who directly work with our students every day. The hiring of 66 new teachers was made possible through our strong collaboration with our school principals. Their commitment to timely vetting of qualified candidates and to leveraging our student-teacher pipeline was truly commendable. We're proud to highlight a few recruiting achievements for FY27. 3 of our longtime paraprofessionals are now fully certified teachers through our Grow Your Own pipeline and university partnership teacher prep programs. 20 of our new hires were identified at our own CSD job fair in March, showcasing the power of hosting our own local recruitment events. 8 of our student teachers transitioned into full-time teaching positions. And lastly, 3 of our new hires are graduates of Decatur High School, reflecting our commitment to building a homegrown educator workforce. Part of our Grow Your Own Classified to Classroom pathway, last year the district provided tuition assistance to 9 program completers who all received $2,000 each. At this time, I am pleased to introduce 2 of our new teachers who have joined us today to share their CSD journey. I would like to call up Ms. Artisha Chaney, a teacher at Winona Park Elementary School, and Ms. Jessica Smith, a teacher at Westchester Elementary School.
Hello. I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to be a part of the Classified to Classroom initiative and to receive the 2000 tuition assistance. My journey from being a paraprofessional to becoming a classroom teacher has been years in the making. Working as a para gave me the opportunity to learn from incredible teachers.
build relationships with students, and eventually realized that I wanted to lead a classroom of my own. Going back to school while continuing to work was not always easy, especially financially. Receiving the $2,000 tuition assistance made a real difference for me. As I transitioned into my first year as a classroom teacher, that support helped me fund and prepare my classroom for my students while also allowing me to begin paying back. But the support meant more than just the money. It showed me that my district believed in me and was willing to invest in my growth from a paraprofessional into a certified teacher. Now, standing in my own first grade classroom, I get to take everything I learned throughout my years as a para and pour it into my own students every day. I am incredibly thankful for a district that invests in its employees and create opportunities like Classified to Classroom. This initiative helped me make my transition from para to teacher a little easier and helped me turn something I worked towards for years into a reality. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Smith, and I am a first grade teacher at Westchester Elementary School here in CSD. This is my first year teaching first grade, and I'm honored to have the role to help inspire and teach young minds. Even though this is my first year teaching at CSD, I am not new to the education professional. The 2026-2027 school year will be my 18th year in education, and I have enjoyed each and every year. As I transitioned to CSD, I started off as a kindergarten paraprofessional for 2 school years. During my time as a paraprofessional, acclimated to the CSD culture. So many people assisted me during my phase as I continued my goal to get certified. I was able to get an idea and also learn while I assisted the teacher and helped engage with students. There were so many resources and help to help me along the way. Getting to work at CSD became a blessing in disguise during my transition year. The process of transitioning from paraprofessional to teacher has been extremely smooth, and I definitely felt supported along the way. The paraprofessional teacher program helped me finish my certification program, which was my ultimate goal, followed by my master's at Georgia State University with the ESOL endorsement. I was honored to receive the 2000 tuition assistance, which put me in awe how supportive CSD are. I used that money to not only help out my classroom, but to help myself financially with the student loans. I was able to advance with the help of CSD. CSD helped me conquer several fears of self-doubt. My dream teaching position has been wonderful. As I continue my growth in teaching, I want to continue with CSD until retirement, and definitely feel like this is a home that is worth having, and I'm appreciative of coming into such a supporting, encouraging school district. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you and Ms. Smith both for your journey here with you. And thank you to the board for that program. Employee movement and separations are a natural part of every district or organization, whether through retirement, relocation, career advancement, including transitions outside of education. The FY26 separation data for all staff reflects 131 total staff separations, 66 total teacher separations, and 57 classified non-teaching separations. I have further broken down the teacher separation data by resignations, retirements, and non-renewals. At the board's request, there is a breakdown of teacher resignations from the March contract presentation, showing who resigned from the end of March through the end of the school year. While statewide CSD retention data remains relatively stable at approximately 84%, other Metro WISA districts mainly maintain their retention data or slightly increased by 1 to 2%. CSD ranks in the middle, but internally our district has experienced fluctuations over the last 3 years. In FY24, nearly 90 teachers left the district, including 29. FY26,
5 marked an improvement with only 39 teachers separations with 4 mid-year departures. And now the report FY26 data is more consistent with FY24, reflecting our internal retention trends. For the past 2 years, Upbeat has independently administered our exit surveys, providing greater our interactive dashboard has allowed us to examine trends by school and compare our results against a national benchmark of thousands of teachers across the nation. Our exit survey gives us a deeper look not only to why teachers leave CSC, but where they go next. Our data shows that about half of our departing teachers move to another public or private school, either locally or in another state, while others leave the education profession altogether. This reflects a broader national trend, with the Learning Policy Institute reporting that approximately 1 out of 7 teachers either change schools or leave the profession. Among the 75% of 26, several key areas of strength emerged. These factors did not contribute to their decision in the district with positive scores of 90 and above. Those things were employee benefits, parent support, and collaboration with colleagues. These areas scored higher than the national average and against our own FY25 data. When we asked teachers what most influenced their decision to leave, 3 themes emerged: work-life balance, participation in school-wide decisions, and professional autonomy. Last year's leading concerns were dissatisfaction of school leadership and compensation. Here's a 3-year look back for work-life balance data. We recognize that work-life balance and professional autonomy remain important concerns for educators nationwide, including here in CSC. Many of the instructional expectations our teachers are experiencing stem from state-mandated instructional changes, such as science of reading and required math minutes, just to name a few, which have fundamentally changed how instruction is delivered and increased workload expectations that were necessary to the district's commitment to ensuring every student receives high-quality, equitable instruction. While these initiatives were essential to improving student outcomes, we also recognize they increased the demands on our educators. Moving forward, our responsibility is to continue improving outcomes while intentionally identify ways to reduce unnecessary burdens, protect teacher time, and create conditions where both students and educators can thrive. One of the greatest strengths of administering both the engagement and exit surveys is the ability to compare what current employees are experiencing and with why departing employees choose to leave. For example, the teacher engagement survey, school classroom management reflects a low positive response and have low positive responses, but have little to no factors in departures in the exit survey. On the other hand, autonomy and work-life balance received low positive responses on the engagement surveys, which correlate to both contributing to departures. This data further solidifies our work with retention. As we look ahead, we know our greatest opportunity is not only recruitment, it is retention. While human resources plays a critical role, it is a shared district-wide commitment. It begins with human resources recruiting and hiring high-quality professionals, and in partnership with the board, providing competitive compensation and benefits. It continues with teaching and learning, ensuring educators receive high-quality professional learning, instructional support, and curriculum resources. In this cycle, one of the most influential roles is held by our principals and supervisors, who shape the day-to-day employee experience through strong leadership, a positive culture, meaningful feedback, and supportive relationships. And finally, our district must continue investing in our employee wellness, recognition, and opportunities for professional growth and career advancement. When every part of the organization is intentional about creating exceptional employee experiences, we strengthen our retention and build a workplace where people choose to stay because they feel valued, supported, and connected. During the May board meeting, our deputy superintendent shared findings of our teacher-focused group, highlighting the key themes that will guide the instructional work for FY27. Those conversations, combined with our teacher engagement and exit survey data, help us create a clear roadmap for action. The instructional commitment to retention will focus on strengthening our professional learning community, protecting collaborative studying time, strengthening instructional practices, supporting teacher work-life balance, and continuing to seek meaningful feedback from our educators. Human Resources is equally committed to this work because creating positive employee experiences extends far beyond hiring. Going forward, we will increase our presence in schools through HR pop-ups to provide convenient support and real-time feedback opportunities. We will partner with principals to review their own engagement and exit data as a shared leadership responsibility. And HR will facilitate staff conversations to better understand what work-life balance and autonomy truly mean in our schools, and continue strengthening professional growth pathways, including streamlining certification upgrades with Georgia PSC that affect compensation increases. Finally, we look forward to partnering with the board to explore opportunities to review policy that protect teacher time and support sustainable workloads. Retention is not achieved through a single initiative. It is achieved through daily interactions and intentional decisions across our district. When we cultivate our people, we create an inclusive culture where our educators want to be. This is the true essence of our CSD experience from hire to retire. Thank you, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
On slide 12, if you go back. So, in short, for folks watching, right, we had relatively high concerns from teachers in 23-24 about work-life balance. It looked like we improved in 24 to 25, and then now in the last year, it looked like we sort of reverted back to the mean. And the hypothesis that you put forward is there's a lot of state-based standards it's putting a significant amount of work on teachers, and that's being reflected in some of these survey results. But we don't actually know that, right? I mean, what I'd be interested in understanding is how does this data look for other Georgia-based districts, and particularly RESA-based districts? Because if our teacher work-life balance is better than everyone around us, and those standards are happening, then we need to do more of the same thing that we're doing and, try to do as well as we can. If we look worse than other districts around us because they had the same standard changes that we experienced, then it means we're doing something wrong and we really need to make some fundamental changes here. And so we don't know which of the two that is. Do we do more of what we're doing as well as we possibly can, or do we really have to shift kind of our focus even to catch up with folks around us? And so is there any way to have that information or get that kind of benchmarking from, Upbeat, to be able to sense what our districts that experienced a similar standards change, do they look better or worse than we do?
I think the question, to answer your question, one, we have to ask who else in the metro do they use? Because I don't know of any other metro districts that use Upbeat. I know others across the state, but not necessarily in the metro. So to answer your question of do other school systems have exit surveys? I'm pretty sure they do. But is it Upbeat? Not necessarily, I don't know. We can find out.
I think part of that is twofold, because Dr. Whitaker said that we are at the forward of the engagement surveys and really having a company really coming in and have objectivity of seeing what our teachers are thinking. Also, part of the commitment was driven by the focus groups directly from our teachers. And so some of the things that we need to work on as far as, protected time and all of that, and work-life balance, and what PLCs, their perception of how they were going forward with their work through apathy and professional work. So that is a little bit of both. So I can get that information a little bit more from Upbeat to see exactly how close in proximity can we look at districts in Georgia versus the nation, the global cluster that they.
I mean, the core of the question, if you're to look at this slide, apropos of nothing else, it looks pretty bad, right? And so, but what you don't want to do is overreact to it. And so that's kind of try to get to understand. We obviously have plenty to fix, right? Like our teachers are telling us that. But is it an entire wholesale revamp of what it is that we're doing? Because that is one set of things that we do. Or is it a refinement of what we're doing? And we expect that as those standards become enmeshed and teachers get used to them, this gets a little bit easier. But we just don't know where we are on that.
So I've got thoughts and observations. Thank you for all this. But I'm going to say what I've said before. I don't really need the national context. I think Decatur's better. We tout our high academic performance, and that should be matched by our teacher retention. That's simple. I did look in the metro, so a comparable district academically, I believe, is at 93% teacher retention rate. We are consistently sitting at 84%. I also looked like you were sharing about metro, so Marietta had a dip, but then they've gone up. And, I love that teachers have the opportunity to complete, I think last year it was supposed to be a stay interview. I'd like to know more about, what's different now, right? What is it, based on this information, that our teachers are now getting differently, as opposed to we will continue to look at surveys, because in my experience, we've looked at enough survey information. If you want comparable stuff, Georgia DOE does it. So Upbeat now is not going to be as helpful, because I researched it last year, and I believe, as Dr. Whitaker said, we're one of the metro. I think that's what the woman who's running it said. But Georgia DOE gives surveys, right? They're factored into our CCRPI.
Aren't they?
We looked at that. We only looked at snapshots last year. But at the end of the day, as a teacher, if you're going to ask me over and over what I need, and nothing looks different, then at some point I will decide, is the drive worth it, is the work worth it, or how long does it take? At least that's what teachers tell me where I work.
Yeah. And
so I still want to know, though, what's different this year for teachers for retention? Because I counted up the numbers, like you said, about, FY24, FY25, FY26, and what I'm seeing is 192 teachers new to Decatur. I don't even know how many are actually new to teaching. I think it's great that we're growing our pipeline, et cetera, but 192 out of 438. So we're at about 40-something% new the last 3 years. If you add the year before, because I love that we do comparable HR data, thank you, we're really at 60% of our teaching staff is new to CSD. And so
in 4 years, you're saying, in 4 years?
Yeah, according to the numbers, because you just add up the hired certified staff, and then you look at the percentage of the new hires, and then you look at the percentage of certified.
And what's important here, so I'm agreeing with Board Member Anderson, what's important is that a typical number in that time frame, you would expect roughly a 10% turnover, right? That is what would be expected. 4-year period of time to have a 40% change in teachers and have 40% new teachers. That's kind of the way it looked. And so the fact that we're at 60 would indicate that there's something happening that's a little bit different. Now,
I'm going to have to verify those numbers.
Yeah, I just counted up. I was glad that you counted up, I think, the 39. I had 30, and you said 90. I had 81. And then I calculated the 63 based on the 30-something. Because another thing I've been asking when we get the presentation of certified staff, we know what we know. Most teachers are going to sign a contract to have a job, and then they'll shop around until whatever the deadline is, which is possible that happened here, hence the majority of the people leaving, according to the data we're getting, are going to another school district.
Can we look at slide 24 again? I think there's some data there that relates to this.
Exactly, but I do want to address that, even with the reasons of teachers leaving, it was pretty equal about them going to another district and leaving the education profession altogether. So we have to look at those reasons as well. That's whenever I give the reasons why they're leaving, all of that is part of that conversation of things that we can control and things that we can't.
Can we look at slide 24? I think that has some of the data we were trying to.
65, which one?
I think it's 24.
it goes up to 6.
Are you talking about slide 9, why teachers are leaving? Or slide 8?
Teacher resignation, like, 51.
I think it's slide 8, staff separation overview.
Her numbered slides in the corner.
Okay. Maybe it's that one. So, I guess that's good. We have it broken down by school. That's really helpful. It looks like Beacon Hill has the largest number of teacher separations, which is interesting. But I'm also wondering if we could have this data compared with year on year, the last several years. How many teacher separations have we had, just to see?
I'm curious, what do you all want to do with this? So, I appreciate getting the comparable data because, yes, we all know there's
a big problem.
Public education for reasons that were shared, right? I think it's curious, and it's always fascinating as a teacher that it's the district, it's the state. So then what do we know the state's requiring, doing to respond to that? And then what are the schools doing? Because the other thing I keep hearing is about principal leadership. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about the other leadership, right? Because I believe, there's the control that teachers have in the classroom, right, which is largely kind of bound to their instructional approach, right? They get the resources, but they're kind of bound to whatever they're supposed to do, wise or pacing wise or assessment. And you have the school leadership, and I love that we're a charter. I'm not sure I know enough about the freedom there, but then you do have district leadership, right? And so right now the presentation seems to be a lot on the school leader. And then I heard something about time related to the state. And so it looks like there's some opportunity to spill stuff in, and I just let to know from the board. So the nation keeps having teacher churn, and Decatur's just accepted it too. What do you want to do with that comparable data?
So I think the thing that's really important, this is what I was trying to get at, is we clearly have a thing that we have to address, right? Mm-hmm. The question that I'm asking is, and we don't have it in the data here, we don't have sufficient information to be able to suss this out. Are we talking about tweaks? Are we talking about adding a little bit of teacher protected time? Are we talking about a little bit of better professional training for principals or whomever? Or are we talking about really a wholesale way of rethinking what it is that we're doing in the classroom and what we're doing for our teachers? And the answer to that question is really matters. You don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And so that's what I'm asking the question for, because are we looking at this saying, there's a 4-alarm fire and we really need to build something new? Or are we looking at this and saying, we have some minor tweaks that have to be made? And that's what I'm not able to get from the information that we have.
Yeah, I agree with both of those points. I think you could go back and look at, Beacon Hill specific data year over year. Would it change really what you see here? I'm not totally sure. I do think that we've, when we've heard this presentation, each time we've kind of heard some of the same trends. But, the question is kind of what do you see as changeable and what do you see as things that you can't change? One thing here, question 3, is autonomy. I've seen that quite a bit. That's come up, but I don't know if we touched on work-life balance a lot, but autonomy, I don't know. I guess maybe some parts of that, they could overlap a little bit in the Venn diagram, but maybe that, in talking to some teachers, I don't know if that has to do with kind of like you're saying, is that how they manage their classroom time? Is that a have to do with the role of instructional coaches? Does that have to do with their relationship with their principal? I'm not a teacher, so I don't necessarily, maybe it looks different in the K-2 versus the high school, so, but that was a big one. So maybe if we, rather than rebooking at the data over and over again, which I think is probably going to ultimately will get the same message, maybe if we drill into the things that we could change immediately, maybe that would be more meaningful.
I think, and those are two really important points, but at the same time, I think being able to see what's our retention rate and also who are we retaining, right? I think younger teachers may actually move forward, but we really want to make sure we're keeping mid and later career teachers, so I'd love to see like a breakdown of who are we retaining, and then I think what you all are both hitting on, Tracy, looking at me.
Well, I think, I'm thinking last year it was stay interview, so what happened? They actually had more teachers leave. Last year, because I looked at the 2025 presentation, and I so appreciate that we've got that kind of consistency baseline, which is why board members are kind of like, what more comparable? Because it was voice, as it was described last year, that was an issue. This year it's autonomy. And so, I'm just going to be honest, I don't see anything in the retention action steps that address autonomy.
I can kind of talk a little bit to autonomy.
Okay, but then if I could bring up one other thing, there's a lot of the PLC, and as I said in the spring, from my professional experience, PLCs are the bane of my existence. So I would love to know more about how the PLC works indicators. Is this a state requirement? But if it is, because that seems to be something that's really dominating the instructional component here.
PLCs is definitely a state requirement. That is something that we have to sign off on whenever we do our state compliance.
Sure.
And then also part of the action steps from all of these departments, from instruction, HR, and then even the policy talk, going in and seeing what that truly means directly from the teacher. Some of these commitments are, like I said, came directly from the focus groups, which came directly from the teachers. So in order to know, every grade level, every location has a different meaning of what autonomy is. And to your point, when you're talking about what is it a clean sweep, or is it just something that we drill into? The only way to know it is to ask.
But weren't we asking last year?
Well, part of that is not all of that data is already in as far as all the surveys, but because part of before your evaluative process, we want to have those say interviews of your evaluative process. And so right now we're getting a better buy-in from the principals. They have agreed to do that. That is some data, and you will hear that in the focus group.
I think maybe a way to more concisely say what I'm saying is that the administration has posited that some of this teacher time dissatisfaction is due to state standard changes. I am skeptical of that, and I am going to encourage us as a system to look a lot deeper into it and really drill into, let's go find that bad news. If there is bad news, what are we doing wrong and what can we do better? I think I don't want to accept that it's just state standard changes. Certainly, we don't have the data here to be able to make that conclusion. And so if we operate from the assumption that there's a lot that we need to be doing, independent of anything that the state is doing, I'd be much more comfortable that we were indexed towards resolving the issue as opposed to finding the same numbers next year.
To speak to the autonomy piece, I will be very clear. We have reduced autonomy in the city schools of Decatur. We have. Autonomy sometimes can really have an impact on student outcomes. And it can have an impact on student outcomes because it's sometimes uncoordinated, because you might teach it this way and do it this way, but that's not really what the standard says. And you might teach it this way and do it that way, but that's not what the standard says. We need to coordinate and collaborate around how we think it should be taught. Now, you still might teach it a little different, but the what is what has been standardized. So when you have inconsistent rigor and curriculum coverage, that's how you get to some of the concerns we had with U.S. history. Because the materials, the pacing, the expectations, all of those sorts of things vary depending upon classroom. But we didn't know that until we dug deeper. Then we realized, oh, well, they didn't finish. I think they got to the Industrial Revolution and they stopped. Well, they didn't stop. It was at the end of the year. But there was no true canvassing and monitoring of the curricular pace. So that's an example of inconsistent rigor and curriculum coverage. That is a level of autonomy that has been decreased in the city schools of Decatur. Another piece is the variable instructional quality. We have identified the high leverage instructional strategies that should be seen in classrooms. Now, we've identified them, but that does not mean that we made them up. They are grounded in research, grounded in what works for kids, grounded in evidence-based determination. We have been doing that across the years. That is an example of that's what we're looking for in the classroom. Another way, when you think about autonomy, the less reliable interventions. I know you all have heard me say over and over and over again, you asked me to look into three things instructionally. One, literacy. Two, closing the achievement gap between Black students and their peers. And three, what was it? What was it? What was it? Intervention.
Okay,
Intervention.
MTSS.
MTSS,
Okay.
intervention. If you do not have common assessments, data routines, agreed upon interventions, things that are such as help, things that truly schools can identify the learning gaps earlier rather than later, and know that it's happening evenly across classrooms, you reduce the variance. The same way you can reduce variance when it comes to budgeting is the same way you can reduce variance in the instruction that students receive. And that is a byproduct of losing autonomy. But you have to have the true interventions that are evidence-based. Then, another way autonomy is decreased is the equity concerns. Students have to have strong instruction, and they have to depend on that teacher for that instruction. And for some students, if they don't get it in that classroom, they're not going to be able to get it in other places. So we have to have dependable school-wide instructional practices. And then this word, I don't use it a lot here, but at some points in my career, the word coherence, we read a book on it, about governance and coherence, but understanding you have to have coherence across your instructional framework in all classrooms. That's district-wide. That means a structured literacy approach. That means a math curriculum. That means an assessment system. It's the reason why it's called the CIA, Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. Those are some things that we needed to ensure were in place and standardized across all classrooms. Now, does that mean that there is no variability? No, because when I went to the POC at Westchester and we talked through which actual manipulatives the teachers would use to actually go teach the lesson, they had different ideas. And some teachers used some, and some teachers used others. But they needed to of the ways in which it could be used. So I'm just telling you that when you standardize some of these practices that I've mentioned, you do decrease autonomy, but you do that in the name of ensuring that you are getting equitable outcomes for all students, not because you want to make anyone's life miserable.
Yeah, and I appreciate that explanation. I'm starting my 30th year, and believe me, sometimes the things that I have to change, but, you know, as a teacher, I know it's also not about me, right? I've chosen this. I think where I'm now absolutely befuddled is I'm almost inferring that this is actually an HR strategy then, because why are we wanting to know from teachers in their exit surveys about autonomy if what I'm hearing is we have purposefully designed a system to reduce autonomy. Last year we wanted to know about voice, so I really need to reconcile those two things because I totally understand. I've been teaching and going rogue. Now we got a new practice, but then, so I haven't heard anything to suggest this was a purposeful data point that we were trying to create, effectively getting rid of all the teachers who couldn't do this. So please help me reconcile.
No, I think-
I just happened to see the question, and I saw that it was one of the top 3 scores as an area for improvement. That's what I saw when I looked at it.
I don't understand the
But-
explanation because I just heard effectively,
We're not going to improve it.
Well, I don't know. I've heard her explanation. I agree. Maybe it could be maybe that didn't answer your question in totality, because I don't know, in listening to some teachers, maybe there's a way to incorporate both. Maybe there is a way that she's saying some things are non-negotiables, like, you know, there has to be some standardization in curriculum, but maybe the feeling of lack of autonomy is how they interact in these PLCs. Maybe it's some interactions with their coaches. I don't know. Like, that was some part I was trying to reconcile in listening, but going back and looking at that actual survey question, maybe it's not only a standard, but also a way that people are made to feel in the workplace as well.
That's really important, I guess, to try to get to Board Member Anderson's point. If we don't acknowledge, even if we aren't going to change it, even if we don't acknowledge that autonomy is a thing that is on the teacher's mind, then, like, if you sit down with a teacher and explain basically what Dr. Whitaker just went through, and I would actually add, Dr. Whitaker, we didn't have standardized grading. I mean, like, sort of the foundational, yeah. So I mean, there's clearly some needs in order to be able to put some standards in place. If teachers are concerned about the lack of autonomy or the change in their autonomy, knowing that they're feeling that means that we have to be able to explain to our teachers precisely what Dr. Whitaker just explained to us. I am not particularly worried about a decline in autonomy because we were getting the results that we were getting because we weren't teaching to any kind of basic standard. I am actually much more worried about the work-life balance, right? If you're feeling like you're not autonomous in the classroom and you're getting dumped on a ton of extra work that you don't get to be able to have anything resembling work-life balance, well, then of course we're not retaining. In my mind, work-life balance is a substantially bigger problem than autonomy.
One concern I'm hearing, because I think, you know, in my mind, ideally, we have all those standards that you're talking about, and there's a need for that. But at the same time, you know, there's still space for teachers to have input within the framework and within the standards. And so I'm just hearing concerns from teachers, too, that just don't feel safe raising concerns, and they have, you know, maybe really great innovative ideas, but they're feeling like they have fear of being retaliated against. And I've heard this from several of them who are afraid even to send an email or put their name to that. So I'm just wondering, how are we measuring like that psychological safety? What's the grievance process that they have to make sure that they can speak candidly? You know, because I think ideally we're going to have the standards, but then still the people who are on the ground every day working with these kids, they teach kids on how to innovate and make things better. So I guess, yeah, understanding that.
I can answer that. Know that when the data you're looking at right now is exit survey data. So that's for the people who have left. For those that are here, we have engagement surveys. We also have policy that is a whistleblower policy.
Mm-hmm.
Any person in their school always has access to human resources. They also have access to their school leadership. And so, and depending upon grade band, like some people have grade level chairs, some people have content chairs. There are lots of different ways that it can be handled, but there are things that are policy, there are things at the district, and there are things at the local level. And I would say that in exit surveys, there are ways in which that question is asked around psychological safety, and that is not one of the things that did rise to the occasion in the city schools of Decatur, either in exit surveys, nor has it in the focus groups, nor has it in the engagement surveys. And so we do have that in process.
Okay. And is the whistleblower policy distinct or separate from just the, I guess, grievance policy?
It is separate.
Yes, we have
You have both.
very specifically put in
And agree.
and agreement.
Yes,
And
you
to
have
your
both.
point, going back to the data, as far as making sure that we understand and teachers understand what we are looking for, how the data presents. That's, again, going back to the principals, knowing that, having ownership of that data and communicating that to their educators at the building. So that is something that we're willing to work with them to do. So everybody is understanding exactly what the data is saying and what we're deriving from it.
I think I have two other questions, like the UVA partnership or program seems super cool. And when I read those reports, though, I'm still trying to figure out where the other component is, right? The principal's not walking into the building deciding everything. We've already established that there are state mandates. We're a charter, so I'd like to know a little bit more about the ways in which we're using those flexibilities, because we can waive so many things. But a lot of the exit survey information I see, or pretty much everything in this HR report, is stopping at school level. So if there is district level stuff, how is that communicated? Is that communicated through the principals, or where does that go?
So a couple things, just like with the pieces around psychological safety, district is a piece that can be teased out and also provided in the survey. So if that's not selected, then we don't report on it because it was not a trend, either positive or negative. It did not overwhelm in the survey. We have lifted up what was the strength and the other. Now, the other piece around University of Virginia work, UVA has not provided additional reports. Like in the partnership, they give you reports in the beginning so that you can then set your course to make your decision. So they're not going to come back and say, oh, this is the latest report. No, it's the report is for us to continuously improve. That's why the 90-day plans are like 90-day plans. And so I think those were the two questions you had.
So I guess now I have two. will we be getting more periodic updates? Because, yeah, I'm just gonna be honest, I feel like a lot of what I'm seeing in this presentation is much of what I saw last year, right? Last year it was home stay interview, this year it's an HR pop-up. So,
Well, this is exactly what we were saying about, what you just mentioned about the stay interviews and focus groups and all that. See, on the DMOP, I'm gonna be back in front of you in October. Okay, cool.
and then the last thing is regarding the policy commitment. So, you know, for anyone who cares, like, as a teacher, I have just paid so much attention to this often overlooked resource of time. And, you know, I went through all our presentations to kind of see what's going on. I think my question is this incumbent on the board then when we get to the policy plan? Or,
Yes.
So I love that. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes, so.
Okay.
We wanted to put it in, so in the order of the event, so the made sense for it to go on this screen, but I'll do policy presentation in 2 seconds. So, all right. So the state of HR heavily focused on teacher perception, but I do want to end really with what Board Member Anderson, is that investing in effective school principals, which is what we have done, is one of the most impactful and cost-effective strategies for, 1, improving student outcomes, 2, retaining teachers, and 3, promoting equity. And this isn't according to me, this is actually according to the Wallace Foundation in their most recent report in March of 2026. So putting it simply, strengthening and investing in school leaders is a powerful equity strategy.
Thank you, Ms. Walker, for your presentation. We have work to do to increase retention in CSD. We do want our district to be a place where we are hired to retire. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Chair Salton. And I will actually present the 2026-2027 policy plan in the absence of my Chief of Staff, Mrs. Amanda Lynch. So, good afternoon, Board Chair Salton, Vice Chair Utz, and esteemed members of the board, as well as Board Student Representative Smith. As the Board of Education, you serve as the governing body that establishes the policies for the operation of our schools here in CSD. Oh, are you at a forum? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Can you tell one person to come back in?
Forgot the count, sorry. Yeah. All right. This presentation will provide an update on the work you all have accomplished as a board around policy, as well as a high-level policy plan for the 2026-2027 school year. Policy work advances our strategic accelerator on organizational effectiveness and excellence. Policy is one vehicle by which we ensure this effectiveness and excellence. The CSD Policy Manual was built during the 2022-2023 school year. Policy development has been a focus over the last 3 years to further develop the policy manual. Currently, CSD has 114 active policies. Last school year, the board adopted 36 policies. 6 were new and 30 were revised or reviewed and reaffirmed. An additional 7 policies were introduced and are currently in the policy cycle and on the agenda for today's work or regular session board meeting. In the 2024-2025 school year, the board took action on 30 policies. This included 17 new policies and 13 revised policies. This was a notable increase over the 2023-2024 school year when 13 policies were adopted. Last year, a strategy for ongoing policy maintenance was introduced and implemented. Designed to ensure regular review of all policies, this strategy outlined a 2-year plan review of our oldest policies, those adopted during the 22-23 school year, with the policy manual, when the policy manual was actually put in place, and not reviewed since. So, you tackled 23 policies of those review policies last year. There are 36 policies with a last review date of 22-23 school year remaining and scheduled for review this year. Beginning next year, a regular cadence for reviewing all policies more than 4 years old will be established. For those who are interested in more detail and would like a great eye test, this slide lists the policies addressed last school year by category and policy code. This is evidence of the board's commitment to ensuring effective policy is in place. As we look ahead to the 2026-2027 school year, policy remains a vital function of the board. First, we will continue implementing our 2-year policy review plan to evaluate the remaining policies not reviewed since 22-23 school year. Second, policies requiring revisions in response to new laws or amended laws from the last legislative session will be brought forth in accordance with the timelines established by those laws. This work began with the most time-sensitive policies in June, but it also will continue. Third, we have planned time during the September retreat to discuss any policy priorities the board would like to consider this school year. Fourth, policy needs may arise from staff, legal, counsel, from regular policy reviews, or just the daily operations of the school system. Finally, other policy needs may also arise in response to emerging needs. This could be at the federal, the state, the local, or the community level. Okay. Finally, this is another slide who would love the more detail on the outstanding review policies and when the currently planned are brought to the board. Okay, yeah, this is right. Overall, this plan provides the initial strategy for continuing to review, revise, and create district policies. It may be refined in response to the work done for the at the Board of Education retreat, and staff looks forward to continuing to support the board in their work as policymakers. Any questions?
When the teacher time thing was largely also my effort to try to answer a stakeholder's question after our January community meeting, because the stakeholder had kind of essentially described a good operational practice that could interfere with the board's understanding of what policies need to be put in place. And so other than emailing, do we have a system in place for policy proposals from stakeholders? I know that the people get to weigh in on a draft of a policy, but other than just randomly emailing us, do we have a system in place for?
There is not a different system.
I mean, I'd like to propose something, but if I'm honest, or anyone listening, read the draft of the policies. They're really important. So I don't know if anyone's going to be any more interested in doing that than responding, but it seems like we could have something where people could recommend policies or things for us to consider in policy creation.
Like a suggestion box
Yeah.
or something?
But, right now, I guess you can email.
Even I like the latter, because sometimes it's already something we're looking at, or something like that, where it's already on the calendar. Any other questions?
Well, when we come to the September retreat, we'll have a couple of ideas for you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Whitaker. We look forward to continued discussion of the policies we would like to tackle this year at our September retreat. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. Today, there are two policies on the work session agenda. These were new policies discussed at the June pre-work session. They are being presented for first read today. If accepted, they will be available for public comment via assembly and added to the agenda of the regular board meeting in September for action. First is the policy. First is the policy AD, school attendance zones. This policy has been discussed by the board during the May and June pre-work sessions. Several revisions were made to the version presented last month based on board feedback. These revisions include replacing the word will with the word shall where requested, adding a discretion statement for the scope of community engagement, addressing explicitly that school attendance zones do not apply to non-resident students, and reordering the sentence on annual school utilization and capacity to earlier in the policy where requested. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy AD, school attendance zones for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy AD, attendance zones for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Us makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Earlier seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy AD, attendance zones for first read. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Stakeholders sent us what I thought was a fascinating, 40 pages of research with citations about historical practices of attendance zones and rezoning indicator. And I think it's worth our spending the time to look at that before adopting this first read draft.
I agree. I mean, it's probably a bit much to absorb now, but I know we have a retreat coming up. I don't know if we can carve a couple minutes free then, but I think it's an enormous amount of information. It's going to take a half a minute to digest, but I think it's worth looking at.
Okay. So
That doesn't change where we are. We still are ready to.
we're on first read for this.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Well, now, I gotta ask a question then, because I'm not comfortable with it, because this first read, I believe, does not include the spirit of what we talked about. Because I went back and listened to it this morning, it's like minute 31 to 35. And so, Hans, you and I were specifically talking about, kind of the board's role here. So I'm not sure if I'm confusing people, but the impression that right now I support this draft until I have more time to read about the historical ways in which we've done rezoning.
Okay. I saw the agreement with the two of you is that we take time to really digest what was there. So,
So there is no first read then?
well, you still have to, someone tell me what you have to do.
Well, if you're in the first read, you can still make adjustments.
Yes, you can still make it for first read and still do what
Yeah,
you're
we are
asking.
not adopting it.
You're-
If we pass it to move forward, we can still make all and any adjustments that we
You do
want to
everything
make.
you're
And
saying.
so, in terms of timing, my suggestion is we pass it to get past first read. Between this read and second read, we make all of the edits and the adjustments that we want to make, and then adopt the edited one.
But I'm not agreeing to that right now, because I want to see the language that I think does not reflect what you and I specifically cited in that last discussion about the board's role ultimately in this. So I don't know where the hard copy is, but I'm not trying to be difficult, but I just don't like the idea of, kind of like a kid with a red draft, if they know they don't like it, I'll do the grade for it. I just don't know why we're gonna put a first draft, read out there. And I don't even have a copy of it in front of me.
So the motion and second, or to move it to second read, would adopt it, first read, move it. So when you take the vote, Ms. Anderson, you disagree, vote no.
But I think the understanding is that if you want to make edits, we still have plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, I think my concern though is whenever you put, and it's just the English teacher in me, once the kid writes a paragraph, they kind of commit to it and you're just tweaking words. And I think after seeing that, stakeholders report,
I think we're going to see pretty substantive changes between now and the second read. So I'm not uncomfortable moving forward and adopting it. I am presuming that in that process, we're going to make some pretty substantive edits.
okay.
Any further discussion?
And that second read, just to clarify, we still can make a lot of changes at that point too.
Second read is when you adopt it.
Yes, we can
Between now and
change it
then.
now and then adopt as final the one with all of the edits in it.
You can also do this, but if you got to the second read, wanted to give it more time, you could still push it out, defer it for the adoption for another.
Yeah.
So if the set changes are so substantive that you feel like you need to put it back out public, or you can defer it to that third month.
Yeah.
before you adopt it.
My perspective right now is in the interest of continuing the process to move forward so that we get a final policy in place as soon as possible, even though if it is substantially edited from where we are, I would rather it continue to move forward, knowing that we're going to make it.
And we can also, I haven't looked at the retreat agenda. I can try to find out some time for this particular item
I think
next
we're
week.
missing is glitch also,
Right.
to help
Yep.
explain and walk us through changes.
Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? Excuse me, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor. No if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
No,
Board Member Herndon,
Absent?
Board Member Ariel,
No.
It does not pass.
That's all right.
Okay. Do we say, not at first read, whatever this draft is? Okay.
Statement, and we made that pretty well. Chair Sultan, the ayes are 2, the noes are 2, and one person is absent.
Okay. The noes have it, and the motion is lost.
Yeah, sorry, I was just. Next is policy LDAJ, law enforcement. This policy was discussed in pre-work in June. It has been revised to include aspects outlined in our procedures. Specifically, it now states that employees should direct a law enforcement officer to the Wilson Center for delivery or execution of the warrant and review by legal counsel. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education adopt policy LDAJ, law enforcement, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GLDAJ, law enforcement for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy LDAJ, law enforcement for first read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, I'm sorry. Pardon me.
I strongly support this, and I'm so happy to see it moving forward. Spent months in the works, I know with our last student board, rep. One thing that when I'm looking at it, I read it, it has a lot of, should in there. I don't have it in front of me, but if I recall reading it, I'm wondering if we can change those shoulds to shalls, create an actual safeguard. I also noted a possible incorrect citation of Weiler, if you can double check that as we move forward. So
the reason the word should is used, the word shall creates a material duty, which creates liability. So,
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I just have
Yes.
one question, with the training and compliance. So, I'm just wondering, kind of to the point about shall versus should, superintendent is authorized to enact procedures to operationalize and implement this policy and to provide training to employees. So, is that an optional thing or a required thing, the training?
It's a requirement. We've already done it this year.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Whitaker, please.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon, Board Member Uriere,
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. We encourage the public to review all of these policies posted on Assembly. This concludes our work session. As a reminder, the work sessions are designed for in-depth discussion, study, and planning regarding district policies, issues, and upcoming decisions. Many items presented during a work session inform the board meeting agenda, including the consent agenda. We will recess for 5 minutes and return to begin our regular board meeting. The purpose of the board meeting in school governance is to conduct official business of the school district through discussion and formal voting, transparent decision-making on policies, budgets, and district priorities. There being no further business, this work session is adjourned at 3:26 p.m. Thank you very much. We'll now call this meeting to order at 3:34 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. The chair appoints counsel from Wilson, Morton, and Downs as parliamentarian for this meeting to advise on parliamentary procedure as needed. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Board members, the next item on the agenda is the approval of tonight's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve tonight's agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
Aye.
Board Member Herndon,
Absent.
Board Member Ariere. Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. The next agenda item is the approval of minutes from previous board meetings. We have many agenda minutes to approve. I will read them all in one motion. Do I have a motion to approve the public hearing for FY27 budget on May 27th, the special call meeting on May 28th, executive session, pre-work session, work session, and regular meeting on June 2nd, the executive session for June 16th, the mill rate hearings from June 18th in the morning, June 18th in the afternoon, and June 29th in the afternoon, executive session from June 29th, and the special called meeting on June 29th.
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve the public hearing for FY27 budget on May 27th, the special call meeting on May 28th, executive session, pre-work session, work session, and regular meeting for June 2nd, executive session on June 16th, the mill rate hearing from June 18th in the morning, June 18th in the afternoon, and June 29th in the afternoon, executive session on June 29th, and the special call meeting on June 29th. Is there any discussion?
I haven't reviewed the executive meeting minutes in full since they're only available in person, so I'll have to abstain until I'm able to review them.
Okay, sounds reasonable. Since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz,
Aye.
Board Member Anderson,
And now I'm gonna abstain.
Board Member Herndon,
He's absent.
and Board Member Ariere.
No.
The tally stands at 2 ayes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
So I believe that motion fails, right? That passes. Okay. The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Thank you. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I will now call on Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton Scott to come to the podium to facilitate tonight's recognition.
Thank you, Board Chair, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. This evening, I am honored to share 2 presentations, one from Decatur High School and Beacon Hill, and one from SAVE. Board members and Dr. Whitaker, please join us down front for this evening's recognition. Honorees, please begin on your left. Receive congratulations from each board member and then join together in the center for a photograph. Up first, we want to recognize 2 students who were able to be a part of the global stage at the World Cup Games. On July 7th, 2 of CSD's incredible Young Ladies of Excellence members, Rising Decatur Senior Reese Davidson, come on forward. And Rising Decatur High School 9th grader, Kai Harley. Both these ladies had the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity as official flag bearers for the FIFA World Cup match between Argentina and Egypt, thanks to a wonderful partnership between YLOE, Young Ladies of Excellence, and Girls Incorporated. Thank you to Girls Inc. and YLOE sponsor, Dr. Ella Harley. Please come forward for creating this opportunity. And thank you to Reese and Kai for representing our community so beautifully on the world stage. Congratulations. All right. Next, we have a junior Olympian. We are thrilled to celebrate Fifth Avenue's third grader, Braden Stevens. Come on up. Braden's principal is also here. Principal Thomas, please join us up front. I saw you trying to take a picture, but come on up front. At just 8 years old, Braden has already proven himself as an elite track star, taking home numerous medals and podium finishes. This summer, he took his talent to the national stage AU Junior Olympics, earning third place in the 1,500 meters with a personal record of 5 minutes, 31 seconds. Wow. We couldn't be more proud of our very own Olympians. Congratulations, Braden, and we look forward to more. And first, I want to thank you.
Is that it? All right, thank you, Mrs. Newton Scott. Dr. Whitaker, do you have a superintendent's report?
Yes, Chair Salton. And good evening, CSD. I want to officially welcome our students, staff, and families to the 2026-2027 school year. Please join me in thanking our dedicated staff who worked tirelessly over the summer and in the recent weeks. Okay. All right. Please join me in thanking the dedicated staff who worked tirelessly over the summer and in the recent weeks to prepare our schools and classrooms for the return of our teachers and students. In addition to preparing our facilities and buses, we've all participated in district-wide training and professional development over the past 2 weeks to ensure we're ready to support our students on day one. At this time, I want to formally introduce our new principal to Winona Park, Megan Ferguson. Mrs. Ferguson most recently served as assistant principal at Fifth Avenue Elementary School. She also served as a fifth grade teacher and MTSS administrator since joining CSD in 2018. Mrs. Ferguson brings over 20 years of experience and has taught at nearly every grade level, from kindergarten through graduate level in 5 different states. As a school leader and City of Decatur resident, Mrs. Ferguson is excited to honor the great work and robust relationships at Winona Park while further strengthening the school's vibrant community. We look forward to her leadership and her very successful first year. This summer, CSD achieved system accreditation with merit from Cognia, a nonprofit education accreditation and certification organization. The accreditation serves as a nationally recognized indicator for quality schools and systems across the globe. Cognia's evaluation is based on rigorous standards for productive learning environments, equitable resource allocation, and effective leadership. To earn accreditation, districts undergo internal and external reviews. The district's foundation instructional assurances, including compliance with governmental regulations, ethical marketing practices, external financial audits, and safety protocol reviews. Schools and districts in good standing can maintain their accreditation for a 6-year term. The CSD Back to School Bash at Decatur High School was a great success, serving over 600 students. We are grateful to our schools, various community organizations, volunteers, and sponsors who helped to make this community event a success. Special thanks to our community partners from the Decatur Housing Authority, Decatur Education Foundation, and Communities in Schools of Atlanta for their collaboration. We must also thank and recognize the generosity of our title and difference maker level sponsor, RB Communications. We also appreciate the Believers level sponsors, Quest Orthodontics and Mechanical Solutions. CSD also hosted opening day for all staff to come together after the summer break to get energized and motivated and receive our charge for an amazing new school year. Thank you to DES, who sponsored recognitions for staff who went above and beyond for our students last year, and for lunch for all staff. The Bash and opening day continue to exemplify what it means to be all in Decatur. This year, our focus will be on prioritizing student-centered learning and growth, including our student-led approach to responsible AI use in the classroom, adopting a balanced approach to ed tech and screen time, and expanding our future readiness skills framework to equip students to confidently navigate their own paths through school, college, and career. This year is my 28th year in public education and my 22nd in leadership, all within the Atlanta metropolitan region. I firmly believe that true leadership is measured not only by the impact we make with our own communities, but also by the investment we make in others. This summer, I had the privilege of advocating for public education, both statewide and nationally, participating in my own training and professional development. On Juneteenth, I connected with Black superintendents from all across the United States at the National Alliance Superintendent Summit. There are only 6 Black superintendents listed in this picture, and I'm the sole Black female among them. Discussions centered around cultural biases and around macroaggressions encountered by Black superintendents, particularly the societal perceptions of Black individuals' capacity to care and advocate for children. We also offered our feedback on the proposed AASA National Blue Ribbon School Program. AASA, which is the National School Superintendents Association, envisions a modernized awards program and sought feedback from Black superintendents. The original program was established in 1982. It operated annually into the 2020s, but was discontinued in 2025, and as a part of the shift toward state-level authority. AASA, the School Superintendents Association, policy is established by its governing board, which is comprised of 135 members from 7 distinct U.S. regions. As an AASA governing board member elected by my peer superintendents, I proudly represent Georgia in Region 5. which encompasses Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. As part of my role, I joined the school system leaders and school business officials gathered at the AASA Legislative Advocacy Conference in Washington, D.C., to hear from policy experts and receive briefings before conducting advocacy meetings with congressional staff on Capitol Hill. AASA, the Association of School Business Officials International, and the National Rural Education Association co-host this multi-day event, which serves as a focal point for educators and administrators to address pressing issues in public education. In June, the U.S. House of Representatives passed the FY27 proposal along party lines. Overall, the proposal cuts $8.1 billion from the Department of Education, a 10% decrease from the FY26 funding level. Most notably, it cuts Title I by $1.9 billion. That's about a 10% cut, and eliminates Title II Part A, which is supporting effective instruction, and Title III Part A, English language acquisition. CSD is similar to all districts facing severe funding challenges across the board. Rising costs of expenses such as special education services, labor and health care, fuel and utilities, food, and more are placing a greater strain on local and state dollars. This year marks 51 years since Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, otherwise known as IDEA, a federal law that transformed access to education for students with disabilities. When Congress passed IDEA, it committed to funding 40% of the additional cost of educating students with special needs, a commitment that has never come to honoring. The closest the federal government has come to honoring this commitment via annual appropriation was 18% in 2005. And now, basically 20 years later, the federal share hovers around a paltry 10%. During the first day and a half, we were armed with these types of talking points and others because the next day we were off to Capitol Hill. On the Hill, I met with the staff of U.S. senators and representatives, including the 4 who represent Georgia on issues related to public education. An unexpected highlight was Representative Williams' office, where I was greeted by DHS alumni class of 2024, Asa Bailey, who is now at Morehouse College. These meetings enabled me and other members of the Georgia School Superintendents Association's delegation to advocate on pressing issues in public education, including FY27 appropriations for Title I, Title II, Part A, and full funding for IDEA. We were encouraged to emphasize how federal funding directly supports our students. I shared that Title II funding is the federal funding embodiment of the adage, if you know better, you'll do better. I explained how many school systems utilize Title II funding to train teachers in the science of reading, as well as the lexile growth that CSD has achieved since implementing it in 2023. There were also a lot of discussions around E-rate and its impact on school districts. The E-rate, Schools and Libraries Universal Service Support Mechanism, is one of 4 programs supported by the Universal Service Fund and administered by the Federal Communications Commission. For nearly 30 years, E-rate has helped ensure that schools and libraries have access
Across the country.
and we can ensure that there is reliable, affordable broadband and internet connectivity. The FCC recently adopted a notice of proposed rulemaking that ends E-rate as a program, restricts its eligibility to primarily rural schools, excludes pre-K, and/or other rules. CSD is frequently compared to Marietta City and Beaufort City schools. However, there is no comparison when it comes to the community needs of Decatur to those of Marietta and Beaufort. Why? E-rate is calculated on the number of students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. Both Marietta and Beaufort are Title I districts with Title I schools. And their district's free and reduced lunch rates are double or triple those of CSD. In fact, at present, 14.92% is what we have in CSD for free or reduced lunch. And according to the DOE, in October of 2025, we have the lowest free and reduced lunch population in the state. So, advocating for public education means understanding all the ways federal decisions, rules, and proposed rulemaking can impact your local budget. In CSD, we receive a 40% discount on the internet and network supporting equipment. This slide shows you the percentage in comparison. As a governing board member of AASA, I sit ex officio on the Georgia School Superintendent Association. The GSSA board convened at the Summer Georgia Association of Education Leaders Conference. Now, snow prevented me from attending the winter conference, where CSD received the Vision Award. So this was it. I wasn't there. As you might remember, we had some bouts, but actually, CSD received an award from Gail. So I did have the opportunity to thank Gail for the honor, and I was able to give remarks on what it means to be a superintendent, specifically a superintendent in Georgia at this time. We also received updates from the Georgia Department of Education and the Governor's Office of Education and Workforce Strategy. Specifically, I was so excited to learn about 3 different diploma offered in Georgia. We have the traditional diploma. We already have the accelerated, and now we're going to have a work-based learning. So on the first day of school, during lunchtime, I observed a counselor at DHS walking with 2 students. He mentioned he was exploring ways for them to earn credits in subjects they enjoy. Just 3 days later, I spotted the same counselor once again with a different pair of students. And he remarked, I don't just walk around with students. I laughed. And then I shared that slide with him. and he became enthusiastic about how the state is helping us to realize CSD's vision of all means all. So at this time, I would like to call on Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, newly minted Dr. Jennifer Burton, talk about the approach to ed tech, balance, and AI.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the Board, and Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker. I'm pleased to co-present with Representative Zoe Smith and DHS Senior Tristan Lewis. We have been working intentionally to bring true balance to technology and AI usage across our district. This initiative directly aligns with our district's strategic accelerator, Student Success in All Areas. You've seen the headlines recently about screen time, and we know that technology is a powerful tool that can be used to enhance learning for our students, and it has. During the pandemic, we were fortunate to have these technology resources, but now we need to keep the great practices and resources that work and get rid of the practices that we just don't need anymore. Furthermore, in light of recent local headlines regarding data breaches and cybersecurity, I want to reassure the community of our stringent protocols. Every vendor undergoes a rigorous data and must adhere to a comprehensive agreement approved by legal counsel. CSD maintains a strict policy of rejecting contracts with any vendor that refuses to comply with these essential data protection standards. To get this right, we started where it matters most with our students. Between January and April of 2026, our student board representative conducted multi-district policy research and gathered quantitative and qualitative student data via surveys and focus groups. In May, Student Representative Smith presented AI student feedback to the board. I gathered feedback on our draft EdTech guidelines from principals and instructional coaches, and we discussed EdTech balance with the Teacher Advisory Council. In June, we conducted training on AI guiding principles and EdTech balance during the Ad Staff Retreat with all district leadership. Throughout July, we held EdTech balance training for instructional leaders, rolled out community-wide back-to-school communications, and conducted teacher professional learning. Tristan and Zoe went to Boston to co-write the Student First Act of 2026, which you'll hear more about later. And today, I'm formally sharing the EdTech Balance Framework with the board. As I talk through the guidelines, I want to make one fundamental point clear. Any accommodations noted in an IEP or 504 must and will be strictly followed regardless of these guidelines. So we know a fundamental truth in education, which is direct instruction from a teacher is critical. Technology should be used strictly as a supplement and enhancement and not a replacement for a teacher. When using technology, our focus must return to meaningful engagement. Consider mirroring. When students sit with Chromebooks open, viewing the exact same information on their screens as what's displayed on the board. This isn't true integration. It's often a distraction where students open other tabs, and moving forward, mirroring will be limited. Over the last 3 years, CSD has adopted more than 20 new paper-based textbooks. This year, we will begin the adoption process for 6th and 7th grade science, with math following the next year. During pre-planning, principals collaborated closely with school teams to understand current needs for paper-based curriculum resources, and we are providing them. We want to significantly reduce the volume of shared Google Docs sent to students. Imagine a student regularly receiving notifications about document corrections piled on top of automated emails connected with edits. We have to minimize this digital friction and clear away that digital noise so students can focus on what matters most, which is learning. Another guideline is that teachers are only allowed to use approved digital resources found in our instructional toolbox and trusted apps. Free time on screens is eliminated. Early finishers will receive targeted, purposeful tasks rather than open device privileges. And along those same lines, lunch and recess will remain completely screen-free. Finally, we're making targeted adjustments to student email access to limit, again, digital friction and protect student safety. K through 5, student access is completely disabled. Grades 6 through 8, email is restricted to internal messaging. In grades 9 through 12, standard access remains unchanged as we prepare high schoolers for post-secondary communication. You might be wondering why these guidelines don't have screen minute limits. While we anticipate a reduction in screen time minutes overall, we want to focus on the how the student and teacher are using technology. In PLCs, teachers are now talking about the technology that's being used, that's being planned for use in classroom, and discussing as a team if the technology being used is to transform and amplify instruction, or if it's just a replacement. If it's a replacement, then the technology is not needed. To help teachers and administrators manage this balance, we're expanding Lightspeed Classroom to grades 3 through 5. A key feature is that teachers can grant temporary access to a restricted but safe site for instructional purposes during a specific class period. Last year, some art images were blocked, which were needed for the multimodal component of our ELA standards. Know that we are strictly bound by the Children's Act, requiring internet filters and blocking, but we never want our restrictions to inhibit our teachers in strong instruction. On the right side of the screen, you can see the average screen time by grade level from May 2026. This is our baseline. In-school data reflects computer usage from 7:45 to 3:45. School and district leadership will utilize Lightspeed Insights to monitor screen time usage by school, grade level, classroom, and student. CSD is embracing AI, not to replace the incredible work of our educators, but to enhance it. Our guiding principles align with our employee regulation on AI in ISBG R2, which is human-centered and calls for a human to review anything provided by AI. Here you'll see our approved AI tools. Teachers will be leveraging AI as a support to lighten administrative workloads, assist in lesson planning, and enrich classroom instruction through the Google Gemini suite. For student optional, secondary students will be provided safe, vetted, and purposeful optional AI tools that support student learning. Note is a pilot that is optional for secondary students that assists with studying, particularly for our AP and IB courses. Because student voice is at the very core of this work, there's no better way to understand the impact of technology and AI than to hear directly from our students. At this time, I'd like to highlight the experience of our board representative and student senator, Zoe Smith, who has been conducting research, gathering peer feedback, and actively participating in national discussions around technology and education. She's also joined by DHS student and student senator Tristan Lewis.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Over the summer, Tristan and I attended the Youth AI Conference in Boston. 2 students from every state were chosen to act as a student senator in hopes of creating a bill that districts across the nation can use as a guideline for AI policy and regulation. During this weekend, we held committee meetings based on 4 subgroups: students, teachers, administration, and parents, and then came together to vote on amendments based on our personal experience and research. The difference in perspectives allowed us to create a rough draft that acts as a good starting point, but gives us plenty of room to grow. During this experience, I had the opportunity to hear about opinions and experiences from students across the country. I learned about the importance of consistency and early access when teaching AI literacy and the consequences of poor regulation and implementation. I was in the teacher subcommittee, where we focus on application of uniform policy and how to handle situations in which AI is being used dishonestly. We also discussed the roles teachers play in training students on appropriate uses of technology and when to escalate to administrators. We made amendments adjusting the method in which accusations are made, how consequences should be handled based on school district size and funding, and making AI policy specific across the same courses.
Good afternoon, Board and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. My experience in Boston was both amazing and eye-opening because I had the opportunity to talk to other scholars from all across the United States. Listening to the different stories and opinions was something that influenced my decision on the bill. I was a part of the admin subcommittee that passed 3 amendments in the chamber, including the amendment my group personally made. This amendment was about having proportional, specialized enterprise AI that protects student data. This funding will also be used for providing AI literacy courses for children and installing lessons about AI in the classroom. On the next slide, you will see a clip of Joanne and I tackling our final vote. In the end, I voted no for the bill. I thought that we did an amazing job for the time that we had. However, the bill was still too contradicting and had a lot of vague language that I could not use. For example, an amendment in the administrative section said administrators must gain 2/3 approval from teachers before implementing any AI-driven technology. In practice, it is meant for curricular AI technology only. This can also mean things like the live bus routes we use here in Decatur. In my opinion, the 2 days we had were not enough time to thoroughly go through the bill. During this experience, I took away one key thing: words matter. The way things are said can be misinterpreted and not come out the way you want. Communication is big also. As a group, we have to thoroughly explain the misunderstandings of certain parts of the amendment. Overall, this was a one-of-a-kind experience that I will cherish forever. The knowledge I received about the differences in AI regulations in various places can improve the city of Decatur School District so that we can prepare our students for the future. One thing that will help staff with the growth of AI is providing an asynchronous AI due before the start of the school year. This way, staff will be adequately equipped and can professionally use AI in the workplace. For students, I believe that lessons about responsible AI use must start to be implemented in the classroom starting in the 3rd grade. At this point of elementary school, we introduce new things to scholars like state testing. Also at this age, students are mature enough to understand a concept like AI and how it should be used. I am strongly in agreement with using AI as a resource because AI will be a part of our daily lives, including in the workforce. If we are able to do these 2 things, I believe that we can well prepare for the future of our scholars that will graduate from the city school.
I voted in favor of this bill because, in my opinion, there's also important information that many districts hadn't considered, and comments from students addressing the concerns of language or misinformation included with the bill. I also think it's important to have something school districts could use as guidelines, especially because many students I talked to have small school districts with little to no AI policy and regulation. My recommendation consists of 2 things, one being to ensure fairness across the district. This means keeping consistent AI policy across the same classes. For example, having the same AI rules for all literature classes, and requiring proper evidence for accusations made. I also believe it is important to prohibit AI usage for teachers when grading or giving feedback, and ensuring heavy guardrails when using AI for making test or class assignments. For students, I agree with everything Tristan stated earlier, and I would like to add that students should have a good understanding of AI and responsible uses by the time they get to high school. That way, they can use AI tools provided like Note to help them study in an effective way. Since AI is going to be a part of our world and the workforce, it is important for students to practice using AI as a guardrail. My last recommendation would be to make sure all students, but especially high schoolers, are educated on the economic and environmental consequences of AI misuse to ensure that all students using AI are doing so consciously. It also means teaching students AI literacy, but allowing them to decide whether or not they want to use it. My peers and I are expressed concerns with the negative impacts of AI, so we want to make sure all students feel confident and heard. This experience truly opened my eyes to the struggles nationwide in technology and AI access, and AI literacy promoting responsibility. The knowledge I gained will be crucial for effective implementation in the City School Decatur District. Thank you so much.
So looking ahead, our strategic next steps for this academic year include implementation. We need time to implement the EdTech Balance guidelines across the schools. I've had the pleasure of working with an EdTech Balance group comprised of CSD parents. We met twice last semester, and we've incorporated many of the recommendations. After implementing these recommendations this semester, I'll meet with them again in January. Strengthening partnerships with families through enhanced transparency, specifically communicating classroom technology utilization via school newsletters and course syllabi. We'll be monitoring screen time metrics from school, grade level, and individual students. We'll be collaborating with the Superintendent Advisory Councils to address EdTech Balance as our problem of practice. We'll be engaging with the SDLT, PTO, teachers, support staff on a year-long study of EdTech Balance, beginning by analyzing data. Feature leaders, called Decatur AI Accelerators, will meet every other month starting this year. As a Decatur AI Accelerator leader, they serve as a mentor and champion for each school, supporting in the district's AI principles. In the role, they'll be the bridge. They will bridge the gap between district leadership strategic goals and the daily instructional needs of teachers and students. We'll be hosting quarterly district parent information sessions designated as Tea with Tech. All principals will facilitate a coffee chat in the first quarter of school to discuss technology specifications relevant to the individual school. I'd like to recognize Principal Glenn, who's leading the way at Beacon Hill with their coffee chat at 4:30. By prioritizing these strategic next steps, we continue to uphold the Georgia Department of Education's technology standards. These standards are embedded across all content areas. You find them from ELA to the sciences, ensuring our students are thoroughly prepared to navigate and succeed in our ever-changing world. Thank you for your continued support as we foster a balanced, engaging learning environment for our students, and we are happy to respond to any questions you may have.
So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. The two state senators selected to represent Georgia both came from City Schools of Decatur.
Yes, they do.
Thank you. I love all these, and I love hearing your personal experiences at the conference. I have two questions. One is regarding slide 6, the light speed insight. I'm kind of fascinated. My first instinct, and this is as a teacher and as a parent of a high schooler, was when you take the waking hours students spend at school, deduct the walking to the bathroom and the lunchroom, I would have expected to see many more hours on the screen. Can we get a little context for this particular insight? Because this seems to be saying that it's like an hour or two during the school day, and that seems, I mean, I'm fascinated if that's the case. What my daughter's sharing sounds different. So was this like 1 week? Was this just particular computers that had light speed? Because it just doesn't really comport with anything in my own experience as a parent or as a teacher. Do we know anything about when this screen time was measured?
Yes. So this was the average for the month of May. I have the same reaction that you did. And that would be a time where we were finishing testing, so, but I also looked at April, and it was similar. But yes, I also was surprised that it wasn't more. And when I spoke to Lightspeed, they said, in fact, that this was trending high compared to other districts. And so that at least did confirm for me that we definitely did need to make some adjustments.
But to be clear, then this is the average. So there may be those students who are on the computer pretty much all of the school day. And then other students, like we saw that great image of the opening day with the girl with her book, yes. Okay, so that's quite helpful.
Yeah.
Also, I just was wondering, and this would be a good question to ask, but what do they mean when they say screen time? Is that the computer on, or is that the child active on the computer typing or doing, do you know what I mean? Like eyeball tracking, I don't know, but that would be something I'd be curious about.
Yeah, I can get back to you on that.
Include, like the smart boards, because I don't know how a pre-K-er would have access to a phone.
So the pre-K students take STAR Early Literacy, and so I suspect that they took STAR Early Literacy. They take it in May, and so that amount of time looks about right.
And then I have another, well, I've been thinking a lot of this as reading stuff, because I've come to conclude it's really not about AI, and it's really not about tech, and it's mostly about kind of what is the ethos of a school district, right? You talked about small ones without it. And then resources, because I'm imagining, I think you mentioned like 20-something books, you're phasing in 6, but obviously in order to phase out emphasis on screen time, you got to have the books or paper, at least that's what I'm seeing. So it sounds like that might be a component in this moving forward. But the thing I really wonder about, and this is more from the student perspective, this sounds wonderful. But in my experience in the classroom, what my juniors are telling me is everyone uses it. And it's cheating. And so that's, the thing that I really want to know the most about, because that responsible way to teach it seems like something that has to kind of follow through. Otherwise, it's survivalism. And when it's there, it appears, at least for the teams I know, they're using it. I guess my question is, what does that look like in a day-to-day school setting? So you got your 4 classes, you got this paper, you got to read this chapter, and you got to do this stuff. Isn't it just the inclination? It's almost superhuman. I sat down with one of our smartest students one year. I'm writing his recommendation, and I'm like, look, this is all honest, but I need to know this. Do you or have you, Ms. Anderson, I know the teacher isn't going to read it, and I just got to turn it in. And so it's that part that I really want to see as we go through this year. I love just can't unknow what I know, and figuring out how this all works in the world of integrity and critical thinking and developing an appreciation for reading and knowing how to synthesize. And so I look forward to hearing more about it. Thank you.
I think the other along those lines is what maybe I would look forward to understanding how teachers are taught how to use AI appropriately for grading. I know some students have expressed some concern that maybe tests are being generated through some of these AI vehicles, or Lindsay, or papers are getting AI generated feedback, and I think some students can tell the difference. So I think they also maybe feel like it's a little bit of hypocrisy if they're being told this is cheating, but this is all that some grading vehicles or some testing materials are all being generated through AI vehicles. To me, that goes back to what I think Tristan said, is teaching how it's used or how to put a prompt in and how to second guess it by a human. So maybe the teachers and the students are kind of, I would just be interested in how that looks, not only from, so the students don't feel targeted because people use AI. Because the students, humans, adults use it too.
You know, I have also been thinking about the next draft plan, because to that end, I mean, just me speaking personally, no teacher should be using AI. Teacher time and the load and figuring out how it works, because I heard the recommendation was, I think, from y'all not to use, right, AI for grading, and now you've just reminded me that may be another policy to look at. Okay.
Well, the question is if you feel like it's wrong, or if maybe it's maybe it's something that we have to look at, or you just say, no, I don't know.
Like there might be exceptions to, like, don't use it for grading except in this circumstance,
right,
or this circumstance.
Or it has to be human guessed or human checked, etc.
Yep.
Putting it out there. There's a student side, but there's also a teacher side.
But I think in that regard, it's mostly about equity. I'm drawing from the wrong comparison, but I scored AP essays each summer. It's not AI. I think there's a whole other element of understanding more about the instructional value of having to read a student's work versus having a program spit out generic feedback. So it does, I'm thinking with all of this that there's a lot coming down, and it may even end up coming into the draft plan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I was fortunate to join both Zoe and Tristan in Boston after being chosen to represent Georgia in the 2026 Leadership and Innovation Fellowship. I cannot tell you how enriching it was to see our students on the national stage, and to know that you have been providing input, not only in what we are doing here in CSD, but also that all three of us have been really helping to shape the narrative of AI in education. While advocacy was a big part of the summer, I also understand the importance of training and professional development. As stated in my employment contract, the board encourages the superintendent's attendance and participation at conferences of the American Association of School Administrators, the Georgia School Board Association, and the Georgia School Superintendents Association, and any other conferences that will aid the superintendent in staying current on educational trends and developments and carrying out her duties as superintendent. I also attended the National School Public Relations Association's Superintendent Seminar as we work to enhance community engagement and trust in CSD. While the district has implemented many of the industry standards in school community engagement, the conference reiterated that trust is built at eye level. In many ways, that trust affects trajectory and outcomes. I've shown this slide before. This statistic has been the roadmap to my work as superintendent in CSD. Although the 4 square miles. It has the largest wealth achievement gap in the country. The disparities are not only evident in neighborhoods, but right here in CSD. This wealth gap has been the subject of national studies, including Stanford University's study on educational opportunities in the U.S., which designated CSD as having the lowest. I shared this research with the board when I arrived. The board acknowledged the need to refocus on students. Yes, teachers, yes, staff are important. However, my evaluation will align with the student outcomes with a charge to operationalize all means all, resulting in the following purpose statement. In my final weeks of preparation before the start of the new year, I revisited this purpose statement that drives the CSD All Indicator Strategic Plan. This statement was co-created with building and system leaders. All means all is more than a mantra in CSD. It is our unwavering commitment to achieve this by dismantling systemic barriers and ensuring pathways to success for every individual. Every student is worthy of meaningful learning that ignites their fullest potential and empowers them to tackle complex issues beyond the classroom. This call for resolute action in honoring all identities and circumstances as assets rather than obstacles, expecting and monitoring for learning that aligns with the rigor of academic standards, and building systems and creating conditions for success. This summer, I learned CSD is a district on the rise, as determined by Education Scorecard and highlighted by Leading Now, a nonpartisan non-profit that supports K-12 school superintendents. The Education Scorecard highlights the progress of over 100 school systems improving faster than their peers in math and or reading. CSD was listed as a district on the rise because in the summary of the 2009 to the 2019 period of study, the following was noted on the Educational Opportunity Overview. Despite higher than average test scores, faster learning rates, and test scores improving over time, overall and compared to places with similar socioeconomic status, the learning rates of the city schools of Decatur were declining over time and declining faster in 2009 to 2019. Now, let's look at the Stanford data for 2022 to 2025. It's the opposite. Learning rates are now improving over time faster than in the places with similar socioeconomic status. This is for all students. So here's some more great news. Last week, we learned our state and metro rankings in student proficiency after the Georgia Department of Education released the results of the much anticipated 2025-2026 Georgia Milestones Assessment System. The GMAS includes assessments administered each spring for social studies, science, math, and English language arts. The 25-26 school year marked the first year that we took the milestone assessment in ELA. And because of those new standards in K-12 ELA, they're not finished the validation period, so we can't compare it, and nor do we actually have it. But what do we have? CSD continues to demonstrate significant achievement, surpassing both Metro, RESA, and state averages across all content areas. CSD significant achievements include top 4 ranking in Georgia for math and number 1 in the state, in the metro area, strong performance in grades 3 through 8, which are above the pre-pandemic levels for several grades, actually excelling them. Exceptional rates in grade 5, which reached the 80% proficient and distinguished, while 8th grade achieved it at 82%. Long-term growth in 8th grade math proficiency, increasing from 65% in 2019 to now 82% in 2026. Particularly in grades, shows consistently high performance with scores of 77%, 79%, and 80% respectively. Significant gains in algebra performance in 2026, particularly at Decatur High School. Notable progress in Black student achievement with a 20.2 percentage point gain in the 3rd through 5th grade cohort. Although achievement gaps for students with disabilities remain an area of growth, the mean scores are substantially above the state and metro multiple grades. Success extends beyond mathematics. The broader data shows CSD is outperforming Metro RESA and the state across the content areas with strong performance and rankings in U.S. history, biology, where CSD ranked top 3 in the state and number 2 in the metro. And then there's AP score summary for 2026, which reflects achievements from our highest achieving students. A consistent rise in the number of students taking AP exams with an increase of nearly 100% since 2021. A notable increase in the percentage of students scoring at least. In 2022, 48% of AP students received a 3 or higher. In 2026, 91% of total AP students made a 3 or higher in their AP exam. Yes. The highest number of students taking the pre-calculus, psychology, and U.S. history exam saw over 85% of students scoring at a level 3 or higher. The results show that our commitment to continuous improvement for every learner remains at the heart of our district's mission. I must thank our teachers, our school leaders, for prioritizing high-quality instruction, targeted support, and opportunities necessary for every student in CSD to succeed. Although our work is not finished, we are indeed moving in the right direction. The data I just shared will be presented in a deep dive during our board retreat next week. And as I conclude, I want to emphasize that these accomplishments stem from a dedicated, targeted emphasis on students, all students. This is the mission the board entrusted me to oversee, and I am truly grateful to the teachers, the principals, and the staff who engage in this vital work every day. CSD is now ranked among the top 5 school districts in Georgia, scoring first or second in test scores across all grade bands. The All-Indicator Strategic Plan will continue to be our roadmap to achieving equitable and effective outcomes for all students. We remain committed to fostering safe and inclusive learning environments and supporting our high-quality professionals. We also look forward to strengthening our engagement with families, partners, and the entire community to ensure all truly means all. These results do not happen by chance. It's the purposeful work that has required and still requires bold actions and disruption to the systems and cultures that have traditionally marginalized CSD students based upon socioeconomic status, race, gender, neurodiversity, and other designations. The renowned American composer and economist W. Edward Deming said, "Every system is perfectly designed to get the results it gets." Chair Sultan, that completes my report.
Thank you. On behalf of the members of the Board of Education, we are also excited to welcome the students, staff, and family of CSD to a new school year. As we enter week 2, I want to applaud all of our teachers, school leaders, and staff for a great start. The board looks forward to working collaboratively with the administration and the community to advance our strategic goal of being all-indicator, ensuring every leader achieves their highest potential. This summer, the governance team also prepared for the return of our students by attending trainings such as the annual Georgia School Board Association Conference and working to determine the board management oversight process for the year, otherwise known as BMOP. The purpose of the BMOP is to provide the public with transparency regarding upcoming board presentations, calendars, community meetings, and board retreats. The BMOP aligns with the strategic accelerators of the 5-year All-Indicator Strategic Plan. This document is available on the Board of Education page and on the CSD website and in Assembly for the public's review. During today's pre-work session, we discussed our board norms. Our pre-work session ended with a review and discussion of the district's legal services in preparation for a request for proposal or an RFP. Following the pre-work session, we began the work session with highlights of our 2026-2027 day by Deputy Superintendent Karen Newton-Scott. We then heard a presentation on the state of human resources from Chief of Human Resources Adina Walker, which included HR points of pride and information on staff retention and teacher time. The board also reviewed new policies on school attendance zones and law enforcement for first read. Board recognitions remain a highlight of our board meetings, and tonight we were pleased to celebrate the achievements of 2 rising DHS seniors who, through partnerships between the Young Leaders of Excellence Organization, or YLLE, and GIFT Incorporated. Additionally, we celebrated a 3rd grader from Fifth Avenue who completed the AAU Junior Olympics and earning 3rd place in the 1,500 meters. We are also proud that 3 of our elementary schools are ranked among the 2026 top 25 K-5 public schools in the state by niche.com. Oakhurst ranked 14th, Westchester 20th, and Glenwood 22nd. Cali Street and Fifth Avenue also made the list, ranking 26th and 27th. Additionally, Westchester ranked number 6 and Fifth Avenue number 13th for having the best public elementary school teachers, with Claremont, Oakhurst, and Winona Park also in the top 50. These rankings are based on U.S. Department of Education data, including test scores, overall school quality. Congratulations to those principals and students, teachers, and staff. I want to encourage families and the community to check the school newsletters via the CSD Weekly to stay informed about wonderful events and activities happening in our schools. Finally, next week, the board will convene for our board retreat on Tuesday, August 18th, 2026, from 11:30 to 4:30 in the hospitality suite at Decatur High School. In addition to receiving training on ethics and the annual charter system training, the board will dive deeply into the data from the 2024-2025 Georgia School Climate Survey and the 2025-2026 Georgia Milestones, as well as AP and IB scores. That concludes my remarks for this evening. Board members, do you have any thoughts you wish to share? No? Dr. Whitaker, you can introduce the next.
Chair Sultan, I would like to call on Mr. Jarvis Adams, Chief Operations Officer, and Dr. Lonita Brown, Chief Financial Officer, to provide an eSPLOS update.
Good evening, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, esteemed board members, and Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. This evening, Dr. Broom and I will provide an update on the eSPLOS 6 and preparations for the eSPLOS 7. This presentation has two purposes. First, to explain the eSPLOS 6 revenue distribution issue affecting City Schools of Decatur, and second, to outline the steps being taken to resolve the matter and strengthen the process moving forward. I will begin with a brief overview of the eSPLOS process. Dr. Broom will then review the estimated financial impact, and I will conclude with our next steps. eSPLOS is a voter-approved 1-cent sales tax on every purchase in DeKalb County, dedicated exclusively for capital investments, including facilities, technology, transportation, major equipment, debt services, and instruction. These funds cannot be used for regular operating expenses such as salary and benefits. The upper portion of this slide shows the steps leading to voter approval. After voter approval, the tax is collected and distributed among the DeKalb County School District, the City Schools of Decatur, and Atlanta Public Schools. For the current issue, the critical point is in step 7. The certificate of distribution. This certificate tells the Georgia Department of Revenue how eSPLOS revenue should be appropriately allocated amongst the three school districts. Based on a probe by City Schools of Decatur, the DeKalb County School District found that eSPLOS 6 certificate was not filed as planned during a period of leadership transition within the DeKalb County School District. Consequently, the intended distribution percentages were not properly implemented and remained the same as eSPLOS 5. City Schools of Decatur and Atlanta Public Schools received less than their intended allocation, while the DeKalb County School District received more. This is not a question of whether voters approved the tax or whether CSD was entitled to its allocation. It is a revenue distribution issue that must now be reconciled through a formal true-up process. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Broom to provide additional details on the reimbursement estimate and the conditions associated with that estimate.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Good evening, Board Chair, Vice Chair esteemed board members, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. This slide was taken from the DeKalb County Board of Education's presentation during its July 13th meeting, when the eSPLOS 6 distribution issue was discussed. I included it to provide the board with additional background and context regarding the under-distribution of eSPLOS 6 funds and the action being taken to resolve this matter. As discussed during the meeting, an error in the eSPLOS 6 distribution process resulted in City Schools of Decatur not receiving its full share of eSPLOS 6 collection. Specifically, the DeKalb County School District did not file the required eSPLOS 6 certificate of distribution with the Georgia Department of Revenue. As a result, our distribution continues to be calculated using the prior allocation percentage of 4.40% rather than the
approved 5.45% allocation for slot 6. Due to the error, the DeKalb County School District owes City Schools Educator approximately $9 million, representing 48 months of under-distributed East Block 6 collections, including applicable interest, from July 1st, 2022 through July 30th, 2026. Going forward, all remaining East Block 6 distributions will be allocated using the correct 5.45% distribution percentage. The reimbursement of the previously under-distributed funds is expected to be issued as a single lump sum payment following the DeKalb County Board of Education September 14th meeting. This will bring the district's current on the East Block 6 funds to which we are entitled and allow us to continue our voter-approved capital projects at this point. Mr. Adams will now present next steps.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. The DeKalb County School District's July presentation outlined a proposed path to correct this issue. Like Dr. Broom said, they stated to bring a finance agenda to the board by September 2026 for the East Block 6 true-up. According to that presentation, the calculation would cover 48 months of collection, include applicable interest, and be addressed through a memorandum of understanding between the DeKalb County School District, City Schools of Decatur, and Atlanta Public Schools. As Dr. Broom explained, the amount presented tonight remains an estimate pending final reconciliation and completion of the required administrative steps. Once this process is complete, the administration will report the final amount recovered to the board. No additional CSD board action is required to receive these funds. Our next steps are to continue coordinating with our partners in DeKalb County, Atlanta Public Schools, plus our legal counsel to verify the final amount and obtain written documentation for each required action as it is completed. Moving forward, we will require written confirmation that the appropriate certificate of distribution has been filed, so this issue does not recur during Block 7 or beyond. At the same time, we are preparing public information for November 2026 East Block 7 referendum. If approved by voters, East Block 7 will continue the existing 1 cent sales tax after East Block 6 concludes. It would not create an additional 1 cent tax on the community. That concludes the East Block update. In summary, the East Block 6 distribution issue has been identified. The CAF has proposed a process to correct it and reimburse its partners, and CSD is working with all appropriate partners to verify and recover the funds due to City Schools of Decatur. We are also strengthening the documentation and confirmation process as we prepare for East Block 7. Dr. Broom and I are available to answer any questions.
I want to clarify 2 things. Thank you. One, this written confirmation, would that be a one-time action, or is that an annual thing?
That'd be a one-time action, because that would determine the percentage.
And then, so I'm inferring kind of scarily that this is largely a self-regulatory action, and Georgia DOE or Georgia Department of Revenue has no oversight of it, because it appears that CSD found it, not Georgia Department of Revenue. So when we're looking at East Block's revenue, we're still relying on each school district to determine the numbers, and that's it. There's no overseeing accountant or anyone else looking at this other than the 3 entities? So that's
Are you asking from the state level?
just any level, because what I'm hearing is DeKalb is kind of my bad, and now to make sure we don't have another my bad, we're going to get a written confirmation, and I guess I just also want to understand how I knows what's going on.
So there's a certificate of distribution that they should file. In the past, they have filed this with the Department of Revenue, and we have not received a copy. Moving forward, once they file the certificate of distribution, we.
And then who verifies that the certificate of distribution, is it all just like a?
It will be stamped from the department.
Okay,
We will know that.
but this time the Department of Revenue,
They did not file it. The DeKalb County Schools did not file it.
And that would be binding to this particular.
Are you asking about what percentages would be?
No, I think I just want to ensure that anything I'm supporting is actually happening, and now I'm just kind of curious, board member and citizen, like, are we really talking about millions of dollars? That largely it's just independent school districts filling out the right form.
So probably more specifically when SPLOST passes, because we do it with DeKalb and APS, it's DeKalb County that files that form. And so it's the DeKalb County superintendent that is supposed to sign it and then file it with the Department of Revenue? Is that what's?
All the districts sign the certificate of.
All three superintendents?
All three board
Or chairs sign it, and then ultimately, who is responsible for
DeKalb
it?
County.
Their superintendent, their legal, some.
I'm thinking it's their chief operation officer that files it.
But I think to Board Member Anderson's question, ideally, what should have happened here is that Georgia Department of Revenue should have notified that they did not
Missing a
receive,
form.
and they never got any kind of form. Going forward, I think, just from our own perspective, if we don't get a stamped final form within 3 months or something after that window, we start asking for it, because that's where, especially if, I think also from our point, I do remember a couple presentations where we were stating that SPLOST was coming in below what we anticipated, et cetera, et cetera. From now on, that should trigger. But none of these are great answers to your question, board members.
This particular, East Los 6, or 7, once the written confirmation is filed, then it's protected, right? Yeah, there are new ones, okay. Who determines, maybe you can answer this question, I think it's reasonable to have questions now. Who determines the percentages and the
FTE.
But, oh, no, I think I mean, like, what's the oversight or quality control for that?
So it's the checks and balances of the district and the legal team. But the determining data that we'll be looking at are the FTE, the October FTE, and that's where that percentage comes out.
Board, I remain in contact with the superintendents of DeKalb County Schools and Atlanta Public Schools, and I will ensure you are made aware of any updates received.
Thank you, Dr. Bloom and Mr. Adams, for that update. Board, before we proceed, we'll take a 7-minute recess, and we'll return at 5:05 p.m. Thank you. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan would like to call on Mr. Jarvis Adams, Chief Operations Officer, to provide a Q1 capital improvement update.
Good evening again, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, Student Representative Smith, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. Tonight, I will provide a Q1 capital improvement update connected to Strategic Accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence. I will begin with a brief update on Decatur High School elevator. The primary focus of tonight's presentation is the new Early Childhood Learning Center and the board's review of whether this project remains a current strategic priority. Both matters fall within the Strategic Accelerator number 4. Our responsibility to maintain equitable access to facilities and make capital decisions with transparency and long-term discipline. The elevator is an operational and accessibility update. No board action is requested tonight. The ECLC is a strategic question for board review and discussion. Following the elevator failure at Decatur High School, school administration relocated classrooms and services to preserve access for students with the least flexibility in their schedules. After testing the elevator, it was confirmed that the failure and the resultant accessibility impact was going to be large. We have an interim access and permanent modernization options are now moving into formal technical and procurement review. No board action is requested tonight. Administration will return with a recommendation, cost estimate, and implementation schedule when the work is complete. The leak test confirmed that the elevator's underground jack and cylinder are no longer holding hydraulic fluid. Because those components are buried beneath the slab, replacement or modernization is required. Decatur High School is also a split-level campus. The remaining elevators do not serve every floor, so students cannot simply be redirected to another elevator. That makes this an accessibility issue as well as a maintenance issue. This review includes 3 pathways. The immediate pathway, which is going to serve as an intermediate pathway, is an inclined platform, similar to what you see that we have over at Tally. We're also exploring an enclosed vertical access option, which you see in the middle. And then we explore 2 permanent modernizations of the existing passenger elevator. So essentially, we're looking at doing 2 things. One, something to get us over in the interim that can remain permanent at the high school to serve as a backup, and then a permanent modernization to the current elevator. The permanent review will compare a holeless hydraulic system and a machine room-less traction system. No option selected. The final recommendation will be based on accessibility, life safety, construction ability, school operations, long-term procurement process. One thing I do want to add about this elevator is the lead time on supply to make the repair or modernization. And so right now, if we were just to repair it, I'm going to go back 1 slide. If you look at this where it's red at the bottom, that's where the leak is. If we were to repair that, we're still going to have slight leakage into the ground, which we don't want to do. And so that technology has advanced. We're not necessarily looking at that, but if that was our quickest route right now, the supplier can get the parts and supplies in to the second week of December. And of course, there'll be a lot of drilling and things of that nature. So we probably couldn't do anything to Christmas break with that option. However, as you can see, that we run the risk all over again, whether or not in the next quick future, but all maintenance below the ground is problematic. So we're looking at things with newer elevator technology moving forward. Yes, Chair.
So I think you maybe just kind of answered that, but I wanted to make sure we add maintainability to the criteria.
Yeah.
They're moving away from these for a reason.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
And so to Vice Chair Utz, and this picture to the right, the permanent system, the one on the left, if you look at it, if you can just imagine all the pulleys on the side of the box. That's a newer technology. And then the one to the right is what you probably see on a lot of TV shows where they have the cable pulling it up. I don't want to commit to one or another, but I will say both. As you can see, you can get to all the repairs and maintenance by looking at it. We have engineers and architects kind of helping us look at everything and see what's really feasible. And we have the elevator company as well. And so both options present challenges, but we need to do more exploration. That's why we have an interim and a permanent solution. Yes.
Yeah, can I just clarify that? So, number 1, the platform list is the kind of short-term.
Yes.
And then,
or this middle picture, which is like an enclosed.
okay,
It's called
so that's like
a
temporary
limited
elevator, so.
LALU elevator. So if you just think about like attaching the elevator to the outside. Now it's going to be slow.
Sure.
Because it's not going to go down into a pit, so it can't come down at the same speed. But those are 2 temporary options.
But number 2 is not a viable option for long-term, so then you go to number 3 to try to.
Both 1 and 2 can stay long-term.
Okay.
That's back.
But to meet federal ADA, we would be out of compliance relying on only those things.
Okay.
So that's why we have to make a long-term investment. Yes. All right, now, the ECLC is at a different decision point. Administration has completed the pre-construction implementation activities associated with this strategic objective. The question before the board is whether this specific construction project remains a strategic priority or should we advance to the next phase? This slide summarizes the decision points. First, the administration, planning, and pre-construction work are complete. Second, the project is shovel-ready. Third, advancement into construction requires board direction. Shovel-ready means the district is prepared to build. It does not answer the governance question of whether this project remains the board's priority for execution at this time. Here tonight. The district acquired this property in May 2017. The timeline then shows the completed work in sequence. Site and environmental reviews, January 2025. Earmark planning and procurement, April 2025. Schematic design and early learning program planning, October 2025. Design value engineering and guaranteed maximum price, January 2026. Construction documents and city permit approval, April 2026. The archaeological study, in addition to the FY 27 budget, June 2026. After 9 years of planning, design, and project development, and more than $6 million in investment, the project is prepared for construction. That history is important because it demonstrates both the amount of work completed and the significance of the decision now before the board. Tonight's review is not a question about the value of early childhood education. It is a review of whether this specific facility project remains aligned to the board's current priorities for the district interest in the next phase. The question is direct. Is the new Early Childhood Learning Center still a strategic priority of the board? The purpose of tonight's presentation is to place that question before the board for review and discussion. With the completed timeline, project readiness, and public investment clearly stated, at this point, I will pause and invite the board's discussion.
The first question I have is just about financing. I'm a little bit confused why we're here, because the last thing I understood was, SB 625 was passed and signed by our governor in May, and so that kind of prevented or would force us to do a referendum. And then we looked at TOPS financing, that was in May, and then that vote was pulled, and I recall board member chair, vice chair, saying we were going to have a meeting to discuss this. I don't know or have not heard about any such meeting. So besides the governance question of if this is still a priority, I guess I'm still just wondering what the financing piece is.
So to answer your question, before we can go on to the finance piece, the construction of the project, actually building the project, actually keeping it in a strategic plan is the question. How we finance it, there's a myriad of ways on how we can finance it. But before we go into that, we can't get to the finance if we don't know we want to build it or not.
So are we re-voting on this today? Because there was a vote obviously tied to this last October, which I different board.
And so that's great that you pointed that out, because the question is this still the strategic priority of the board, the current board?
Mm-hmm. So I'll answer as an individual board member, and I will say no.
Okay.
I'm looking at slide 6, strategic priority update, organizational effectiveness and excellence, and you've got these 4 items in the column. And below the Early Childhood Learning Center, you have established equitable access to and within all facilities. We just learned about needing to replace an elevator. And so my priority would be to emphasize the education for all our students, including that equitable access. And if that's not going to happen through that building, then no, that building itself would not be a priority for this board member.
So speaking for myself, and I know we're gonna have to come to a consensus up here.
Right.
It is, the strategic priority is and always has been early childhood education, the programs of early childhood education. We do have space constraints around that. This building was structured to resolve those space constraints. So if you're asking me, is this building specifically the priority? It never has been. The actual serving of those children is the priority. If we are going to decide that it is not our strategic priority, I would need to understand how are we going to solve access for those children that this building was planning to serve. And so without those options, or without us going through an exercise of trying to figure out how are we going to provide early childhood education for the disadvantaged children in our district, that this was always meant to solve, right? I'd want to understand what are those options for that, right? If it's not this building, what are those options for that? And so, short of having that in front of us, it's difficult to answer this question. If you want us to say, pause this project now while we develop alternatives or come forward with options, I'm completely open to having that conversation as a board, as an administration, and ultimately with the community. But to cancel this particular project and not have a way to solve early childhood education for our disadvantaged children, I don't support that at all.
I'd like to clarify, though, Hans, your point about options, because we have done options before, so I want to make sure this time, if that were what was to happen, we and our stakeholders have a far better understanding of what these options mean, both for the deciding board as well as for stakeholders. What I just heard was, hey, I want to see some options, but I also want to make sure that we have a far clearer understanding of what those options are intended to do, because we have, unfortunately, when it comes to the capital improvement, or more specifically the ECLC, we've already gone through, I think, 2 times where we looked at options.
I should be really clear. Sorry, board member earlier. Yeah, when I am saying options here, I'm not talking about options meaning just a redesign of this particular facility, right? This is a much more comprehensive, how do we address, you mentioned some of the other capital issues that we have in there. How do we address all of these prioritized capital issues? We haven't really had a full conversation. We have hinted at that there are things that need to be done at the high school after this is built, but we haven't really talked in any sort of meaningful way about how and what. And so when I say options here, I'm talking about a really properly comprehensive conversation, inclusive of what are we doing to ensure that the children that don't have access gain access, but also inclusive of elevators, inclusive of ADA access, equitable access across the board.
What I think I hear you saying, I just want to repeat it back to you how I'm interpreting. You care that early childhood learning is accessible to all students, for the explicit purpose for the students that have been marginalized.
Yes.
And under no circumstance are you ready to say we're abandoning anything that's going to work towards that end. And, well, maybe not under no circumstance, that's a harsh phrase to box you in, but from your seat and from the board seat, if you say, come back with a way, so you guys determine the what. If the what is find out how many seats we need and come back with a solution for that, that doesn't have anything to do with whether we build this building or not. If you tell us, I'm just trying to share us. If you tell us to come back with a plan on how we're going to address kids that are there, kids that are on the wait list, and the modernization needs of Fraser, we can come back with a plan.
Okay, I think a very important part
But
of that.
we don't have it tonight because we didn't come prepared for that tonight. But we can prepare that.
inclusive of not just of full scope of the HA, or, and I think this is actually important, this conversation has come up, all future built-out demand. I mean, Legacy Park is coming on. There's a potentially significant number of underserved children that are going to be there. How are we planning to address the comprehensive needs of our early childhood learning program? And so, no, I'm not looking to abandon the work that we've done to date without having some kind of optionality in front of us.
And I think, and I agree with you 100% on that, that we should not abandon that mission. And so, if that is the direction the board wants to go.
Well, I know there's definitely.
I know that. I'm just talking about if that is, I don't want you to feel it's all or nothing. If the board says find other ways, I'll see you next month, October, because it's gonna take time to build that out. Because remember, this was domino 1 of 4. So we still have 3 other dominoes that we really need to work with, and we got to work with. We got to gather a whole new design team. There's a lot of work that goes into it. I would like to say it'll be snippets until we get everything done. But if you guys tell us to work on it, like everything else that you said, we come back and deliver on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Had a lot of thoughts, and I'm really glad to hear that, you know, there's some opening here to shift from a building, because it just seemed like we were so fixated on the building. And I think we all have agreed that we want to prioritize early childhood education and make sure our most marginalized kids have access to that. One important piece for me, because I never even thought that this was going to be something I had to decide on, but it is because of unforeseen obstacles that have happened since January, is that the numbers are changing. And so, you know, my kids went to college heights probably like 9 or 10 years ago. And that's about when we bought this property. And that, you know, made sense. There was a huge wait list. It was so hard to get in there. But we're in a different place with declining enrollment. And so I'm so glad to hear that we're ready and able to pivot, sounds like, and exploring options. One thing that I think is so important, because I'm a very data-driven person who looks at data, examines it in my regular job as a civil rights attorney. And one thing, and because I've asked about this month after month, is the number of DHA kids on the wait list. I know it's under 50. I've been told that I cannot share that information, which I find strange. I'm going to ask our legal team, is there anything illegal for me in sharing the number of kids that we currently have on the DHA wait list? Yes or no? So I think that's a critical piece of information. The community has a right to hear.
I'm not comfortable sharing legal advice publicly, and I don't know what specific information you want me to give you permission to release, and without your board agreeing to it, I'm certainly not going to say.
But I think if I could just add, when you say, Lorraine, is that the scope of the need, maybe the best way to identify that, may have changed. So if we're talking about early childhood programming and not a building, or that particular building, then I would like to know how we can, as quickly as possible, offer that early childhood education to even on the wait list right now. I don't know. So I'd like that to be part of whatever is presented, even if it is a matter of seeing if existing parents or guardians of children at Fraser are willing to move to College Heights, that kind of thing. The second thing, though, that I think is very important is we're getting a more comprehensive look at the early childhood education we're currently offering, because I couldn't tell someone, where is it staffed, and where is it the need that we started with, and then how do we balance those two so that we are doing exactly what we think we're doing?
Well, I don't want us to be unintentionally misleading here, right? In all cases, whether it's this building or something else, we are talking about constructing something.
Right.
The current Fraser Center is simply inadequate, even for the current demand. Even if the current demand declines, it's inadequate. So we are actually still talking about something. But Board Member Anderson, you made a really good point, and I want to make sure that we emphasize on it. And I'm going to actually, on this one, defer to the superintendent. There is a programmatic element here. So even if we fix the Fraser Center, and we're talking about something a couple years in the future, I do agree with Board Member Anderson that I'd like to see us have a plan for how do we solve the short-term demand that we aren't able to meet currently with the facility or the way that it's distributed. How are we going to see about getting more kids involved and provide more access for the kids in the short term, assuming the space constraints that we have? But to your ask, yes, options for ensuring that we have, whatever happens with the Fraser Center, a facility that's capable of providing equitable outcomes for all of the children.
I think we're all in agreement.
Well, I'm not quite so. I think it would be great to hear that actual confirmation from all board members, because I think I have a couple of thoughts. I think I've always been a proponent of expanding or modernizing and upgrading the Fraser Center into a modernized early learning center. I think that facility is overdue for an upgrade. It's overdue. I think those teachers, and students deserve something that's at least equitable to what the children have at College Heights, at least. So I'm not always convinced from where I sit, that every board member is committed to constructing something. So I think it would be great to hear from board members that they are committed to an early childhood learning program, and under the understanding or the auspice that we will have to build something. I think what Mr. Adams is saying is that he can come back with a myriad of options, A, B, C, D, whatever, but it's going to involve a couple of things, some construction and some cost. I also think I would love for us to stop picking apart how many children are at the housing authority and how many children are at the housing authority will go into this program. The Fraser Center already has children in it, and those children deserve a better. Those children will go into the space that we build. One of the options will be the current plan that we're on to build in the space that we have, but one of them, or two or three, he's going to come to us that may be alternate plans. However, the children in the housing authority that have not had access to other options will be prioritized. If it's one child or 7 children or 20 children, they will be prioritized. But I don't want to keep going back and having the legal team have to tell us, is it one child, is it 20 children, is it, how old are they? However many it is, we will prioritize them and we will make a way. It is a reasonable conversation to have that starting this year, next week, next month, that wherever they are, we will meet them and get them a spot at College Heights or get them into the Fraser Center. But continuing to pick apart this wait list, I feel like it's putting a value on this project by way of however many children it is, and that's bothersome to me. We will prioritize them, however many of them it is. Mm-hmm. But it would be great to hear with confirmation from board members that that is a strategic priority for board members to invest in this early childhood learning program. If it is there, if it is at the high school, if it is on this property, wherever it is that we're going to invest in those children, that is what it would be great to hear, because it's going to involve a cost. It may involve a bond. It may involve this, that, and the other thing, but if we're going to sit for however long and pick apart office space and all this other stuff, then to me that is not superintendent. So it would be great to hear that, because that is, wherever it is, I will, because that is, that is.
Do matter in determining.
We do not have 5 board members here.
One
And so-
at a time,
Okay, well,
please.
Carmen, I think you are asking for something that cannot be achieved. If you are asking me right now.
Well, I can say it, I am invested in a early childhood learning program. I'm willing to hear alternative options to get those children prioritized. If you are willing to come back to us with a myriad of options, my heart and my mind is open. I will listen to how we can get it funded. I will listen to where we can build it, because my priority is making sure that the Fraser Center gets the upgrade that it deserves. But I'm not so closed-minded and I'm not so naive that I know that there are not alternative, different ways to dehair a feline. So please come back with other ways. I'm willing to listen. But when I sit here, I'm not always convinced that other board members are as invested. So that means that you understand that we have to spend some money and we have to break some ground somewhere.
Improving the capital bill to improve the Fraser Center is something that I support.
I'm sorry, because I think it's really important that we do not assume what other board members are doing or attribute motives. I am absolutely invested in all our students, and from the moment, which was 2 years ago, that early learning center program prioritized, I kept asking, what are we doing now? So I don't want anyone to be under the impression that that is not important to me. What I don't want to do is mislead anyone to say that one of the options that I would support is of that building. And for some of the reasons you just cited, as I have listed before, the building in its current manifestation is too expensive. I believe it has too many office spaces. I am not nitpicking about office spaces, but I am forward thinking about the costs that we may incur to educate all of our children, as well as guarantee that our DHA children always have a spot. So I am open-minded to anything, but I cannot tell anyone honestly that there is a situation in which I can conceive of approving the current building. But I love any options you can bring with us, understanding that we will be needing to expend some money, that we will need to engage in some construction.
Okay, now, if I can have a turn. I'm also a bit surprised that there is an inference that some of us may not be committed to early childhood education. I think we have all said that, whatever that may be. When I came on this board, I didn't even think this was my decision because it was voted on in October. And initially, I thought this plan sounded great. I had to do a lot of digging, looking at records, soul searching, to really take a stand and shift and pivot, because it didn't make sense to me. A building did not make sense to me. So I'm glad to hear that we're all open now to pivot, to see that we may have enough space with some modifications to the Fraser Center. What I'm hearing, from my College Heights friends and colleagues there, is that they may have enough space to accommodate all of the kids. Now, we need to be creative. We need to look. I definitely wholeheartedly agree. I've walked the Fraser Center. It's horrendous. It's not equal, and certification levels and all of that to College Heights. We need to do that. I'm so happy and heartened to hear that we are looking at possibly a smaller capital improvement project, whereas before what was voted on was ECLC and then Decatur High School, and especially it sounds like we have these very critical needs of accessibility. I hear waters, leaks in the high school, so that to me makes the most sense. But again, you're the operations person, you come forward to us, and nitpicking numbers is not nitpicking.
That's not what I'm
Numbers
saying.
matter. Numbers matter, and it feels disingenuous to me to not be able to reveal the real numbers that we have.
What I'm saying is that if it's
On the
two kids at the housing authority, they get priority. If it's 7 kids, they get priority. So we can stop going back to them and insisting that they reveal how many kids is there as some kind of referendum on whether or not this project is necessary or not. Because at a baseline, the kids that are at the Fraser Center need their facility upgraded.
I'm hearing, I think, if I may, fellow board members, I think there is an emerging consensus. It sounds like there's an emerging consensus that we are open to a pause on the current work, and we are asking you to come back to us with options that resolves the issue around the state of the Fraser Center facility, all of the other capital needs throughout the high school. How are we going to handle children that don't have access, including Legacy Park? Let's come back with options for how we would go ahead and solve the early childhood learning gap in the community, and with potential other construction. And let's see where we stand. And we are not, I think, supporting continuing with the Early Childhood Learning Center right now until we have that information.
Building.
Yeah. Is that
Yes, Tom, thank
sufficient?
you.
Is this a vote?
So, I hear you, but whether it's sufficient or not is not clear. And so, the question is it still a priority or not? Because you gotta
The
think.
building, no.
So if the building is
program,
not a
yes.
priority, I have a chain of actions I need to do, it's suspending contracts.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole lot, the longer we kick the can down the road, we hold up a whole lot of other entities and a whole lot of other resources from administration.
Without knowing.
So if you think about all the times that have come back, that is a lot of man hours taken away from administration on the back to come back. And so what we need today is this a priority? And we can move forward. We can finance it. We can go ahead. We have done it all. We can build a building. To tell us priority, not priority. And then we would have to go away.
The children that building are going to serve are the priority. And right now, there's no other alternative to serve them. Nothing has been brought in front of us. I am saying take them on and bring those options in front of us. If we do have viable options in front of us, then as all the other board members here have said, we end the ECLC as currently designed and move forward with one of those options.
My question is, what is delaying this another month? Because I know people are waiting, we're shovel ready. People have been hired, there's talk of buying furniture. I mean, I hear you. This has been dragged out a lot.
So,
Can I?
the board gives the direction. Whatever direction you all give is the direction that administration will
Can
follow.
I try to synthesize, I think, what I've heard, which is, I think the direction is we come back in a month, with alternatives to that, possible alternatives to that building that are meeting the needs of the early childhood education priority, but more specifically for me, again, it's not a building, it's getting children educated as quickly as possible. And if that means creative movement of families, I am as supportive of that as I have been asking for the last 2 years.
I am supportive of the kids that are at the Fraser Center and the population it serves having a building that is at least equitable to College Heights. I'm not supportive of the children that are there getting moved around and just having something that is moving around. They deserve something that is equitable to what other children have.
But we should not, let me just interrupt if I may, because we're starting to dictate the design of it. What I am saying is, and what I think I heard Board Member Anderson starting to say is that we want to get to a point where we have confidence that we're going to be able to serve the kids that need to be served. However that may look, right? And so the lack of that in front of us right now means that I cannot support killing off the current building design, because right now it is the only option in front of us. So with other options in front of us, I am 100% open-minded to selecting another path. Without those options in front of us, all we're doing is killing off the one option that we have without anything else in front of us.
I think that's reasonable.
Is that the direction?
Yeah, I think if there are other alternatives, then I would love to hear them.
It sounds like we all agree that if we shift to the Fraser Center, redesigning, building that in, we all want to bring it up, standards, certification. So I think that's without a doubt, if that's how we pivot. So
I just wasn't clear. My point about the movement was the more exigent need, so that if there were three, I don't know how many, students living in DHA that we could get served.
now, I agree, I heard there's 5 out of 5.
But if there were parents at College Heights who would be willing to move, that's all I was talking about.
Dr. Whitaker, could you,
Teachers.
Dr. Whitaker, could you speak on that? Two things. The first one, it also came up that maybe somebody had already been hired for the new early learning center. Could you clarify that? And then secondly, could you speak on a plan? I'm sorry?
I think it was Legacy Consulting.
Okay, could you perhaps speak on that? And then could you also speak on a concrete way that even this school year for DHA students that are on the waiting list or for students of staff that are on the waiting list, that we could get them a spot at Fraser Center or call it any place, ASANP.
No staff for the Early Childhood Learning Center. You receive a personnel report on a monthly basis. No staff has been hired for the Early Childhood Learning Center. No furniture has been purchased for the Early Childhood Learning Center. As far as the students who are on a wait list at either College Heights and or the Fraser Center, we will with a comprehensive plan for how students can be served. Thank you.
Did we answer your question?
Not quite. I take it. Seriously, there's a need. This is my 30th year in education. This is my first school district I've been in where we see a need for kids and don't act on it. I've been on the South Side my whole career until I came here. In the South Side, you know that there are inequities in this country. There's inequities in this state that those kids will have to face, and you act now and you build systems. Support that. We're not here there. We're not here. We're not there here.
Appreciate that.
That's it's a first for me, so I'm getting used to it.
Thank you, Jarvis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Board, we will now move to items for action, information, or discussion. The first item is contracts. Each contract will be presented separately and will be moved to the consent agenda individually. We will then move to the traditional consent agenda items, including monthly reports on personnel and field trips. And there will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. We will now proceed to items submitted for action, including contracts and license renewals exceeding $75,000. The board will review each item individually and, if appropriate, place it on the consent agenda. I will invite the board to comment on each item. Following the discussion of each item, it will be moved to consent agenda. Contract 1 is Electrical Contractor Incorporated. Are there any comments from the board?
I have an item for board action.
Okay, we're on contracts, consent agenda for contracts. Can I get through that?
Okay, afterwards I have an item.
Are there any comments for the board on Electrical Contractor Incorporated? Hearing none, this item can be moved on to consent. Contract item 2 is RB Communications. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 3 is KEG Plumbing and Mechanical Incorporated. Are there any comments from the board on this item? Hearing none, this item can be moved to consent. Contract item number 4 is J2 Connect Incorporated. Are there any comments from the board? This item can be moved on to consent. Contract item number 5 is Max Air Mechanical LLC. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved on to consent. Contract item number 6, Mechanical Service. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved on to consent. Contract item number 7, Gold Star Foods. Any comments from the board? Hearing none, this item can be moved on to consent. In the past, we would have the financial report on the consent agenda with a presentation. However, we learned at GSBA whole governance training this summer, the financial report will be in discussion, and we will vote on it separately. We have on the consent agenda the monthly personnel report and field trips. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. Are there the consent agenda? Any questions?
May I ask a question about
Yes.
the personnel report?
Mm-hmm.
So the stakeholder asked me about the school and staff member identification. I don't know if this is a big deal, but I think the way they understood it is it's the one kind of public-facing snapshot of departures from the individual school. So in that case, I think they said, I have no idea if this is accurate, you know, that teacher was at this school, not that school, that teacher was at that school, not that school. Besides like quality control, and again, I don't know, because I don't know what's correct, but is there a, like, are teachers working at one school? Sorry. I just want to make sure I covered it. I think the concern from the constituent was that if there were inaccuracies, to track how many teachers left that one school.
Depends on if it's an itinerant position. So if you have like a position like the SOS, the teacher is stationed at one school in the system, but it may travel between different schools depending on, like I said, if it's an itinerant position.
So with that, and maybe I'm getting in the weeds when we look at this later, does that end up influencing SAGs, or no, because that's a different calculation?
No, because that person is filling out one FTE.
Thank you.
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 9.
Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 9?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Us makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 9. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, since this requires a recorded vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye. Wow,
Thank
sorry.
you.
Sorry. Replay.
Vice Chair
It's getting late.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Absent. I could vote for him.
Board Member Urier?
Aye.
Chair Sultan is a tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
Okay, my turn now. All right. The ayes have it and the motion carries. Dr. Whitaker, the next item.
Thank you, Chair Sultan, and good evening. Good evening, Board Chair. This policy. I'm looking here. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have 5 policies on the agenda for action.
I have an item.
We haven't gotten. We're still in.
We're on. Unless we've amended the agenda. Are you?
Have an agenda, a required policy agenda. if there is an item that needs to be added to the agenda, there was a time at the beginning of the meeting where we voted to adopt the agenda. That would have been the time to add, if you want to. And, once the agenda, get through it, you make your motion.
Okay, I thought this was an item for action, so I added that.
Tonight, we have 5 policies on the agenda for action. Each of these is an existing policy being brought with revisions in response to recent legislation. These policies were discussed in the work session in June and have been available for public comment. First is policy GARH, employee leave and absences. No public comment was received on this policy. Several minor revisions were made to the version presented last month to improve clarity. The newest revisions did not change the substance of the policy. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy GARH, employee leave and absences for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GARH, employee leave and absences for second read action?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy GARH, employee leave and absences for second read. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Absent.
Board Member Iriere.
Aye.
Chair Sultan. The tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Second is the policy GARHB, paid parental leave. No public comment and no revisions have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy GARHB, paid parental leave for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GARHB, paid parental leave for second read action? Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Up seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy GARHB, paid parental leave for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will now call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you are in favor, no if you are opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon. Board Member Iriere.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
The third is policy JBC, school admissions. No public comment was received on this policy, and no revisions have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy JBC, school admissions for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy JBC, school admissions for second read action?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy JBC, school admissions for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon.
Absent.
Board Member Iriere.
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Next is policy JAA, equal educational opportunities. This policy reflects additions, revisions to the version presented in June to include additional protected classes as discussed by the board. No public comment has been received on this policy. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy JAA, equal educational opportunities for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy JAA, equal educational opportunities for second read action?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second? Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy JAA, equal educational opportunities for second read action. Is there any discussion? For the vote, Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond as aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair
Aye.
Utz? Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Absent.
Board Member Iriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it and the motion carries.
Finally, policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment. This policy reflects additional revisions to the version presented in June to include additional protected classes as discussed by the board. No public comment has been received on this policy. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment for second read action?
So moved.
Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve policy GAAA, equal opportunity employment for second read action. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, this requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond as aye if you are in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
Absent.
Board Member Iriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed with the next item.
Chair Sultan, we will now discuss the budget monitoring activity. I would like to call on Dr. Lonita Broom, who will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening. The May and June 2026 financial reports are located in the Assembly agenda. Although the Finance Department supports all 4 of the district's strategic accelerators, there is a primary focus on accelerator number 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence in financial transparency. For general funds, as of June 30th, 2026, the district collected 100% of its budgeted revenue and expended 98% of its budgeted expenditures. Please note that the June financials are preliminary and remain subject to change as we close out fiscal year 2026, post-accrual, and complete the fiscal year 26 external audit. Preliminary year-end results reflect approximately $110.4 million in general fund revenue and $111.6 million in expenditures, resulting in an operating deficit of approximately $1.2 million. This is expected at year-end and has been observed by the district fund balance. The preliminary unaudited ending general fund balance is approximately $22.5 million. As our year-end closing process continues, this amount will be adjusted to reflect final accruals and audit entries. At the September board meeting, I will present a preliminary unaudited update on the fiscal year 26 year-end fund balance before the annual audit is out. Moving to the capital and debt fund. As of June 30th, expenditures is $1.7 million, which is reflected in the fund balance. East Block 6 revenues continue to be generated through the 1 cent sales tax collected throughout DeKalb County. The district has received approximately 92% of projected East Block revenues, while 81% of the budgeted expenditures have been incurred. The preliminary ending fund balance for the capital fund is approximately $3.1 million. Our special revenue funds consist primarily of federal, state, and local grants. As of June 30th, the district has recognized approximately $2.5 million in grant revenue and incurred approximately $3.5 million in grant expenditures. As a reminder, the majority of our grants operate on a reimbursement basis, meaning expenditures must be incurred before reimbursement is received. For that reason, expenditures often exceed revenue throughout the fiscal year until all reimbursements are processed. The Finance Department has submitted reimbursement requests and completed the closeout process for all grants that expire on June 30th, 2026. Additional reimbursement revenue is still expected and will be posted for fiscal year 26 as payments are received. As of June 30th, school nutrition generated approximately $2.7 million in revenue and incurred approximately $3.2 million in expenditures, resulting in a preliminary operating deficit of approximately $492,000, which has been deducted from the fund balance. The preliminary ending fund balance for school nutrition is approximately $1.1 million. Also included in your board packet is the vendor activity report. This slide was first presented to the board at June 4th. The first vendor activity report for February to April was presented to the board at the June board meeting and can be viewed by clicking on the green box in the upper right-hand corner. Beginning this fiscal year, this report will be presented to the board on a monthly basis to further strengthen financial transparency. The report provides a summary of all vendors paid through accounts payable during May and June, including total payments across all district funds. One vendor you will not find on this report is the DeKalb County Water and Sewer Service. This vendor is paid via the purchasing credit card to allow the district to receive a larger rebate. In addition, the school activity report will continue to be presented quarterly. It includes revenue and expenditures for each school's local accounts, including principal accounts, student dues and fees, fundraisers, field trips, and other school-based funds. This concludes the financial update. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Dr. Broom. Board members, do you have any questions regarding the financial report?
Just two. So I think we typically have a deficit, the lunch balance, right? I mean, that's just the.
Well, that lunch.
The school nutrition, excuse me.
Yes.
But then, okay, so there was like a $415,000 deficit, like almost $500,000.
For school nutrition?
No, so we typically have that school nutrition fund deficit, that I know. If we go to the previous slide, no, one before, sorry, that one.
Mm-hmm.
So where does that fit in, I should have looked it up from last year, sorry, comparability. So we needed to pay $419,000+ more.
Well, that's the difference. We received $419,000 less, like the expenditures were $419,000 more than revenue. So therefore, we took the money from the fund balance. Fund balance is now $3 million.
Is that typical? Okay. And then, thank you. Final thing, just regarding the vendor report, since I think this is new. I understand vendor in terms of, I don't know, a company that sold snow cones or paper. What does it mean when it's like employees' names listed?
That's reimbursement, like
okay.
You go to travel.
Yep. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I guess I just would have a question as to whether we need to get individual employee names if they're being reimbursed. That feels like a lot of extra information. I don't necessarily want to open a can of worms on that right now. We can talk about it later, but an employee really isn't a vendor. Like, that is a different thing.
But to you all.
Yeah, let's have a conversation about it later. I think that's something to put a pin in.
Okay. Other questions?
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the budget monitoring activity items 1 and 2.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the budget monitoring activity items 1 and 2?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Utz makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. The pending question is the adoption of the motion to approve budget monitoring activity items 1 and 2. Is there any discussion? This requires a recorded vote. Dr. Whitaker will call the roll. Board members, when your name is called, please respond with aye if you're in favor, no if you're opposed, or abstain if you wish to remain neutral. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed.
Chair Sultan?
Aye.
Vice Chair Utz?
Aye.
Board Member Anderson?
Aye.
Board Member Herndon?
That's it.
Board Member Iriere?
Aye.
Chair Sultan, the tally stands at 4 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions.
The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Okay. Wait, wait a minute. Can we start?
We have a motion that board member areas.
Oh, you have a motion?
Yes.
Oh, we have
Is there
time.
a time?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have an item for board action regarding public transparency around the third-party investigation.
Excuse me, need to amend the agenda. Add an item.
Okay.
I move to
A motion.
a motion to amend the agenda to add an item for board action.
And that item would be.
I've raised this internally several times, including today. I've also written.
What's the action item?
The action is related to public transparency around the third-party investigation.
What are we acting on?
I've raised this internally several times, including today. I've also received repeated inquiries from constituents asking whether an investigation is even occurring.
So, Ms. Irier, proper procedure is that you make a motion to amend the agenda, add an item to provide information about the third-party investigation.
Okay.
And if it is seconded, then there would be a vote on the motion to amend the agenda. At that point, then your action item.
I move that the board take a vote, related to.
Amend the agenda.
To amend the agenda related to the third-party firm that was hired.
Ask a question during this process.
Well, she has, there's a
Yeah,
motion,
it's a procedural.
there's a motion on the floor, so,
We have to ask for a second.
yeah. Okay, is there a second?
That's what I'm trying to ask. You want a motion to do what?
Well,
So, okay, yeah, the
Sorry.
question, so then your questions to the parliamentarian about what it was,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, okay.
I want to make sure I understand what.
do you want to, should she withdraw and clarify?
She can clarify or withdraw and state it in.
Would you like to do that?
Sorry.
Okay, I move that the board take
Well,
a
you need
vote.
we need,
Thought I was clear. I guess I withdraw the last motion. I read.
okay, so you're going to withdraw the motion that's on the floor? Is that what you would like to do?
I thought it was clear, but we got questions about.
Okay, well then,
clarity of it.
if you want to keep that motion, then I need to call for a second. All right, is there a second?
What we're seconding.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to, I don't even remember what was there. Amend the agenda to,
Do we have to amend the agenda first, or just make some moves?
we have to, yes, amend the agenda.
Amend the agenda to move for the board to take action related to the third-party investigation.
Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion
So to be clear, the motion right now.
to amend the
is to
agenda?
amend the agenda. So if you want to amend the agenda, then you vote on that. And then she can just make a motion for whatever the action is.
Okay.
Is there any discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. motion on the table is to amend the agenda regarding the third-party investigation. Okay? This will require a recorded vote. I'll call the roll. Aye. Vice Chair Epps.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Herndon is absent. Board Member Earier.
Aye.
Okay? So now, you have another motion you want to make?
Yes. I move that the board take a vote on the hiring of the third-party investigation and retaining a law firm in an open meeting such as this one. I have asked for this related to public transparency. I've raised this internally several times, including today. I've also received repeated inquiries from constituents asking whether an investigation is even occurring. I ultimately learned from a constituent to obtain the chosen law firm contract.
Hold on. This is pending investigation. So if you are going into discussions about the investigation,
I'm not.
what is it that you want the board to do?
I'm explaining why it's important.
What do
that we are clear.
what do you want us to vote on? What do you want us to vote on?
Learning about the law firm through an open records request is not the way that. I also wanted to enter into the record a copy of the Georgia Open Meetings Act.
You say the record, what?
More simply,
So you want it attached to the minutes, is that what you're asking?
yes. First, I move
Separate motion.
This is completely out of order. And you need to make a motion, and then there needs to be a discussion.
a motion to enter a document into the record.
What do you want us to vote on, and then I can call for
In June, the board came to a consensus regarding
Okay,
hiring.
Lorraine, can you just tell me what the motion is so I can call for a second? And then you can say what you want to say in the discussion
I
part.
move that the board take a vote on the hiring of the third-party investigation
Okay.
law firm.
Okay,
The law firm is retained.
Okay, stop there. There's a motion on the floor to vote on a third party, on the hiring of an investigator for a third party investigation.
Hasn't that already been voted?
And we can vote on it here. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Vice Chair Epps seconds. This will require a recorded vote. I'll call the roll. Aye. Vice Chair Epps.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
Board Member Earier.
Aye. In June, the board came to a consensus.
Hold on, she's gonna call for discussion.
Okay. Is there any further discussion that you?
I'm trying. In June, the board came to a consensus regarding hiring the PKKN law firm, but did not take a vote in an open meeting, which is required per the Georgia Open Meetings Act to begin an investigation into the claims against the superintendent. I'm not asking that we disclose any privileged communications, investigative details, or anything that could compromise the investigation. I'm just asking for basic public transparency about this board action that occurred in June, and I've been asking for it to be made public. People have found it out through public open records requests, and that should not be the way that the public is informed.
What are we voting on specifically right now? Like are you wanting us to publicly, do you want us to take another vote? Do you want us to release the name of the information?
This is the first motion.
We voted first to amend the agenda. That was the first motion.
We're into the second.
And then the second motion was to
Take a vote.
take a vote on hiring a third party.
Correct. That was just take a vote on hiring a third party.
But I believe I believe that, okay, we voted on that.
So then we take a vote on it. Oh, okay.
Is there something else that you want us to vote on?
I have a second motion.
Okay.
Well, so we have to finish the first motion first, so let's.
We voted on.
Okay, Oh, you want to vote on the actual, the name of the investigator?
I move that the board release a public announcement which, as per the requirements of our duties, identifies the law firm, the date of its engagement, and the general purpose.
Okay, we would have to agree upon we would have to agree upon a public release statement as a group.
So there's, just parliamentary procedure here. I'm sorry. For the audience watching, this is how sausage gets made. We are on the fly trying to enact rules of order. There is a motion in front of us that you said you wanted us to take a vote on the hiring of this firm.
Yes, because we never did.
In a public meeting. So that is the motion right now. I guess the question, what we are to do now is we need to do a roll call for the vote related to, in a public meeting, we're in the public meeting, hiring an investigator. So that is
okay. All right, did you make that motion already?
Yes, that was,
okay.
That was the motion that was seconded.
I'm sorry. And then you seconded it, so I need to call the roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will, for me, Vice Chair Utz.
Aye.
Board Member Anderson.
Aye.
And Board Member Urier.
Aye.
Okay.
Now, it sounded like, Board Member Urier, you wanted a second motion where you are asking us in the second motion to vote, or maybe this is just a consensus and you don't want us to vote, but to release the information around when and who was hired.
Yes, I move that the board release a public statement, which I thought we had previously discussed. It hasn't been released to my knowledge, about the requirements of our duties related to those, identifies the law firm, the date of its engagement, and the general purpose of it.
I would
Maybe caution you, the personnel investigation. There should be no discussion about any scope of the investigation, purpose, the name of the investigator, the firm, and the date is fine. This is a personnel matter.
So,
and if I just may clarify, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. If I may clarify, for the record, Board Member Urier, we had a lengthy discussion about releasing a statement to the public, because I think it's important that people know the details. Otherwise, they will be misled. We don't want them to think that we just weren't going to do it. The board is not a communications team. We are not a press release team. We require some help on this. It also is the requirement of the board that before we release any statements, everybody has to weigh in on it. I don't release statements to the public. I don't release things unless every board member weighs in on it. So if you go back, I invite you to go back and find the email where we tried to release this, right? Mm-hmm. But when we were going to do it, and we were going to release something that had the name of the investigator, the time, and the name, it was before school got out, and we didn't have the staff to help us. So we can't release it, and we can't write it and have nobody to release it for us.
That was in early June, and
so
that was surprised.
right.
You have asked numerous
So,
times.
no, you have not asked numerous
I have.
times. You asked numerous times in that context, and then I have to have input from every board member. If every board member doesn't tell me what they want it to say, then I can't just send it out on my own.
So is there then consensus here, and is there consensus here that we are going to draft a press release?
We have one.
Okay, and that we're all going to then review, I guess that is what the board chair is needing us to review, and then release, right?
I cannot, I think it needs to be clear that when one board member makes a request of me, I cannot act on one board member's request.
Okay.
I hate to add more. When we voted, did we specify the name of the firm? Is it not?
I can put all, if we.
Okay,
if
no,
we,
I'm just asking for the previous vote, I'm sorry, because we're I'm
Rules of
sure
order.
everyone's getting lost in voting on a motion, and now amending and voting, and so I think we need to make sure we've been accurate in what we.
Would you like me to just state the name?
If that, or, I mean, Carrie, you can.
And that document is public. When I signed the contract, it's a public doc, there's nothing private about it.
The name, the date, the name of the investigator, the name of the confirm the date.
Okay.
Nothing more there.
Okay.
So we are releasing this.
Would you like me to state it, or I can state it now, and would that suffice board member area, or do you want something, and I can state it right here from the microphone? And then it's public record. Okay, just give me a second to.
I think the general scope would be appropriate too.
I do not think that is correct.
I have it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The name of the third party, firm handling the investigation is Pereira, Kirby, and Kissinger, and Wynn, specifically Elizabeth Kissinger.
Elizabeth Kissinger is the investigator.
Elizabeth
And what was
Kissinger
the
is
date that the investigation started? Do we have the exact date?
Or
signed? What was the date that the agreement?
The date I signed the contract, hold on.
On behalf.
Yes, because I signed it. I signed it on Friday, June 12th.
Okay. Okay.
She sent it to me on Friday, June 12th. I signed it on Sunday, June 14th at 4:29 p.m.
Okay.
Any other questions that I can answer? All right. Are you ready for public comment? All right. The following information is included in the board policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This serves as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 p.m. and in doing so will be asked to state their connection to CSD and/or the City of Decatur. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will be ordinarily limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specified amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused minutes to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board members. At the chair's discretion, violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If at any point the speaker's comments begin to verge into the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will have to ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but may submit such concern to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comment or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comment. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with persons speaking at the board meeting. I will also emphasize that you must be a district resident or affiliated with the district somehow in order to speak. If you have an address that is not in the City of Decatur, but state that you are affiliated with the Decatur business somehow, I will ask you to state what that business or organization is. All right. Oh, all the colors are like. The first person I have is Lisa Johnston, in person. Please approach the microphone.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Johnson. I have been a resident city educator for 22 years, a parent of a DHS graduate, and I recently retired after a 30-year career in education, including the last 9 years at Beacon Hill Middle School. Although we may have different viewpoints, I believe that everyone in this room shares the same goal, providing the best possible education for our students. Please do not dismiss the experiences shared by teachers and parents. Nothing is a complaint for the sake of complaining. There are opportunities to strengthen our schools. Every tax dollar invested in CSD should be guided by one simple question: how does this decision best serve our students? Tonight, I ask you to listen to your teachers. They are the district's greatest resource, and their voices should be included in decision teaching and learning. Many educators no longer feel trusted or respected as professionals. Planning meetings that should foster collaboration have become compliance-driven. Teachers spend more time demonstrating that they are following procedures than using their professional expertise to meet the individual needs of their students. Our focus has shifted from meaningful instruction to checking boxes. Too much emphasis is placed on posted learning targets and lesson plan formats rather than student engagement, critical thinking, academic growth, and high-quality instruction. Learning targets should be supportive of teaching, not become a measure of it. CSD has presented information of an $800,000 in budget savings through reductions in classroom costs and teacher support systems. Financial responsibility is important, but our greatest investment should always be our students. At Beacon Hill Middle School, grade level budgets have been reduced by 50%, directly impacting teachers and students. Cutting funds that directly impact teachers and students should always be a last resort. Teachers have expressed concerns about the growing number of central office and Wilson Center personnel who attend teacher planning meetings. When these individuals are present, many teachers feel they contribute little to lesson design, curriculum development, or solving instructional challenges. In contrast, the two instructional coaches at Beacon Hill are invaluable. They work side by side with teachers, collaborate with grade level teams, provide meaningful instructional support. Teachers need more practical classroom-based support like this, not additional layers of oversight. Teacher retention should also concern the board. Beacon Hill lost almost 25 teachers last year. Experienced educators are leaving because they feel micromanaged, undervalued, and unsupported. When veteran teachers leave, we lose years of experience, mentorship, and relationships that cannot be easily replaced. Tonight, I respectfully ask the board to take 3 actions. First, restore meaningful teacher voice. Second, prioritize spending on classroom student intervention and teacher support. Third, review of teacher retention. The true measure of successful schools in the district is not how much money it saves, but how wisely it invests in the students, teachers, and classrooms that make learning possible.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrew Navratil.
And online or Zoom?
In person. No. Elizabeth Burbridge, in person.
I'm Elizabeth Burbridge, Decatur resident for about 15 years, parent of 3 kids, 2 now at DHS, 1 at, my oldest has been working in the Fraser Center for 3 years as part of the early childhood, so yes, definitely need some help and restructuring there. You also might know me from the many emails I send you about social studies. But, and I realized after this session, asking for this might be a lot, but I know there was also in the spring about changing law firms, and we haven't really heard anything about that. So if the board could put out information about steps that have been taken with that, I think we said something about 6 months. And so just moving forward with that, we've been with the same law firm for 20 years. They represent the city. I understand the conflict of interest. My dad was an attorney, Scott things. I'm just saying I would love to know where we're at. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Paul McLennan in person. And Mr. McLennan, if you don't mind telling us which designated organization you're representing.
The Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition, and I do live in Decatur, but not in the city.
Thank you.
We, as a coalition, have come up with demands that affect the city and the school system, and the one that I want to speak about tonight is that CSD partner with the Southeastern Archaeological Conference and Archaeology in the Community Task Force to conduct a professional, community-engaged archaeological Phase 1B survey of 346 West Trinity Place. The city of Decatur, which was founded in 1823, sits on stolen Muskogee Nation land that was then worked by stolen enslaved Africans to create the wealth that made this country. The Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition has been part of the effort to create Beacon Hill Historic District to save the last remaining green space at 346 West Trinity Place. As part of the reparations, this city and the school system owe the displaced and dispossessed historic Black Beacon Hill community. We have been very fortunate to work with Emory Indigenous Studies professor Emil Kamei, who made 2 public statements in support of saving this land. He said, "The land is the first archive. It is the original keeper of memory. Long before there were school districts or city boundaries, long before asphalt and concrete, this land held stories. Stories of the indigenous peoples who lived, loved, farmed, and cared for this place. Stories of Black communities who carved out spaces of learning and belonging in the face of segregation. Stories of families, teachers, and students who built community here. The ground remembers all of them." Our coalition has also been fortunate to work with Dr. Maureen Myers, who made a proposal to you for a no-cost survey to be done that would be an opportunity to right some of these past wrongs by identifying and recording this history. On July 24th of this year, the board also received a letter of support for this survey from the Muskogee Nation. They also see the significance of the area. So we still have an opportunity here, and I hope we take advantage of it. As Professor Kamei said, let it stand as a testament to the resilience of Black Decatur and as a reminder that healing begins with remembering. Just please remember, we do not inherit land from the past. We borrow it from the future.
Next we have April Biagioni in person. No. Next I have Lynn Farmer in person.
Lynn Farmer, proud graduate of Decatur High School and a 35-year DeKalb teacher, live at 540 Main Street. I continue to be sad and frustrated from the Decatur School Board. The Decatur School Board as a body has not responded to all of the 11 demands of the Beacon Hill Grassroots Coalition. These are steps in the areas of civil rights and historic preservation supported by most Decatur citizens, parents, teachers, and some of the board members. Responding to and implementing these demands could go a long way to addressing reparations voted on by the Decatur City Commission in May of '25. I'd like to focus on 4 of them. Immediately addressing the early childhood needs of DHA parents and making spaces either in existing school facilities or finding another option. Publicly recommitting to diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. Developing a community-wide plan for anti-oppression education. Conducting a full independent investigation into school financial practices and expenditures. It is really disconcerting that public comment always comes after 3-hour public meetings. This setup is not really designed to encourage participation or allow for influencing outcomes. And speakers hope that some word they say or some truth they reveal might enhance your discussion or might change your heart. And I say hearts, as I've said before, because these are moral and ethical issues. beyond and exceeding the financial and political. Your role doesn't include hiding decisions behind a curtain, looking for loopholes to escape state law, or sending minions to intimidate teachers who speak for what's best for students. It's not to hold stubbornly to discounted decisions past any semblance of reason. The difference between stubbornness and commitment is the nature of your allegiance. Is it self-serving or life-bringing and sustaining? Your job is to represent the people, not stand above the people, not represent yourself, extend your power, or pad your resume. What is your purpose here? What do you worship? Is it pocketbooks, proximity, privilege, power? You must care about more than that. So listen to the voices of the people. Pay attention to letters like the one in Decatur today from Rudy Kohlberg. Then save the historic land. Restore the sacred space. Research the ages. Empower the marginalized. Tell the truth. Free the people. Work for the good of all.
Next, I have Yulin. Did I say that right? Jane?
Thank you to the board for the opportunity to provide for comment. My name is Yulin Jang, and I am a CSD parent of a child at College Heights, representative member of the Safe Space Children Coalition, which is a coalition of parents, attorneys, and advocates who are focused on the rights of students and immigrant families in the Metro Atlanta area. I'm providing this comment to strongly urge the board to adopt policy LDHA in its current form, and to do so as soon as possible given heightened ICE activity in the Metro Atlanta area. We want to thank the school board for passing the immigration resolution last spring and for working to introduce formal public-facing policy, turning this symbolic gesture into actionable policy for unanimously approving it in today's work session for the policy for first reading. I just wanted to use my time today to emphasize why the main tenets of the policy should remain as is and altered, starting off with the verification of legal authority. The current draft of policy LDHA ensures the district legal counsel will review documentation from law enforcement officers before granting access to students, and that access will not be granted unless judicial warrant is presented and verified. This provision is essential for keeping students safe and minimizing the harm that would occur if ICE came to schools. As you've heard from community members and have seen here and nationwide, there are many documented instances where ICE has entered homes, work sites, and other non-public areas without ever presenting documentation or presenting documentation that is legally insufficient. It can be incredibly intimidating if an agent shows up to a school and staff are unclear on the process and procedure of how to verify legal authenticity and sufficiency. Passing this policy in its current form is the best way to ensure school safety and legal compliance, including training on what to do and expect. Second, I want to ask the board to consider CSD's board policy BB policy development, which states that, quote, on matters of unusual urgency, the board by majority vote may waive the 2-meeting limitation and take immediate action to adopt new, revised, or existing policies. We've seen escalation in Metro Atlanta counties, DeKalb, Cobb, Gwinnett, Fulton, including a recent ICE visit less than 2 weeks ago at a Buckhead preschool. While the board has been considering this policy since earlier this year, this is certainly not a new issue, and I would love to be able to say that our school district understands how important this issue is and how this enforcement might impact students and their families, that they understand the importance of concrete guardrails granted by formal public policy. In sum, please adopt policy LDHA as is, and we urge the board to move swiftly as possible. Thank you much.
Next, we have Rudy Kohlberg in person.
Hello, I'm a CSD parent, and here we are again. Fortunately, it seems no lessons were learned from last year. CSD is digging a deeper hole with new and more issues. I want CSD to thrive, not stumble like it has in the current years. The Latino and a board member of an educational nonprofit focused on low-income Hispanic communities, committed to high-quality, equitable education for all. CSD is unable to deliver that because of dysfunctions and failures in leadership. Earlier, Deming also said management focus on.
Let's not name.
Edward Deming said management focus on numerical goals is an attempt to manage without knowledge of what to do and in fact is usually management by fear. Anybody will meet their goal if he is not responsible for the losses so generated in pursuing. We learned the ECLC project is shovel ready because there has been 9 years of planning, more than $6 million invested, and that we can't kick the can down the road. But moving forward with that rationale, serious lapse in judgment and the definition of sunk cost fallacy. Put plainly, throwing good money after bad. As I've shared in prior comments, this and other decision-making biases seem pervasive in how CSD and the board operate. Those dysfunctions are research-proven to have serious detrimental consequences. In reality, the ECLC plan's financial and supporting data are incomplete and flawed. There's one example of many we can quote. Recently, CSD disclosed in writing that it has started to determine furniture and fixtures for the building. It also disclosed CSD has not gauged the demand for scholarships and tuition spots and refined enrollment estimates. Work that has targeted completion by January 2026. Let that sink in. Gauging demand has not started. That is critical upfront work for any project, especially one of this size. CSD's plans say it should have been done 8 months ago. There's no coherence here. There's sloppy planning, poor execution, enabled by ineffective leadership. Community and some more members have asked, begged for better data, more transparency, improved governance, stronger accountability. CSD leaders continue to ignore that and plow forward. Projects of this size cannot rest on data and plans weak as what CSD has produced so far. And it cannot be pursued by leadership that shows ingrained decision-making biases that's lost the community's trust, which earlier today was emphasized as critical to success. Leadership does not have that trust or done much to earn it. Time to wake up to the mess that CSD has willingly walked into. Reflect on your goals. What will you do now? The only reasonable path forward is restarting the ECLC plans from scratch under new leadership.
Thank you. Next, I have Laura Adrianson in person.
I feel like you need a parka and a swimsuit in this room, all in a matter of about 10 minutes. Lisa, thank you so much for your service and your commitment to our kids. Appreciate you. My name is Laura Adrianson. Mentioned hello to the board. I have 2 kids, and I live here in Decatur. I've attended many board meetings. I've also spoken at a couple of community meetings, which I'm sure you all remember. But I've never spoken in a board meeting, so I'm happy to have the opportunity. It's hard to know where to start, and I will tell you that I wrote all of this before you had your discussion about the ECLC, so bear with me. I could linger on the facts that some of our incredible teachers and school staff are leaving and will continue to leave our school district unless things change. I don't need to remind all of you, but I will, that they are the backbone of our school district. Not the parents, not the school board, not the central office, the teachers, the principals, and the support staff. I could spend time on the glaring lack of trust and transparency that's been evident in this room, even tonight, between the public and the school district, and how it looms over every conversation, social media post, speech, and email. I do, however, want to focus a tiny bit on what I see as fiscal irresponsibility, and it is plaguing our school district. I continue to be confused at reports that come out that we are spending money on a building that we don't have, and we currently don't have a path to fund. It's okay to stop throwing money at it. If things align and the math starts mathing, move forward. We are touting spending $800,000 less on critical things like teachers and curriculum training and support staff, yet we're fine sharing that we've spent $6 million on a building. that we don't have. Other critical things are happening at each of our schools that could be remedied if we were being good stewards of our money. When a school PTA has to raise money for 2 years from parents who are already paying high taxes to replace the 20-plus year audio-visual equipment at their school, for us to have successful performances and community circles and author visits, something is amiss. Our financial priorities and stewardship, among other things, are misguided, and they need to be righted. We are borrowing trouble.
Next, I have Bill Hopper on Zoom.
And no student, that's who they want to do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next, I have Jana Ritter. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jana Ritter, and I've lived here for 15 years and have 2 kids at CSD. I know the board is currently addressing several big issues that are taking a lot of time and effort. Those are important and will impact the future of CSD. But I believe the most important issue for our kids currently enrolled in CSD is the use of Chromebooks, educational technology. Recent studies are essentially unanimous in finding that one-to-one screens and ed tech in schools are doing more harm than good for our kids. There's a nationwide movement among schools to move away from Chromebooks and ed tech, move back to paper and pencil and books. CSD is being slow, even reluctant, it seems, to act on. We did see a presentation earlier today that new guidelines are in place this year to reduce screen time. I very much appreciate that step. But this is only a first small step. The guidelines are vague. There's no indication of how compliance will be enforced or monitored. I was personally told by a school leader that even with these guidelines, there will be no actual to just try to reduce it. Concerned parents have been asked to give it time to see the impacts of the new guidelines, but we can do that while also forging ahead with more progress. The 2 things that I think will be key to this progress are board policy and parental engagement. The board needs to act, as other school boards, both neighboring ours and across the country, are doing, to develop clear and intentional policy around screens. Parents need to be actively engaged by leadership in these topics. We need to be clearly informed of when, why, and how Chromebooks, EdTech, and AI are being used. We need full transparency on how these platforms are vetted and funded, how each one supposedly enhances learning, and about what data is being collected on our kids. And until this information is made readily available, without having to file open records requests, which I was told I would have to do, we should have the ability to opt out of any or all of this tech. Additionally, school leadership needs to actively engage and then actually listen to parent feedback on these technologies and how they're affecting our kids. CSD has engaged the students themselves in the discussion around AI and even about policy development, but is not engaged with parents. Student input is great, parent input is encouraged. So I'm urging the board to please make this issue a top priority, act now for the immediate benefit of our kids who are in the schools today.
Next, I have Iris Alcantara.
Hello, my name is Iris Alcantara, and I'm speaking as a parent and resident in the school district. I'd like to thank parents and CSD for the recently shared instructional guidance on educational technology. It's a small step in the right direction. I'm here today to ask the board and superintendent to do more to address harms associated with screen time. Specifically, I'm asking you to consider 5 actions. First, establish clear limits on screen time and one-to-one device use during the school day. Fortunately, without clear limits, the current guidelines are open to interpretation. Second, switch to an allow list approach to internet safety. This can be implemented through Lightspeed and would give CSD greater control over websites that students can access. Third, give parents information about curriculum that uses EdTech and instructional materials
that are EdTech. As a parent, I would like to know what platforms are being used, how they are tied to the curriculum or instruction, what data these platforms collect from my child, and what privacy agreements apply. Fourth, provide meaningful opt-out choices for families. For example, at this time, I prefer to opt my child out of any AI and game-based platforms. Critical thinking and sustained focus are incredibly important in education. And last, please increase funding for textbooks and other credible hard copy reference materials. Students deserve access to high-quality sources as a basic part of education, not Google searches, Wikipedia, or YouTube. A growing body of research in neuroscience, education, and health raises serious concerns about excessive screen time and the overuse of EdTech. These concerns include negative impacts on cognition, learning, and social and emotional development of children and adolescents. As the board considers these requests, please also remember this. Student input is important, but it does not replace input from parents. CSD needs to commit to ongoing and timely partnerships with parents so we can effectively direct the education of our children. Other local school districts, I respectfully ask the CSD board to do the same and to act soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have Kate Rote in person.
Hi, I'm Kate Rope. I am a resident of Decatur for 11 years. I have a graduate from DHS who just finished her freshman year of college, and I have a new freshman. I'm going to pivot a little bit because of the discussion you guys had earlier. Well, first I want to say thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Whitaker, for your time, for allowing me to speak, and for your service, even if I've been incredibly disappointed by it over the last year. I'm very, very cautiously optimistic that what you expressed tonight would come to be, and that you wouldn't spend millions of dollars on a building we don't need in order to achieve an equitable outcome when we have major parts of our community that are being neglected. All in Decatur means, yes, every kid, and that means the ones that are currently in the high school and dodging trash cans full of water because we haven't fixed a leak in a roof that has a warranty still. All in means treating our teachers like humans. I will tell you, I'm chatty. You guys know me, a lot of you. I talk with teachers all the time, have been doing so since the day I got here. It used to be that teachers would brag and rave about being a Decatur. In the last year, I have not spoken to one teacher who is happy. Not one. Now I'm going to get to some specifics. Low-hanging fruit, conditions in the high school. The HVAC system has experienced years, resulting in entire hallways that have no AC. Restrooms and classrooms are hovering at 85 to 86 degrees of high humidity. Equipment that we have been told is under warranty and yet not fixed. Instead, washing machine-sized cooling units have been offered, and they are so loud they interfere with teaching. I don't think you care about the students in the Decatur High School if you submit them to conditions like this. If you don't fix a roof under warranty that has 3 large trash cans full of standing water that smells and water in a light fixture that is clearly presenting a safety and health hazard related to mold and likely electrical problems. These are eminently fixable problems, and we spent the last year fighting for transparency and partnership around a building that just doesn't make sense. Next, I want to talk about the absolutely inexcusable treatment of teachers in this. Oh my gosh, I'm going way long. Okay.
We've lost all these teachers. Let me just say, constant new systems that don't work. This is all from teachers I speak with. Lesson and curriculum documentation requirements changed 7 times in 5 years. Grading systems changed every year for 5 years. One teacher counted 32 extra administrative tasks in 1 week beyond teaching, planning, and meetings. Meanwhile, there is little instructional support from Central District.
Thank you.
I would like you to treat teachers like the professionals and humans they are, and not school supplies.
Thank you.
Next, we have Matthew Woodruff in person.
Great, I'll do it. Matthew Woodruff, District 1. I'll start by saying that I believe this board and its individual members want what's best for us. I know that this board understands that student well-being is more than what's represented in academic achievement scores. Right now, students and teachers are feeling the pressure of a hostile outside environment. Families in our community have loved ones detained, are struggling to feed their children, and are terrified about forms being sent home to assess whether the families have worked on a farm in the last years. Beyond immigration, we've seen broadside attacks on religious expression that demean and dehumanize, the continued targeting of students who identify as gender expansive, and parents and teachers that protect them. The current administration has failed to firewall the community from those attacks. City Schools of Decatur educates roughly 3,200 students grades 6 through 12. A reasonable estimate suggests that probably 150 to 250 of them identify as transgender or non-binary. We know through national studies that 40% of those young people will seriously consider suicide over the course of the year. Those studies also tell us something important. Environment matters. Young people in supportive schools and accepting communities have substantially lower rates of acute suicide. And you all know well that compassion baked into our public schools serves far more than just our training. That means that the culture we've built in Decatur is not superficial. It is not woke for the sake of being trendy. It is a core part of how we keep our children safe and ensure that their well-being extends beyond their academic achievement. That culture is under threat. A 25-teacher exodus from a single school and a planned teacher protest on day 1 should be setting off every alarm bell you have. Parents know that something is wrong. Teachers know that something is wrong. Our governance knows that something is wrong. And now our kids know that something is wrong. This board has announced an investigation that must encompass undisclosed threats to the reputation of CSD by this administration. It cannot ignore the potential impact of those threats on students and teachers. You have an opportunity through that happening inside of our school, and also to decide what City Schools of Decatur values and is willing to defend. But you cannot credibly investigate an administration while that same administration can. Paid administrative leave is not punishment. It's an investigative tool that protects the integrity of the process, protects employees who need to speak candidly, and gives this board the ability to determine what happened and what must happen next. Our children need to see that when culture protecting them is threatened, the adults responsible for that culture are willing to defend it. I believe that you understand the stakes of what comes next. I believe you will act accordingly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Wong Shin.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Ann Shin. I'm a parent of 3 CSD students, and I'll share some of my thoughts on several issues regarding transparency, trust, and accountability. First, a quote from tonight: trust is built from eye level, and I agree with that. Yet I found out yesterday through Decatur-ish that a third-party investigator was hired to conduct an investigation concerning a school administrator. Yet we did not receive any communication with the board. An announcement honestly would have taken 10 minutes to draft according to the information the council said we could have shared. We have a robust communication team to do that too. Why didn't the board take the time to let the community know and meet us on eye level? I also encourage you to, as you move forward with the recently announced pivot of the Early Learning Center, to do so differently. Transparency, accurate data, and communications that the community deserves. Second, I have deep concerns regarding CSD's working relationship with the current law firm, who we've worked with since the 90s. I found out just now that the board did not follow the Open Meetings Act when they originally voted to hire a third-party investigator 2 months ago. How can a hired law firm fail to ensure we follow the law, especially when the transparency has been the hot topic in our city for a while? We paid $494,000 to them in 2025. That's $92 per enrolled student compared to $61 in Marietta. I, as a constituent, would love to see an itemized invoice of what the legal fees were for. Third, decrease of on-screen usage during school hours that was mentioned today. If we really want less screen time, what is the printing budget for teachers? Teachers need tangible resources. The district requires less screen time instruction. From my understanding, the current printing budget drastically limits printing materials needed to teach. That actually bought a printer this week delivering to my house to print materials for my children's school assignments. That brings me to basic support for our teachers, and I totally agree with our purpose statement that every student is worthy of meaningful learning. Morale and culture of the school and classroom are central to achieving this. Who do the students spend the entire day with? It's teachers, not us. We must ensure that our teachers are motivated, that they want to come to work, and that they know that they are supported. If we really care about equity and thriving for all students, we must listen to our teachers and support them. Do we have a teacher morale survey for every teacher and staff? If not, I encourage it so that we can have accurate data to ensure positive morale and culture in our schools for all students. Fourth, I urge you to pass the UN policy that was mentioned. The policy helps students and schools stay focused on the primary mission, which is educating our kids in a safe environment. So I really do ask you to keep the draft policy language as is. It is the best chance to keep the community safe, and vote on this policy as soon as you can because it is a very urgent matter. Thank you.
Next, I have Mitchell Reed in person. No? Nadia Almond on Zoom.
Hello?
Hello? Yes. Go ahead.
Awesome. I would like to know, with what was discussed today at earlier meetings, about the teacher retention. I am mostly concerned about science and math teachers leaving the district. Just wondering what the district is planning on doing to try to retain staff, teachers and staff, but mostly on those subjects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, I have Ms. Doris Sims Johnson in person. And Ms. Doris, if you don't mind stating which organization you're representing today.
Doris Sims Johnson, the Legacy Elder of Beacon Hill. I am a member of the Beacon Hill Graduates Coalition, and I am the principal organizer for Decatur Day. In all those titles or whatever affiliations, I'm here to ask you to protect and preserve the land at 346 West Trinity Place. As you may know or should know, I recently made a request to the board that we be able to hold Decatur Day 2026 on that site, and you guys granted that, and I thank you immensely for that. Particular site is so core and vital and central to why we celebrate Decatur Day, who we are, what we stand for, the forefathers, the ancestors, and everybody that we have that we speak for. It's a family affair. And so I'm extending an invitation to each of you to join us that Saturday, September 5th, celebrate with us. And besides my words, come see and see for yourself and interact with the people who make up the Decatur community and Decatur Day as to why we celebrate and why that land, that particular piece, because it is core and central to our recent historic district designation. Come feel it with us and experience what it's all about. Just keep an open mind, come have fun, fellowship, so please join us. In protecting and preserving that land, if you look around from the speakers and the makeup of your school system, you can see that you've got a very diverse population of people who live here, go to school here, work here, everything. That's why I'm asking again that you guys make a public recommitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's all around you. How are you going to address needs if you don't acknowledge who you're dealing with? We've got all kinds, all colors, all sizes, all everything and stuff. Let's put diversity, equity, and inclusion back in the conversation. The last thing I'll say that the same way we were able to make communication, start to communicate openly with these parents, with the Black Alliance for Human Rights, with the Grassroots Coalition, open dialogue between us, not one to the other and nothing said. Let's talk about it. And let's come to some sensible solutions that really address the needs of everybody, this diverse population we have, reaching toward equity and including everybody and not separating or segregating. It's a need we need, and I know you guys can do it, and so I look forward to having that dialogue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thorne. All right, next we have Dan Baskerville in person.
Good evening, Dan Baskerville, 16-year Decatur resident. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but then I heard the discussion earlier today on board norms and felt I needed to. It was very troubling that at least some members of the board, from their comments, appear to have issues with how democracy is work. As an individual with higher education degrees in political science and public policy, and having worked in politics, local, state, and federal elected officials for over 30 years, I think I understand it pretty well. When you are elected to office, you're put there by the voters, while your responsibilities certainly include overseeing the policies, the Decatur school system, especially for the well-being, you're still ultimately responsible to the voters. Part of that responsibility is to meet with your voters and constituents to answer their questions and get their feedback. It is the right and frankly should be the duty of any board member to have such meetings with a single or multiple constituents at one time. If the board member wants to alert other board members that they are doing so, then fine. But there is no and should not be any such requirement that they do so. They do not answer to the board, individual board members. The board is just a body that they are part of, and they are only a single vote on that board. The board makes the decisions, but an informed board and board members is what you want. So the coffee chat that was brought up, that two board members had this past weekend with constituents, was totally appropriate. And it is so refreshing to actually have board members meet with and listen and converse with the public. Other members of this board should do the same. Your alternative has been to hold occasional community meetings, which for the most part, because I've been to them, are frankly not very useful in getting answers and asking questions. Mostly one-way conversations on a time clock and sometimes with a predetermined script. Then there is public comment at the board meetings, like we're giving right now, but the public mostly has no idea what consideration you give it or what you think about what has been said by the people who give the public comment. Residents can also write an email to the board, but my experience is getting either just acknowledgement of receipt or a canned response, not really getting into answers to what I've asked or issues I've brought forward. None of that cuts it. So again, I applaud these two board members stepping outside these past unsatisfactory norms, which only serve to avoid real public input and participation. One final comment. In the discussion this morning, it was stated that having a separate meeting by two board members hurts collegiality and makes people think that you are not on the same page. Well, while it might be more comfortable for some to act as if you all agree all the time, that is not democracy. What makes democracy democracy is being able to disagree with others when you disagree. When you just go along, even if you disagree, you are doing it as a service, especially to all the residents of the city and to the children of the city. Respect respectful public discussion of people with different opinions is the only healthy option, the one that should be followed.
Thank you. Last, we have Leah Humphreys in person.
Leah Humphreys, I've been here 25 years. I have a daughter at DHS in ninth grade. I want to thank you all for your willingness to consider other possible options for equitable access to early learning in CSD, but please forgive me if I'm a little hesitant to trust what is next. For nearly 2 years, many of us in this community have been asking you and CSD leaders for precisely what you all requested tonight. A comprehensive review of any other option aside from the proposed multi-million-dollar project. And we were shut down and disrespected at every turn. So your discussion this evening is surprising, but you've got to do things differently. It is important to remember that CSD has remained at the forefront of providing quality early learning for decades, first with the Fraser Center and then with the addition of College Heights. Nearly all of us in this room and in our community can agree that not just continuing, but improving upon that legacy is something that matters deeply to us as a district. But instead of bringing us together towards an admirable and common goal, this community was torn apart because the process lacked transparency and accountability. As I frequently tell my daughter, learning from our mistakes is how we grow and improve. So I implore you all to please take this rare opportunity that you have given yourselves seriously. Course correct. As you consider the next solutions, please consider them all honestly. Be transparent. Gather and share clear and accurate data. Involve your stakeholders and the experts who have been begging you to help. Tonight may be a step in the right direction, but what happens from here matters more. If the next steps you take are managed in the same way that the previous 2 years have been, and the process is not open, transparent, and accessible, it will do additional damage to this community that I don't know if we can return from. You have an opportunity to fix this. Please take it seriously.
We would like to thank all of our speakers for taking the time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns of our community members. We will take your comments into consideration. The board will hold its fall retreat on August 18th, 2026 at Decatur High School from 11:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. The board will convene an executive session to discuss personnel on August 25th from 10 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the Wilson Center. The next board meeting will be held at the Wilson Center on September 8th, 2026. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 7:19 p.m. Thank you.